Live on 6 News, this is America Decides, Election 2024.
Thank you very much. We will get back to our special live coverage of the US presidential election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news this hour, and Stephen Miles has been returned as Queensland Labor leader unopposed as the party looks forward to 2028. Miles led Labor to a loss late last month with Liberal National leader David Crisafulli, now officially the new premier. No challenges within Labor emerged to Miles, and he has remained in the party's top job, with Cameron Dick also being re-elected unopposed as deputy leader. Miles will now lead the party, which has around 34 seats as counting continues to the next state election in 2028. The LNP, meanwhile, has a majority with 51 seats. He took over as leader and premier from Anastasia Palaszczuk after she resigned in December 2023. The Reserve Bank has kept interest rates on hold at 4.35% for the 8th time in a row. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Michelle Bullock announced the move, telling reporters she thinks the current settings are correct. The RBA says that while inflation has fallen substantially since 2022, underlying inflation remained too high. The latest forecast suggests that it will be some time before inflation is sustainably in the target range, adding that the board is not ruling anything in or out. It is the 8th straight meeting in a row where rates have been left on hold. The final meeting for the year is in December, but the ABC reports that economists do not expect a rate cut before 2025. The ABC has apologised after an independent review found the national broadcaster added extra gunshot sounds to footage of an Australian commandos firing from a helicopter. The review found that in an online video, a total of 5 additional gunshot sounds were inaccurately introduced into footage, and additional shots were also inaccurately included in the story broadcast on air. Interim findings have cleared the ABC of having deliberately doctored, manipulated or distorted information in order to mislead audiences. In a statement, the ABC said it sincerely apologises for the editing errors and the videos have been removed. The review also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was potentially misleading, and that his final comment that alleged war crimes should be investigated was not proper context. The ABC added they regret if any audience members were misled and said editors' notes have been attached to the stories. Further findings will be included in a final report which will be released at a later date. To sport news now, when Knight's Choice has pulled off a famous victory in the 164th running of the Melbourne Cup. Irish jockey Robbie Dolan claimed the $4.4 million prize in a photo finish, with Warp Speed taking out second position. In the betting odds, Knight's Choice was an $81 long shot, with the win being seen as a major upset. It was the first appearance from Dolan in the race that stops the nation. He moved to Australia 8 years ago and is currently based in Queensland. A record 4 female jockeys had rides in this year's Melbourne Cup, along with a total of 6 female trainers. Alright, let's now check in with your local weather forecast around the nation for your Thursday. Starting in Brisbane, partly cloudy and 32. Rain on the way for Sydney and Canberra, getting to highs of 27 and 21 respectively. Melbourne is heading for a top of 21, 19 degrees in Hobart. Adelaide, rain and 19. Perth is heading for a top of 20. And over in Darwin, a sunny top of 33. And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website or by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. For now though, let's head back to 6 News' continuing live coverage of the US presidential election.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News. Live on 6 News, this is America Decides Election 2024.
Let's try this again. Good morning, I'm Leo Puglisi. It's just gone 11 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time and you're watching live as 6 News brings you special coverage of the 2024 United States presidential election. We're going to be on all day for you with results from every state as Trump and Harris look to get to that magic electoral college number 270 needed to win. We'll have the results for you at the bottom of your screen right throughout the day. I'll be gone in a few hours due to a business again, but you know, in the meantime, you've got a fantastic team for you. You can see some of them right here, Maggie Perry and Stuart Jeffrey. Maggie, good morning to you, first of all. Looks like we can start to make some calls out of some pretty safe states and absolutely no surprises for some of these. And it looks like Decision Desk HQ just called Vermont. I'm also pretty happy we can call that as well. That is, again, no surprise. It's got a Republican governor for some reason, but they are a very, very solid blue state. And again, no real surprise there. Polls have closed. And yes, as you said, a number of swing states. That includes Georgia. And Georgia will be really, really key here. We'll keep coming back to Georgia, obviously. We'll bring in Stuart Jeffrey now. Stuart, good morning to you. I'm sure you'd agree, no real surprises from the calls we've got so far. Are there any states that I guess are traditionally more, you know, solid one way or another that you think might be able to flip here? Like, is there a chance, you know, Harris could get Texas or Iowa for that matter? I'm told we don't actually have sound on this. And I'm looking at the YouTube stream and my phone's on full volume and there is no sound. So, is it just me or is it Stuart? No, I'm on. Stuart was muted. Okay, I'm on. I don't know if we could heard Maggie or not. If we could just check in the background if Maggie and Stuart are good, that'd be great. I am on though, so I'll keep talking. Let us know in the live chat. Who can you hear? This is great. Roman is doing a solid job, I promise you, and you can support us at patreon.com/6NewsAU. I mean, this is the best time we've got. Stuart, it's not on your own. We'll just check the mics are on vMix that they're actually on. If I can get confirmation of that, that'd be great. Meanwhile, you can still hear me. I don't know if Maggie was also muted. Okay. So do we roll the intro a third time? If we can just bring up their audio. If I'm on, okay, it's good. I'm still on. What we were saying was no real surprises. I think Stuart said, no, we don't expect Texas to go blue. Maggie was saying no surprises in Kentucky or Indiana. You didn't have the button on. Okay. You know what? I say, let's just do it a third time. Roll the intro. Let's just do this. Let's just do this a third time. Roll the intro and we can do this whole thing again because, our viewers deserve it.
Live on 6 News, this is America Decides, Election 2024.
And a very good morning to you. It's just past 11 a.m. Australia Eastern Daylight Time. Let's do this a third time, shall we? I'm Leo Puglisi in 6 News Election Headquarters. We have a fantastic team for you for our coverage of the 2024 United States presidential election. Maggie Perry and Stuart Jeffrey. And if we can hear them, Maggie, no real surprises out of the states we're calling. Indiana, Kentucky will go to Donald Trump. Vermont will go to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, we'll just get the graphics updated for that in a second, but it's pretty clear in Indiana and Kentucky that they're going to go Republican, and Vermont, no votes there yet, but exit polls are very clearly showing that it's going to go Democrat. I believe it was the safest state for the Democrats in 2020. We're seeing some interesting shifts at the very least. In Indiana, we're seeing small shifts towards the Democrats of about +2. And in Kentucky, in some rural, maybe coal mining areas, there's notable shifts towards Trump, but really not much to read into, especially when we've only mainly got red states reporting any significant amount of votes at this point.
Yeah, definitely. There are just, there's a lot of states, right? So there's going to be a lot of these safe states. And look, we'll keep figuring them out. Stuart, I'll ask it to you again. Do we have any anticipation of a shock result in terms of a solid state one way or another going, the opposite? Could, Texas go blue or New York go red as some Republicans think?
Yeah, look, New York going red, or Texas going blue is when pigs fly, at least for this year. For New York or Texas to flip, would require a landslide everywhere else. Texas and Florida have historically been a bit iffy. I think I was going to say if everyone remembers Bush v. Gore, but none of us remember Bush v. Gore.
No, we really don't.
So that came down to Florida. I don't think this time around it'll be Florida again. 2016, Florida was in contention. Texas should be safe. Yes, it is a bit more of a purple state these days, which is where there's Republicans and Democrats both vying for power. A lot of expats from California there, but I don't think we see Texas going blue anytime this election, especially when Arizona is expected to go back to the Republicans due to the border issue there being a massive issue, and that'll probably bring them back to the fold for the Republican Party. So unless Arizona stays blue, there's no chance of Texas going blue.
I was just going to say on the Texas thing, though, the one other race that people have paid attention to here is the Senate race where Ted Cruz is facing what seems to be a tough re-election battle. Do you reckon could he lose? Maybe not Harris wins it, but could Ted Cruz lose?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely, I would say he's not as safe as he has been historically. I want to say he should be fine. But there is more chance of Ted Cruz losing than there is of the electoral college going towards Texas or going towards Democrats in Texas. So definitely, Ted Cruz isn't as safe as Texas for the Republican Party. Losing Ted Cruz would be a big blow, though. A major figure in the Republican Party, pretty senior leader. I know he's vied in a couple of presidential nomination races in the Republican Party. I think he ran in 2016 and he didn't do very well then. but still seen, at least in the media, as a major Republican leader. So Ted Cruz going would definitely be a blow to the Republican Party, and especially losing that seat as well would be pretty big.
Definitely. But we'll wait and see for that. The current results, we can now project 19 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 3 for Kamala Harris. Don't read into anything at all. None of these are surprises at all. But you can mark down 3 for Harris and 19 for Donald Trump at the moment. We do, of course, want to know your thoughts and your predictions. Let us know in the live chat when you can. We actually did, and if we can bring them up, we did run a couple polls, some viewer polls on who do you think, not necessarily who do you want, but who do you think will win. On Twitter, 62.6% of you said you think Kamala Harris will win compared to 37.4% on Donald Trump's side. Over on Instagram, 54% of you said Kamala Harris would win, 46% said Donald Trump, so a lot narrower there. And over on Facebook, 57%, similar numbers, said Kamala Harris would win, 43% said Donald Trump would win. Goes without saying, not a scientific poll in the slightest, purely just to gauge the thoughts of some of our viewers. And of course, keep your thoughts coming in the live chat as it comes along. Maggie, just looking at some of these early numbers, Florida's been interesting. Now, no one's really expected Florida to go one way, to go Kamala Harris's way, but some of these numbers have been interesting with 30% in. Some of the figures were showing something like 51-49. They seem to have widened in Trump's favor, as you'd expect. But it seems like it might be at least somewhat closer than expected there, and that could potentially have national implications.
Yeah, Florida's been a state that I believe has been trending quite red in recent years. And we're looking at a few county results, and either they're stagnant or a few points in favor of Trump. Obviously, Kamala will not win Florida. I think this was entirely expected. It's once again has been trending red for many years, and I don't think we really expect any change. But it is interesting to see some small red swings in Florida. Not that that's necessarily a huge national projection, since every state is actually very different in the US. In Australia, often swings in some states are similar to swings in others, but we're looking at swings away from Kamala, probably swings towards in every state.
Just as a couple big numbers I want to bring you, with 39% of the vote in Florida, Trump 51, Harris 48. That's with give or take 40% in. And then in Georgia, Harris 51, Trump 48. That's only with 3% in, though. So Florida is early, but still it's close. Georgia, Kamala Harris is ahead there. That is a really crucial state, and could be really interesting to see unfold. But no actual results that can be fully called, right? We're not making any projections out of Florida or Georgia at the moment.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
happens
in
when it's too
Florida,
close to call.
just looking at these county results, it may seem close on paper. I think it's because a lot of the more bluer counties for cities are reporting, but generally throughout the counties, I'm seeing about a 0 to a 5% swing in favor of Trump. Once again, this isn't exactly a national projection, since Florida is trending red much faster than a lot of other states, but still really goes to show that I don't think there's going to be a huge landslide for Kamala. If there was, there'd be Kamala would be seeing swings towards her even in Florida.
3% of votes in, 51 to 48 Trump's way. Trump is leading in Georgia at the moment, I should say. 51 to 48, Trump is leading. And I just saw a CNN exit poll that said independents in Georgia were leaning to Trump. So Georgia, it seems like it's always been a bit of a concern for the Democrats at this cycle, how that will continue to go. But then again, I just saw another image that said it's the other way around. So Georgia, it's far too early in Georgia at the moment. But look, I mean, we can say it's going to be nervous. It's not going to be nervous. Look, the reality is it's just way too early. There's also going to be a number of congressional and Senate races, as we mentioned, of course, called. There'll be some interesting governors races. We'll only talk about a couple of those. Obviously, they only have some impact. Stuart, interested in your thoughts on what I think is the governor race. Certainly one I've paid somewhat attention to be honest, which is North Carolina. Now, that's where Mark Robinson is running. He is, of course, Republican. It's a Democratic-controlled governorship at the moment. Mark Robinson. Now, there's only so much we can say on air, right? Just look up Mark Robinson controversies. You'll understand why people think he might lose. The question is, do you think he could be dragging down the Trump vote enough to potentially cost him North Carolina?
Are we talking governor race or electoral college? Because I think
when the governor race, could a poor performance from Robinson harm Trump in the presidential race in North Carolina?
Possibly, but I'm actually going to say I don't think that Trump's presence in North Carolina is particularly important there. North Carolina has generally been, and it's seen as a bit more of a marginal state this time around, although I still think it's going to probably go Republican narrowly. But I don't think Trump himself has had much of an impact there. Definitely, Mark Robinson is at risk of losing the governorship, but I don't think there's going to be a massive overlap between Robinson and Trump, although it could easily be proven wrong here.
Yeah, well, we could definitely all be proven wrong. For what it's worth, obviously, let us know your predictions. Stuart, you were, of us three, you were the only one tipping Trump. Of course, you did put Harris as the popular vote. I don't think that's a real surprise. A Republican popular vote win would be a surprise in itself. But you are tipping Trump overall. Why?
Well, there are several reasons for that. I think in Georgia, for example, there's the bungled trial of a Trump, and I think the fact that was screwed up so massively, which we've been covering on Between Parks Place, Capitol Hill, myself and international correspondent Elijah Granite. Given how that's been received, the conflict of interest, their romantic involvements, making things complicated as well. I think that's very much gone in Trump's favor. We also have the 3 shootings, or attempted shootings for 2 of them, or 1. But one of them was definitely attempted shooting. We know that was the first one. The other 2,
one was a bit more known than the others.
Yes, the first one's the big one. That's the ear one. That's the one with his fist in the air. I think those go. Yeah, I think those go in Trump's favor. He's kind of taken the approach of, I'm the underdog, I'm the victim, I'm going to get revenge this time round. And I think the bungled trial and the assassination attempts go in his favor, showing to a lot of potentially voters who the swing voters, showing them that he is this victim, he has been treated poorly, he is going to make a change, and I think that's the big factor there. We've also got in the north as well. We've got environmental policies, and I know that Maggie mentioned the coal and oil industries, coal miners, for example, in Kentucky. I think that's going to be something you're going to see in the Rust Belt as a whole, is in opposition to the renewable policies proposed by Biden and now Harris, because those have put a lot of families out of business in the Rust Belt. So I expect that will go against the Democrats there. I still think they'll probably retain Pennsylvania, or actually, I think they'll get Michigan or they'll get Pennsylvania, but they're not going to get both. So I haven't settled on which way is which. I've got Michigan slightly more likely than Pennsylvania, but I don't think that Trump can win both states this time around. He will have to pick one, and hope for Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania carries the extra college votes. Definitely, it is a seat to watch. We've always said about Pennsylvania. Given,
I think people have said, you look at some of the numbers, it really could be just who wins Pennsylvania. That's what's going to tip them over 270. Interesting results continuing out of Florida. 53% of the vote in Trump, 53.8, Harris 45.3. That's with 53% of the vote in Florida. Florida is counting fast. So we're going to get a lot from there. How much it matters, that's a different question.
Well, we don't have everything yet. That panhandle is in a different time zone. For some unknown reason, Western Florida is a different time zone.
There's a couple of these
same
multi-time zone states, aren't there? It's America.
I mean,
Who cares?
we've got half-hour time zones, so
Yeah, but at least
judge
apart
either.
from like Broken Hill and a few random rural towns, no one's split. Anyway, going off
Isn't there a
track.
part in South Australia that's like three-quarters of an hour, which is even
That's a
weirder?
freak show.
But-
Who knows? Maggie, also, just before I get to you, Maggie, just another result from another one of those congressional races that you may know the name of, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican running in Georgia. She has been very easily re-elected. That is no real surprise. Maggie, do you have any other updates, results, thoughts for us?
I did just want to look at some of the swings in Florida. We've got 59% counted now, but counting extremely fast. Places like Miami-Dade, it's 70% of a vote counted, and it looks like about a 10% swing towards Trump. And in a lot of other suburban areas and cities in Florida, there's multiple percentage swings towards Trump. Once again, I've clarified this every time. Florida's not exactly a good representation of the US, but clearly there's a solid swing towards the Republicans there. I'm sure we can call it for the Republicans, so that would put us at let me just check. 49 electoral votes for Republicans so far. Florida's definitely gone to Trump, I believe.
You reckon? All right. Well, no one else has called it. Yeah, I believe you. I don't really see it switching at this point. By the way, in Vermont, which is that one Democratic state with its 3 electoral college votes, they love their Republican governor there, and he has just been re-elected. Phil Scott has won the gubernatorial election in Vermont. I really don't get it. They love him there. It's weird. I mean, good for them, but yeah, no surprise. So Florida, we can make that call, which gets to 49. I think you said. What's got 30?
Yeah, 49.
49 for Trump,
that you
3 for Harris.
It's funny that you said about the governor in Vermont being re-elected safely, because Bernie Sanders has also been re-elected at 80% of the vote. So it is definitely.
Was he running in this? I didn't even realize he had a re-election bid this year. Like, I knew he was running. I didn't think it was this year. I'll take your word for it. Just want to go back. Sorry to that.
Blame CNN.
Yeah. Just want to go back to that speaking of CNN exit poll, it was with independent voters in Georgia. Trump 54%, Harris 43%. Might be a bit of a worry for the Democrats there. I mean, as I said, it pretty much always has been. 2% of votes in Virginia, by the way, which we expect to be held by Kamala Harris, which she is leading with 52 to 46.5 for Trump. No calls yet. There's only 2% of the vote in, but there has always been an indication that Harris would win that. I don't really think it's been much of a battleground yet, but look, we'll continue to see. By the way, just for what it's worth, to bring up, do you want to enhance the anxiety levels here? But we're going to get some of those chances of winning results in Decision Desk HQ. Donald Trump, as of now, has a 61% chance of winning the presidency as of 7:25 p.m. local time, Eastern time. That is in the US. It's just approaching 11:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight. So Trump, 61% chance of winning the presidency at this point, according to Decision Desk HQ, with only a handful of states reporting. So in reality, we can't really judge anything off that, but it's always look at back and forth at the prediction measures. So we will see there. Yeah.
I did just want to point out, we've only got one swing state really reporting anything right now. That's Georgia, who have, just let me check, 8% of a vote counted. We don't have anything in Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina, I think, are the rest of the swing states. We have some states like Florida or Virginia that aren't so safe, but are fairly safe. Obviously, Florida's gone Republican. Virginia will probably go blue. As results come in, I'll keep everyone updated on the swings and trends throughout the states, just so we know what to expect.
Yeah, we will look there. New Hampshire has 2% reporting, Harris 52, Trump 48. By the way, of course, for our, well, I imagine 99 to 100% of you watching will be Australian, but to our Australian viewers, you'll note some of the swings. When we talk about margins, it's a bit weird. So 52 to 48 is a 4-point margin, not a 2-point margin, because you don't need to get to 50. I don't really like it that way, but that's why some of the numbers are going to sound just a bit weird. So, when we talk about Harris winning by 10, she's not necessarily on 60%, right? It's just how they like to do it.
If you're used to Australian swings, just divide the number we're talking about in half, and that will really help. The swings I've been mentioning have been like in Australian terms. So obviously 5%
Don't
swing
give me
is
maths advice, but
plus 10 from last time. So I'll use US margins from now on. So keep that in mind.
No. You're just going to be seeing a lot because there's shockingly a lot of social media posts about this. It's interesting. No one else really has called Florida yet, but we will. So, Maggie, you're ahead of CNN. CNN called Florida yet? Probably not. Maggie's ahead of CNN.
The AP hasn't.
The AP hasn't. Well, look, Stuart, as you would know, right? No one's famously had to retract a call in Florida, right? No.
Yeah, definitely.
West Virginia has just been called for Donald Trump. That is another 4 electoral votes. That gets him to, what is that? 53%. There, 50%
Also,
electoral college votes.
If people are seeing like a huge electoral vote margin between, sorry to cut you off, Leo, between Trump and Harris, almost all of the states that are reporting anything are Trump states. There's Georgia, a swing state, and then Virginia and Vermont and New Hampshire are blue, but the only states we've seen significant vote shares counted are in safe red states, so it's not like Trump's winning in a landslide.
And for what it's worth, Decision Desk HQ has also just projected the Republicans will gain the Senate seat in West Virginia. That was, of course, held by the retiring Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat. I think, did he switch his affiliation to independent?
He's now an independent, I believe.
Yeah, but it's a flip. It's no surprise. They were always going to lose West Virginia. Jim Justice, the former governor there, he's the one you might have seen at the RNC with his dog on the stage. He was a former Democrat as well. He switched party affiliations. No surprise at all, even though, yes, it is a gain. The Republicans have gained that West Virginia Senate seat. And Bernie Sanders, it's also been projected, as you were saying, as an independent Democrat, really. He has been re-elected in Vermont. So Donald Trump has won West Virginia. We're predicting ahead of others that Donald Trump will win. West Virginia, wait, does West Virginia have 4 or 5 electoral college votes? We've not need to check that.
I believe 4 electoral votes.
BNO News is wrong.
Yes.
4. Okay, lock in 4. No worries at all. So yeah, ignore these giant margins. It's really nothing to think about. Sorry, go ahead, Stuart.
If Joe Manchin is being replaced by a Republican, that means that Republicans now have majority. Oh, they have 50 votes. In the 50 of 100. So if they win the presidency and the vice presidency, then they've got a majority. Other than that, Montana is probably going to flip. That's a double-digit lead there.
Although I wouldn't rule out completely a Texas flip from GOP to Dem. I'm not saying it will happen, but like I can envision it, right? Like it's not improbable, I would say. We talked about it before, but that'll be one to watch. All right.
Yeah, definitely. there was a slight delay there. Yeah,
no,
look, again, Ted Cruz, I don't think he's at risk, but it's definitely likely. But I'd say it's more likely that he would actually more likely that the Republicans retain the Montana seat than actually Ted Cruz. But there's a better margin for him in Montana, definitely.
Some of the latest figures we just got out of Georgia, Trump is out somewhat comfortably there, 56.6 to 42.9. That's in Georgia. That's still very early results, but those are the latest that we can have.
I've just been looking. Sorry if I keep taking over from you, Leah. I've just been looking at some of the swings in Georgia. In rural areas, we're seeing small swings towards Trump or about stagnant. And in places in suburban Atlanta, like Rockdale County or Douglas County, there's like 12% margin increases for Democrats. It's really in suburban areas that the Democrats are hoping to gain in, and they really need to gain in there to win Georgia, because I think rural counties are generally trending to the right across the country. So the Democrats really need to make big gains in suburbia and hold their big margins in urban areas, in the center of the city, like in Atlanta.
Can I just double check as in terms we've got our numbers? I really should have this up, but I don't. We're giving Trump Florida, Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia. I think those are the only ones we've called.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what we've given. Would you mind if I just go over some of the Senate
Please do.
seats we're going to be looking at? Yeah. So there's really a lot of swing Senate seats this year. What really matters is that the Democrats make 50. Currently, 28 seats are on the Democrats, not up for election. And for the Republicans, it's 38. So obviously, the Democrats are going to have a tough time winning the Senate. What really matters is Senate races in swing states like Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But the Democrats are also looking at holding their Senate seat in Montana. And in Nebraska, there's actually an independent Dan Osborne who might just be able to snatch a Senate seat off of the Republicans, which would be really important for the
That's
Democrats.
right. That's the other
Of
one I
course, in
wanted to watch as
Texas.
well. We do need to keep an eye on Nebraska Senate. That could be a dark horse of this race. Sorry to cut you off. It just reminded me because I've been watching that for a while.
No worries. Also in Ohio, it's a very close race between the Democrats and the Republicans. Democrats currently hold the seat, I believe. And in Texas, Colin Allred is trying to gain the seat from Ted Cruz. It'll be quite close. Obviously, Ted Cruz is likely to win it, but I wouldn't rule out Democrats winning here. Currently, I've just pulled 2 seats for the Republicans and 1 Democratic seat, being Vermont in the Senate. So that would put the Democrats at 29 to the Republicans 40.
Gotcha. So no real surprises out of the states yet, and a few couple results that we'll be looking for really carefully there. Could be interesting. I think Sherrod Brown, he's the incumbent in Ohio as a Democrat, and I mean he definitely could win, but we'll have to wait and see, right? So yeah. Again, no real shock here. These are all reliable red and blue states that have been called for Trump and Harris, respectively. And what we are going to look now is polls are closing or have closed in North Carolina, which is a real key swing state. In a moment, we're going to bring in Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent. In a moment, I'll give our producer a second to adjust. But look, some really key results there. And again, we want to know your thoughts. Let us know who you think's going to win this, who you think's going to win in certain states, who you think will win overall, maybe what you think the final electoral college tally will be. Give us your thoughts. Let us know in the live chat. And of course, you can support our work at patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. A lot of results that are continuing to trickle in. And we're going to start to see more coming out of Georgia, which has been early. And it's also worth mentioning CNN is reporting that 15 polling places in the state of Georgia, they've had to extend their hours due to Russian-originated bomb threats, according to Georgia's Secretary of State there. So that could delay things in Georgia. We know that counting there took some time in 2020, could very well take some time, depending on, of course, the actual final results. We'll wait and see whether Trump or Harris actually need Georgia. All right, if we can, I think we're able to bring in Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent. Wyatt, good evening to you. What do you make of the results we're seeing at the moment from, really, Georgia's the only one that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be an indication with just how close it is of how it's going, the rest of the night is going to continue to progress. I was saying to a couple of people earlier, some strategists in which they seem to agree with me, just in the sense of whoever wins Georgia certainly has a greater chance at actually winning the presidency. Kamala Harris, for example, she can win a state like Arizona, where Trump loses a state like Nevada, for example. But, regardless, she's still, in order to have a chance at winning the presidency, Georgia would certainly help her with that. That's assuming she is not able to be successful in a state like Pennsylvania. And then there's also some other key things to mention as well. In a state like Michigan, obviously that is, an interesting state, primarily because one of the largest Muslim organizations in the state, just a few days before today, came out and endorsed former President Trump. A lot of people pointing it out as ironic, of course, given that just 8 years ago, the former president was calling for a Muslim ban across the board in the entire United States. But polling in Michigan certainly suggesting that helped the former president, kind of complemented by the fact that he is, I guess, being met by the Democrats with a lot of fracturing within their party over the issue as well.
Yeah, you mentioned Michigan there, and we spoke about it the other day as well, the impact that a candidate like Jill Stein, we had it mentioned in the live chat, Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, could have. Look, Jill Stein is not going to win the presidency. We can all say that pretty confidently. Neither will Chase Oliver, Cornel West, RFK for that matter. RFK is still on ballots. But as you say, it is a significant enough population that it could sway things there. And look, we see interviews, we see analysis. There are still definitely some Muslim and Arab American voters who've said, yes, I'll vote for Harris. There's others who have gone straight for Trump, as we mentioned, right? Some could go for Stein. But it's wide. It has the issue, not just in Michigan, mind you, but maybe in some other areas, just the issue of Gaza has continued to affect the Harris campaign. And it was affecting the Biden campaign until he dropped out.
Yeah, it's certainly just, affecting their inner ranks as well in terms of people who are on the campaign. And it's interesting because you see this with Republicans too, but it just doesn't seem to affect them as much in terms of being divided within their conference. Republicans are notorious for being divided, especially in a body like the House of Representatives, for example, not on the war in Israel, but on other issues like the war in Ukraine, for example. There's a lot of divisions over, how much spending should go to a country like Ukraine. But again, it doesn't seem to affect Republicans as much as Democrats. You have, for example, President Biden, Senator John Fetterman, right? These are people who are really pro-Israel. And then you have people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. These are all three of the people I just mentioned, very prominent people within the Democrat Party, but they have very different defined opinions on the issue of the war. And it seems to be, again, in a state like Michigan, maybe impacting perhaps kind of that vote splitting, some people voting for Jill Stein. And even if she only wins a small portion of the vote, if we think back to 2016, where Hillary Clinton was not successful, obviously, a lot of people attribute that to the fact that it was a lot of people who supported Bernie Sanders who ended up getting alienated by how they were not necessarily welcomed into the Clinton campaign, and then they voted for Jill Stein. So, well, it's a different reason perhaps that people are looking to Jill Stein this time around. Kind of overshadowing fact that she could still potentially take away some Democrat votes still remains. And I guess, whether or not Kamala Harris can win states like Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and what have you, some of it could come down to just like how many of those third party potential voters were they able to convince not to vote third party and to vote for her.
Couple of key results I want to just bring in at the moment. The Ohio Senate race, Bernie Moreno, the Republican, at 50.9%, Sherrod Brown, the incumbent Democrat, 46.6%, 3% of the vote in. But White, on the presidential race, you talked about vote splitting, not so much with the Stein level of things, but if we're talking about a ticket splitting in North Carolina. Now, Mark Robinson, he's a Republican nominee for governor there. He is tanking in the polls. He's going to lose, right? We haven't had any votes in, but he's going to lose the governor's race. I think it's pretty obvious. That is a state that could be key for Trump here. 2% of the vote in, Harris 68, Trump 30.8. Granted, 2% of the vote in, don't go nuts. But North Carolina could be really key. And while there would be, I imagine, a significant number of voters who might go Trump and then not vote for Robinson, there might be enough in the Robinson controversies that could drive Democratic turnout, and that could potentially help Harris here.
Yeah, I might have a bit of a different opinion than you on this, solely just because at any of the Trump rallies I've been to that Mark Robinson was also there, and granted, I mean, these are like his really enthusiastic supporters, but they're just always have a certain level of energy for Mark Robinson whenever he walks out on the stage that the other speakers do not receive. And I think in large part, I mean, he shares a lot of characteristics that former President Trump shares as well. And so, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that he's going to win, but I perhaps wouldn't necessarily overstate the amount of people who are going to vote for Donald Trump, but then not vote for Mark Robinson, just because I don't know if there are necessarily a ton of those people. I mean, I could stand corrected, of course, but I think overall, Mark Robinson, just the nature of him being like a really controversial candidate in a state like North Carolina, certainly in a general election context, which is what we're in, he could lose just some voters in terms of a low voter turnout and people weren't really willing to get out and vote for them. That is really what it comes down to in this case, is just who had stronger get out the vote efforts. In a state like North Carolina, historically at least, we've seen that Democrats in fact have worse get out the vote efforts, but this time could be different. Of course, North Carolina's had a really popular governor in Roy Cooper, who was considered for the vice presidential slot as well. And so it really is kind of a big decision here as to who should be the next governor of North Carolina. Mark Robinson recognizes that, but that hasn't really been able to prevent him, the fact, you know, that the office he's seeking is such a high level, to take the campaign a little bit more seriously, so to speak.
Yeah, look, we'll keep an eye out on both those results there. I know, just quickly, when we spoke the other day, you had said things were slightly favoured in Harris's favour, accounting for the fact we do have some results in, but just in the past maybe 24, 48 hours, you felt the same way, that it slightly maybe Harris is an advantage, or just complete toss-up?
Like, I mean, well, if anyone I've been talking to, like people who have covered these elections for, in some cases decades, are just saying that there hasn't ever really been an election of this nature, other than 2000, of course, where it just seemed like going into it, nobody had any idea, and it was truly so close. And like, yeah, I mean, I still think Kamala Harris has at least a bit of an edge, maybe. But then again, I mean, I have 3 different news channels running, and News Nation just unveiling the, I guess, final Decision Desk HQ kind of forecast for the probability, and it had Donald Trump at, I think, 65% probability of winning this election. And so, you know, it could go either way at this point, and different polls are showing different things. So, you know, it's anyone's game, I guess.
Yeah, Wyatt, thank you very much. We'll keep coming back to you. Stuart, I'm interested. And by the way, I just saw something interesting. It is, and you touched on it before, it is because of the fact that polls are still open in parts of Florida. They don't actually call it yet. We have. I don't think we can be liable for voter suppression or anything like that. But you know, that's why we've called it. You know, any real other results? What do you think of North Carolina there, that had I'll just repeat it off the top of my head, about 40 to 60 Harris's favour with 2% in?
Yeah, 68% is the current figures we've got for North Carolina, which is a very bad result for the Republican Party to see such a swing there, although we do have a lot of urban seats reporting. Typically, looking at Georgia, for example, which is the other swing state in the area, Georgia tends to have a lot of rural seats report first, whereas North Carolina tends to have a lot of urban seats reporting first, which is why our data shows Georgia, for Trump winning Georgia, 62% of the vote counted with 12% in, because we have a lot of the rural counties returning figures. We don't have that in North Carolina. North Carolina, they've got a lot of urban counties reporting figures. So North Carolina tends to look more blue than it actually is at the start of the race, and Georgia tends to look more red at the start of the race. So the fact that we've got 68% for Kamala Harris in North Carolina, 62% for Trump in Georgia isn't exactly very accurate. Those ratios are going to actually be a lot narrower than the polling figures suggest.
Again, for what it's worth, just on some of the Georgia numbers. Oh, I've lost it. It's somewhere in my notifications. Yeah, Georgia numbers. Decision Desk HQ says Trump has a 76% chance of winning the state of Georgia, with 12% of the vote reported. Again, Donald Trump, 76% chance of winning Georgia with 12% of the vote in, according to Decision Desk HQ. That is not good for the Democrats at all. That would be a flip from 2020. And look, in general, I mean, I think there was some talk, Stuart, about whether it could be young African-American men who might be driving turnout or might just be leaning towards Trump this time. You mentioned some of the cases involving Trump there. I don't know how many of that plays into account, but certainly Georgia's always been interesting because it has been, it's in the South, right? You'd think naturally it'd be a red state, but evidently no. It's going. Well, it looks like it could be going back for the Republicans, mind you, but the Democrats, they're not out of it yet.
Definitely no. It will still be a close race. But I think if you're a Democrat right now, you're slightly worried, not overly worried. But the rural vote right now is stronger than it was last time round. So I think with a slight worry for Democrats that these rural seats have had a swing towards Trump. It's still a lot of urban counties to call, but this early swing to Trump in the rural seats isn't a good sign of things to come for the Democrats.
All right, well, coming back there, Maggie, your thoughts on how Trump's going in Georgia?
Once again, I think, let me just pull up the presidential county map in Georgia, but I think that the results have mainly come in from rural counties. Let me just check. Yep, it looks like so. And there's just about nothing in Atlanta. There's 2 counties in suburban Atlanta that have come in. And they have seen about a 10% margin increase for the Democrats, which is quite important. But in rural areas, there's a few percentage points towards Trump as well. So I think it's still anyone's game in Georgia. Just kind of a bit biased with what's coming in since some of the hugest counties are obviously cities, and almost all of Atlanta hasn't reported anything at all yet. So I think it's quite clear why Trump has such a commanding lead at this point, even with 12% counted.
Just trying to find some results from the governor's race in North Carolina. Oh, Fox News has called it. Mark Robinson's lost badly. So Democrats have won.
Oh, really?
Or retained, I should say, the North Carolina governorship. And that I love that term, the gubernatorial election. The Democrats have held that.
I do agree because currently North Carolina's presidential race is 68% Democrat, 31% Republican. With these same people, these same votes, the governor race is 74% to, I think, Roy Cooper. I'm not sure.
He's retiring. He's retiring. It's Stein. It's Josh Stein. Josh Stein is the Democratic candidate.
Josh Stein. 74% to him. So that's about a 12-point increased margin from the gubernatorial race compared to, the gubernatorial race compared to the presidential race. So if, North Carolina is barely blue or barely red, even then the gubernatorial race will be quite solidly blue. So yeah, I do agree. I think Democrats have definitely won there. Even with, how much do we have? 3% counted in North Carolina. It's pretty clear.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see there. See how that could potentially continue to impact that race. Again, though, it's about those crossover votes that could impact the presidential race. But still too far too early there. Again, just looking at some of these results. In the Senate in Florida, Republican Rick Scott is projected to keep his seat there. That is, again, no real surprise. Just kind of scrolling through numbers at this point. Decision Desk HQ, I'm just going to say DDHQ. DDHQ says that as of right now, Republicans have a 66% chance of controlling the House of Representatives after this election. I'm not sure we've had any flips yet. Just some results that are in.
We haven't had any flips
early.
Yet.
No, we haven't. Thank you, Stuart. Just early. I'll just repeat those North Carolina presidential results, though, just 2% in. It was Harris 69, Trump 30. that will tighten, I'm sure, but you know, it does show Democrats out nicely, very, very, very early, but good for them. At the moment, you might also notice Maggie has projected Florida. Meg, can you just explain that for those at home why you've done that? Because I will just note that why is my brother calling me?
I don't know why the camera quality is so low.
No, it's all good. I'm gonna have to answer my brother on the phone. Talk about Florida governor. Anything. Just talk about anything.
Florida, yes. So I've called it for the Republicans because we've got 80% counted in Florida, which I can't get over how huge that is. I think it's been less than an hour since polls closed and 80% counted, Jesus. But in just about every county, we're seeing swings towards the Republicans, and especially in urban areas like Miami-Dade, which has gone from 55% Democrat to 55% Trump. It's really impressive. I think, let me just check how much is counted in Miami-Dade. You'll have to give me a second. I've got a lot of tabs open, but it looks like 80% counted in Miami. So clearly, we're seeing a solid swing to the Republicans, even if Florida was only won by about 3.5% last election. I think it's very clear that Republicans have won it, and I think other people have started to call Florida. Accounts like Polling USA, but of course, I don't think any exactly major news networks. But yeah, in Georgia, we're seeing swings towards the Democrats in suburban areas, while we're seeing swings towards the Republicans in rural areas. So really, Georgia does look very tight. We've got about 20% counted, and the lead by Trump is starting to narrow. It was 26 points about like 10 minutes ago, and now it's at 20. So it will continue to narrow, I believe. But yeah, I should point out that election day votes generally seem to favor the Republicans, while early votes seem to favor Democrats. So keep that in mind. I'm not exactly sure if these are, I believe these are election day votes that are coming in. So they might favor Trump a bit, but I think it's still pretty clear what sort of swing we're getting. Yeah, in Florida, at the very least, we're seeing swings towards the Republicans. I don't think Democrats can win at all.
And we'll just see that. By the way, someone just also mentioned there's some counties where Trump might be overperforming his 2020 performance, or Harris is underperforming Biden's 2020 performance. So just interesting things to watch. Again, extremely early, but we'll just continue to watch some of those. Decision Desk HQ says at the moment Trump has a 63% chance of winning the presidential election. That is 63% in. That's only with a handful of states in, though, at the moment. The results out of New Hampshire as well that we have for you at this hour. Harris, 54.4%. Trump, 44.5%. That is in New Hampshire. Not really expected to be a massive swing state. So we'll look at that. Georgia, Trump has 62, Harris 37. I'm just watching the clock at the moment. We've got a lot more coming up for you throughout the next hour and throughout, of course, the rest of the day. We've got some guests lined up. We'll have more coverage for you, all the latest results, all the latest details. Give us your thoughts. Let us know who you think are going to win. Give us, we'll read out your comments on air. You're watching 6 News Live as America Decides. Stay with us.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News.
If he doesn't like tough questions, or if any guest we have doesn't like the tough questions we pose, then I think that's on them. That's their problem. You don't think Australians are interested in whether their leader tells the truth or not? Because, I mean, surely...
You're not going to get many people outside of Gen Z voting for you.
I don't really want anyone outside Gen Z voting for me, to be quite frank.
Right, well, I don't know how you're going to win. Would you be willing to come back on 6 News? Why not just log off? Like, it's not compulsory to post.
On 6 News, we bring you the latest headlines and breaking stories live. Our team of journalists are on the ground across the country and around the world, keeping you informed with up-to-the-minute reporting every single day.
Top of the hour,
every hour.
Thanks for joining us.
So in 2024, turn to 6 News, on the hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 366 days of the year.
Live on 6 News, this is America Decides, Election 2024.
Good afternoon, it's midday Australian Eastern Daylight Time. You are watching live as 6 News continues our coverage of the 2024 United States presidential election. We're getting a lot of results coming in and polls are just closing in a number of key states, which will bring you throughout the next hour and beyond. We're getting new results out of Georgia and North Carolina as well, which will continue to bring you and a couple states. You can see at the bottom of your screen, 53 for Trump, 3 for Harris. Absolutely no shock. They are all safe states. And no surprise, even if the margin looks a bit big at the moment, but we'll continue covering that. We're also going to have a guest coming up in just a few minutes, but a lot else going on in the world at the moment. And for that, we will head to the newsroom for all the latest headlines. Here's Darby Travers.
Thank you very much. We will get back to our special live coverage of the US presidential election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news this hour, and Stephen Miles has been returned as Queensland Labor leader unopposed as the party looks forward to 2028. Miles led Labor to a loss late last month with Liberal National leader David Crisafulli, now officially the new premier. No challenges within Labor emerged to Miles, and he has remained in the party's top job, with Cameron Dick also being re-elected unopposed as deputy leader. Miles will now lead the party, which has around 34 seats as counting continues to the next state election in 2028. The LNP, meanwhile, has a majority with 51 seats. He took over as leader and premier from Anastasia Palaszczuk after she resigned in December 2023. The Reserve Bank has kept interest rates on hold at 4.35% for the 8th time in a row. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Michelle Bullock announced the move, telling reporters she thinks the current settings are correct. The RBA says that while inflation has fallen substantially since 2022, underlying inflation remained too high. The latest forecast suggests that it will be some time before inflation is sustainably in the target range, adding that the board is not ruling anything in or out. It is the 8th straight meeting in a row where rates have been left on hold. The final meeting for the year is in December, but the ABC reports that economists do not expect a rate cut before 2025. The ABC has apologised after an independent review found the national broadcaster added extra gunshot sounds to footage of an Australian commandos firing from a helicopter. The review found that in an online video, a total of 5 additional gunshot sounds were inaccurately introduced into footage, and additional shots were also inaccurately included in the story broadcast on air. Interim findings have cleared the ABC of having deliberately doctored, manipulated or distorted information in order to mislead audiences. In a statement, the ABC said it sincerely apologizes for the editing errors and the videos have been removed. The review also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was potentially misleading, and that his final comment that alleged war crimes should be investigated was not proper context. The ABC added they regret if any audience members were misled and said editors' notes have been attached to the stories. Further findings will be included in a final report which will be released at a later date. To sport news now, when Knight's Choice has pulled off a famous victory in the 164th running of the Melbourne Cup. Irish jockey Robbie Dolan claimed the $4.4 million prize in a photo finish, with Warp Speed taking out second position. In the betting odds, Knight's Choice was an $81 long shot, with the win being seen as a major upset. It was the first appearance from Dolan in the race that stops the nation. He moved to Australia 8 years ago and is currently based in Queensland. A record 4 female jockeys had rides in this year's Melbourne Cup, along with a total of 6 female trainers. Alright, let's now check in with your local weather forecast around the nation for your Thursday. Starting in Brisbane, partly cloudy and 32. Rain on the way for Sydney and Canberra, getting to highs of 27 and 21 respectively. Melbourne is heading for a top of 21, 19 degrees in Hobart. Adelaide, rain and 19. Perth is heading for a top of 20. And over in Darwin, a sunny top of 33. And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website or by following us on social media at SIXNewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. For now though, let's head back to 6 News' continuing live coverage of the US presidential election.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News.
Back live with us here on 6 News. We're just going to get to our North American correspondent, Wyatt Sharp, in a moment with a guest, but just projecting a number of key results that have come in. Massachusetts, it's looking like Harris wins there. Trump wins Tennessee. Trump wins Oklahoma. Trump wins Missouri. Trump wins Alabama. Harris set to win Maryland. I think we just saw a call there. Trump has won South Carolina. And about an hour after Maggie Perry called it here, US Network's also projecting Trump takes Florida. No massive surprises out of any of those results there. We'll get back to Wyatt Sharp, who's our North American correspondent, who's been following all of this. I'll let you introduce your guest. But Wyatt, again, no real surprises there.
You know, the thing that everyone has been saying this election is that they're trying to overcorrect for 2016, because 2016 caught a lot of people off guard when the former president won. I remember, myself included, I remember I went to sleep late that evening. I was out knocking doors for my boss, and I woke up and Hillary was in the lead. And then the next morning, it was President-elect Trump. So the pollsters are out there really wanting to make sure that they're not making the same mistakes as last time. However, and trying to overcompensate, what we're seeing is that they might have underestimated Harris in the polls. And so I think that, like Pennsylvania, we just got those early voting results. She was way ahead of Trump the last time I saw. 232,000 votes to 62,000 votes. That's where Harris is right now. And that's our first indication of how things are going to go in Pennsylvania. So I don't know. I think this might not end up being as tight of a race as people were projecting, but we'll see. It's obviously way too early to count.
And let me ask you, because a lot of people kind of have like their opinions made up on Donald Trump, and that happened a long time ago because he's been in the race for this particular race for 2 years. He served as president for 4 years. This is the third time running. But for Kamala Harris, I mean, she was vice president, but she wasn't hugely popular. She has only been in this particular race for about 100 days just because of the switch up and what happened there. Is it fair to say that if she is not successful in this election, in large part it can be blamed on the fact that she didn't have really enough time to introduce herself to voters, or would you say it's more of a policy thing?
I would say definitely a combination of both, which I know is such a cop-out answer. But look, I think 107 days is the exact number. You're right, Wyatt, just over 100 days there. That's not a lot of time to introduce yourself to people, especially when a lot of folks have been dissatisfied with the Biden-Harris administration. Were they happier perhaps to have a woman of color take the helm of the Democrat Party? Perhaps, but I don't know if that's enough to get those final votes out in her favor. What I will say, though, she's done an excellent job with coalition building, where the former president has sort of scoffed at the Nikki Haley voters, for example. I know you and I have talked about this before. She really extended an olive branch and said, you know what, I'm a president for all, and I want to support you as well. And I think she's been able to garner about 9% of the Nikki Haley voters, according to a poll out in October. So if she isn't able to pull this through, I would say it definitely is a combination of not being in the race long enough, people not knowing her. Of course, now we all do, right? You can't help but see her when you're turning your television on. But also the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, inflation, even though things are on the up and looking better, that's not what Americans are feeling in their pocketbooks these days.
And I mean, to what extent is this election a policy election versus a character election? Because we're seeing obviously a lot of back and forth between Trump and Harris, but it seems as if, a very small amount of that back and forth is actually on some of the issues.
I would agree with that. And also, it's funny because it sounds like one person gives a policy idea and the other one says, actually, that's my idea as well. And we only had one debate this time. Obviously, Trump did have the one with Biden and the one with Harris. But between the two final candidates, we only got one. I think that was a disservice to the American people. Obviously, at the end of the day, this is very much going to be a personality match for a lot of folks. Those folks like myself who are conservatives and Republicans and are tired of the chaos, the rhetoric, the non-political correctness that comes with him. He's the person, he was the leader of the free world. The person in this role would be the leader of the free world, and I think they need to do so, move forward in a diplomatic way. I don't think that's necessarily a quality that he is the best at. However, like you said, people know what to expect out of him, and so those who continue to support him, they definitely lean on those policy issues. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? That old adage is still very true today. However, in this capacity, 4 years ago, we were in the middle of a pandemic. So, there's people on both sides obviously making arguments, but I think it's definitely a personality at this point. A lot of people have hit that threshold and are tired.
And your kind of status as a Republican, so to speak, is like, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but almost like politically homeless. Would you agree with that?
I think there's still plenty of room for me in the Republican Party, I hope. We've always said that we are a big umbrella, big tent party. There are plenty of folks within Trump world who have tried to tell me perhaps that I don't belong, that there is no place for someone like me, but I don't really care and mind what they have to say. At the end of the day, they are not the party. They just represent a small percentage of it that is a squeaky wheel that gets the oil.
And so I guess the point of my question there was to kind of say, like, if Donald Trump doesn't win this election, where does the Republican Party go in terms of the MAGA element of it?
That is the question. And look, I don't think that if the current vice president wins today, that tomorrow MAGA just ceases to exist and that Trump support just ceases to exist. To be honest, the thing that I think is going to happen is that it'll happen slowly over time. And then one day we'll just realize, hey, you know what? We haven't really been talking about Trump and MAGA on the news that much. We won in the House for Congress last cycle, barely by the skin of our teeth. The only reason we even were able to pull that off is because Kevin McCarthy was the most prolific fundraiser Congress has ever seen. That win you can absolutely dedicate to him and point to him for that responsibility. But other than that, we keep losing races. And at a certain point, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. I think that we would have hopefully a come to Jesus moment. I think a lot of folks within the party have had that moment already. However, they're not necessarily in a position to want to vocalize it. If Trump is not able to pull this off, I think that you'll see people singing a very different tune shortly here.
And just one more question here before you leave. What are you expecting over the course of this evening? Are you expecting some results tonight? Well, obviously results are going to come in tonight, but are you expecting any kind of results beyond what we are perhaps expecting tonight? Are we going to have any hint towards who potentially could be the candidate who will emerge victorious after tonight?
I think tonight Trump is going to declare victory, whether he is the winner or not. So I think that's one thing that's going to happen. I think that we'll have a strong indication as well of who will be the winner, but I don't know if we'll get those final results in tonight. Now, here's the thing, is that everyone in the US has been saying not only is this going to be a close race, which is generally the case when it comes to an election, but that this is some of the closest margins that we've ever seen, especially in recent history. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually ends up not being the case. To the overcorrecting that we were talking about earlier, but time will tell. I mean, we'll know, I guess, have a better idea over the next few hours. Probably when I join you guys again in a few hours, we'll have a better idea. But, I think it's anyone's game at this point.
All right, we will leave it there. That is Republican political strategist Brittany Martinez. Brittany, thanks so much. And as you said, we'll check in with you over the course of tonight as well. Leo, back to you.
Well, thank you, Brittany. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And we're continuing to look at some of these results that are coming in. One Senate race, Tim Kaine, who was Hillary Clinton's running mate in 2016, he is re-elected to the Senate in Virginia. No surprise there, I don't think. And some interesting results that are coming out of Texas with 11% in, Harris 49.6, Trump 49.1 in Texas. Pennsylvania with 3% in, Harris 71, Trump 28. That is a key state there. Pennsylvania, however, that is only 3% in. We'll continue to look at some of these numbers. So we might want to update them at the bottom of your screen. The latest we have actually, no, I think we've got Maggie. Sorry, yeah, go on.
I think I'm just currently confident. I'm sure the Democrats will probably win Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Maryland, but I don't think it's appropriate to call them when we don't really have any votes counted there. So I've just currently got 17 electoral votes for Kamala and 73 for the Republicans, all in fairly safe states. Even though Florida was actually quite close, I think everyone has expected it to not end up being a swing state, and that is what has happened. We're seeing a bit of difference in the presidential vote. In Texas, 24% in for the presidential race, and Trump is at 52% to Kamala's 47%. While in the US Senate race, 18% counted, and Colin Allred, Democrats, is at 50%, Ted Cruz is at just 48%. This could end up being quite close. If there was one other state that has really stood out to me as results have started coming in, and that's Ohio. It's got 36% counted, and Kamala Harris is leading with 51 to 48. It's hard to get a grasp of the swings in some of these counties, but there seems to be some swings in either direction. If Ohio went blue, I think it would be a huge shock to everyone, but I don't think it will. But it's really interesting, 36% counted, that the Democrats are still holding up, and I don't know if early votes have started to come in. As from the Senate in Ohio,
yeah, early is the word of the day there. It is very, very early, but as you say though, Maggie, that Texas race is going to be interesting both for president and Senate.
Yes, in the Senate especially, because I don't think, most people don't think Texas will go blue, of course, but in the Senate it could, even if just a small possibility. And other Senate seat I was just going to get to was Ohio, where Sherrod Brown for the Democrats is leading by 7%. She's the incumbent in Ohio. That's pretty strong. I don't think that will fall. I'd say the Democrats are have a fairly good chance of winning that Senate seat in Ohio, but obviously way too early to call it yet. Currently,
Yeah, all right.
I
I was
have
just yeah, Maggie.
just,
So I'll just.
sorry, there you go.
No, all good. I'll get back to you in a moment. We just do have. Well, I'll get back to White now, and he can lead us back in.
Awesome, yeah, Leo. I'm just here now with Jackson Gosnell. He is an independent journalist who is in South Carolina right now at Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who is holding a watch party for some of her constituents in Charleston, South Carolina. Jackson, I know Nancy Mace is interesting politically speaking because she did not have the best history with former President Trump, but has since come around and endorsed her. Is that perhaps a symbol of how, you know, some others within the Republican Party are feeling?
Yeah, I would say so. And I would also say good evening to all of you and great job on your coverage so far. I'm here at the party and there's a lot going on. Obviously, Nancy Mace is endorsed by former President Trump, who's also running tonight. And South Carolina's just been called for him a few moments ago. But I'm at the watch party for the congressional candidate. She has a history with Donald Trump. They loved each other, then they hated each other, and then they love each other again now. And so we're seeing that play out. Some of the vote totals are coming in, and there's going to be a call to be made here shortly. We're expecting Congresswoman Mace to speak in just a little bit. I'm going to show you the crowd, and I'm doing this sort of mobile. I'm moving here because there's a lot going on. The teleprompters are in place along with the podium there, and we're looking for that to happen in the next few minutes. But lots and lots of media and publicity here to cover this event. So that's sort of what's happening from here.
And Jackson, let me ask you, because you're from South Carolina, but North Carolina, despite South Carolina already being called, North Carolina is going to be very close. Kamala Harris is leading there right now. Mark Robinson has just been declared that he will lose the governor's race there, which is really no surprise. But what are you expecting from North Carolina?
North Carolina will be close. I can't say it was a total shock that Mark Robinson lost, a very controversial figure. We'll see if that sort of happens with the presidential race. Obviously, that it tends to go hand in hand. But North Carolina is interesting because Trump has sort of distanced himself from Robinson along with other people in recent months, given all the controversy.
All right, Jackson, I'll let you go. I'll mention to you, Leo, Jackson and I were at a Trump rally in North Carolina over the course of the summer, and Mark Robinson was there, and he was very well received by some of the crowd, but that obviously is not an indication of how a lot of the people there back to you, Leo.
Thank you, White. Thank you, Jackson. There, former Six News reporter Jackson Gosnell, there, independent journalist now, does some great stuff there. Just want to get to some. So I'll get back to Maggie in a moment. I didn't mean to cut her off, but do some very, very quick calls. Virginia at the moment, it's Harris 52, Trump 46, and then there are some pretty obvious calls being made in that Harris has won Illinois and Trump has won Mississippi. Maggie, I'll let you pick up.
Just looking at Texas especially, it's actually quite worrying for the Democrats. Currently, Trump leads by 8 points against Kamala Harris. He won it by 6 last election. I think, personally, I generally expected maybe a bit of a swing towards the Democrats in Texas, not enough to pick it up. But the fact that they've seen swings away from them in all the counties I've looked at is really worrying for them. For example, Corpus Christi, I think, has swung to Republicans. That's a big city. And Dallas has also gotten a lot of votes in. Tarrant County, just west of Dallas, has 750,000 votes in so far, and it's swung about 3% towards the Republicans.
Another call that's been made is that again, no shock, Harris has won Rhode Island, and also in the Rhode Island Senate race, someone with a pretty appropriate name, Sheldon Whitehouse, has won re-election as a Democrat in the Senate in Rhode Island. So some interesting races there. Chip Roy is another somewhat well-known Republican, and Decision Desk HQ is reporting he's re-elected there in Texas's 21st congressional district. Gee, they have weird names. And to our producer, the file vision is a bit laggy. Maybe we'll stay off that. Maybe it's lagging things down. We can stick on us. So some interesting races there. Stuart, I'll let you jump in. What do you make of what we've seen from the past half an hour of developments?
Yeah, look, I don't think much has changed. I'm looking at the map we've got right now, the state of play, and like, look, yes, we've got a bunch of the Great Lakes or the Rust Belt states reporting that that Kamala Harris is ahead, but I wouldn't trust those too much. So don't make don't jump to any conclusions there. In these seats, we've primarily got urban counties reporting first. A lot of the rural counties have not reported. So I wouldn't say get anything, don't get caught up in those figures yet. If, for example, in Michigan, we've only got a couple of the Detroit counties reporting, and I definitely wouldn't want to make any conclusions based on that. And that seems to be a general trend we're having throughout those seats that have just started reporting in the last hour or a half hour or so, is that we're seeing these early Democrat reports, early Democrat leads, but that does not translate into a Democrat win, because we still only have early figures from all of these states reporting, and all of them are from urban counties.
Right. So no real dramatic surprises here. But look, still really interesting to follow. And Georgia, I mean, we're not calling Georgia yet for obvious reasons. But I mean, if you're a Democrat in Georgia, you'd have to be pretty worried at this point.
I mean, you've still got Atlanta waiting to report, and Atlanta's pretty big. Oh no, Atlanta's reported, but beside it hasn't. A lot of the Atlanta counters are reporting. Once they get a second, in a couple of minutes, just going to go look at those figures, do comparisons to the results they had last time around. A couple of Atlanta counties haven't reported yet. Columbus has not reported, but Savannah and Augusta have. I want to just go run some comparisons of those figures, because they're not looking very good for the Democrats and looking great for me. But beyond that, Georgia is not looking great. And a lot of the other figures are pretty early. I'm pretty happy to say that. Oh, even North Carolina, that's closed. That's tightened up. We've only got 2 cities left to report there, and it's Winston-Salem and Fayetteville. And Winston-Salem, I think, was the Republican last time round. A lot of these urban counties still aren't reporting. So there we go. And Decision Desk HQ, Trump's lead was dropping in the last half hour or so, as those figures came in from Ohio, came in from Michigan, came in from Pennsylvania. But that has now stopped falling, and actually sort of has had a slight increase. So it fell down to 62.2%. It's now up to 64%. So this is definitely not as close as it was looking to start with. Yeah, looking at all the maps, AP, Decision Desk HQ, CNN, all of those have Democrats ahead, but it's urban counties only.
Right. All right. Well, we'll keep coming back to them. Also worth mentioning, I think you might know more about this, Stuart, but I think that there's been discussion about like a red mirage here, that some of these votes that are first to be counted will go to the Republicans, and then Democrats will start to pick up a lead. And some would say Trump's going to use that to claim fraud, but we know, some Democrat votes are going to be counted later because maybe more Democrats have voted early in certain areas. I think, would you say we should be conscious of that as we go through all these figures?
Again, yes and no. They're saying that, sure, but we don't actually. I'm not a big fan of this red mirage right now. Going to Ohio, for example, 52% 0.6, 46% 0.8. I've got a third of the votes counted, but you've got all the cities are reporting Democrat votes, and we're still waiting on a bunch of these rural counties to come in. We've got Toledo, Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, and Akron. They're the big cities. They're all reporting. And although they haven't been fully counted, the lead there suggests that there's only about 100,000 votes in it. And that's with a lot of these rural counties not reporting, and they'll definitely. This is where you get into the mining industry. This is where you get into concern that I mentioned at the start. Although I'm not sure if it was cut off because the audio issues. That Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, no, not so much Michigan, but Ohio, Pennsylvania, you've got the Rust Belt there, and the concern about environmental policies being pushed by Democrats for renewable energy would hurt the coal mining industry, would hurt a lot of the industries in the Rust Belt, and that could be what we're seeing here. Again, I want to go over and take a second to discuss them over the maths myself and get back to you with that. But looking at the figures, yes, we've got a red mirage in some states. Potentially, you've got a red mirage in Georgia, for example. We still got a couple of urban seats there. Although, again, I'm not confident with that. We still only have early figures in. Even with
fair enough. Fair enough. We'll keep coming back to that and seeing how it continues to play out. I'm not making any dramatic calls yet. You can see Harris has obviously picked up in the electoral college count. That is because we are projecting she's won Illinois, she's won Massachusetts. I think that's about it. Vermont, we already heard that.
I think we can confidently call Illinois, so that would bring up Democrats to 36. So that means Vermont, New Jersey, and Illinois.
New Jersey's one. And Rhode Island, I think we can call that as well.
Rhode Island, it's got 14% counted. It seems like it's mainly red areas. It's still being called as Democrat, but the Democrats are behind by 5%. I completely expect that to change, but
hold off by a half hour then. If
hold off. I did just want to say in Georgia, swings towards Democrats in suburban areas, swings towards Republicans in rural areas. I think there was a change in legislature quite recently where early votes, I think, might not be counted today or might be counted later, and they're going to come in a huge batch. And early votes do tend to favor the Democrats. There's been some talk of that, of Republicans specifically designing that. They control the Georgia legislature, so it looks like fraud, just allegations. But
Maggie, sorry to cut you off. I just saw, by the way, polls just closed in Arkansas. We have 0 results in. Do you want to call it?
I'd wait for some results.
You reckon we can get Arkansas?
I just don't really like the idea of calling states when we don't have any results in them, any significant results. So that's why I've held off on Mississippi and Alabama. But starting to get votes in a few places. New Hampshire seems pretty likely to go to the Democrats. North Carolina is basically neck and neck at this point, but I'll just have to look at the swings for some of those counties later on. But,
no worries.
Yeah, I think the decision desk from AP still has the election as basically a toss-up, which is really interesting. And I agree. I think it's a toss-up at this point.
Oh, great. So comforting and reassuring. BNO News just predicted Trump's won Arkansas. Surely we don't have to hold off on Arkansas. It's Arkansas. It's like
I just don't. I mean, if we called Rhode Island, Democrats are behind by 5% and 25% of the votes are in. So, like, it's not that I mean, Iowa, we wouldn't have known, but the Democrats apparently.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We don't want to start precedents with doing, with our own house seats. Just got a comment.
We've got more figures in from Ohio. We've got figures in from Ohio, more figures, and the gap has closed from 100,000 to 60,000.
In whose favor? In favor of Trump. All right.
Currently, actually, I'm seeing 20,000, 41% of the votes in Ohio. In Michigan, it looks like the Democrats are leading by a lot. I'm curious how well Jill Stein does in Michigan, actually, because I think that's quite.
I reckon she'll crack 1%. I reckon she'll crack 1%.
But like comparably significant, a Muslim population of about 2% in Michigan, from what I know. And obviously, there's been a lot of discontent with Democrats over Palestine, and I just want to see if the Greens maybe crack 1% in Michigan. Would be. I think Jill Stein, although she'll get a very small amount of a vote, if races are close enough, which they definitely could be, there could be a bit of anger over her maybe handing Trump a win, but I doubt
Yeah,
anything will
well,
be close enough
that's
for
the
her
whole
to make a
kind of
difference.
that's the whole kind of debate we've had with third parties. Just quickly, Maggie, by the way, nationally, we've got Robert F. Kennedy, who's still on the ballot. We've got the Libertarian Chase Oliver. We've got the Green Party candidate Jill Stein. Who do you think will be the third place candidate nationally?
I think Jill Stein, just because the Libertarians haven't really shown up in polls much. I think she'll get maybe 1%. RFK also around 1%. I would presume he'd be more popular, but he's actually not running in a lot of swing states, which obviously is not going to help him
And you
with
can't
the
win,
vote titles.
No. Maybe some write-ins. Who knows? Maggie, thank you. Stuart, I'll just quickly before we get to any actual interesting results, just for the sake of it, who do you think will get in third nationally?
I'm leaning towards Chase simply because he's running in all states in the Green. So
fair enough. We'll wait and see.
This is a big thing. So
it is. It is for what it's worth. Even you can say a lot about the actual third parties, but like some of the ballot access laws in certain US states and the whole system's like really weird. Anyway, it's US. And there's only so much we can compare it to our minor party registration here. Anyway, just looking at more of these results, it doesn't help my Twitter notifications are rate limited. Thank you for that. But just a couple results we're looking at in Georgia. It's still looking a bit nervous. By the way, where Jackson Gosnell was shortly before, Nancy Mace has won re-election in South Carolina's first congressional district. That's a US House race. Decision Desk HQ says based on these results, Trump has a 70% chance of winning the election. Again, it's based on early results. It's really only so much you can read into it. In Ohio,
I just want to say,
no, go ahead.
Trump is ahead by 16 votes in North Carolina.
There you go, 16 vote margin. In Ohio, Trump 50.3, Harris 48.9 with 41% in. North Carolina, it's been steadying. Some of the figures
there's no way we know
have
tonight. We're going to be waiting for days for figures from North Carolina.
With
this narrow.
Oh well. Just saw some projections. Kamala Harris's. Sorry, I was just going to say we just.
Okay, go.
We had some projections. Kamala Harris has won Delaware, and it's 3 electoral college votes. Tiny state, really doesn't matter. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Stuart.
Like I said, we have a whopping 4 votes in from Maine, and it's 50-50.
Which Maine? Isn't Maine split? Or is it just...
Yeah, Maine's got that weird at-large than districts issue.
Right, yeah. Nebraska will also have that. I've seen some calls for, I think it's the 2nd district that's the smaller one that goes to Harris's way. We'll see there.
Typically, you've got one going. Typically, you'll have the at-large going Democrat, and then one of the districts going Democrat, one district going Republican Party. That's traditionally the trend there.
Right. All right. We will look back at that. Again.
Yeah, we're just
we're running out of surprises here. The numbers we're getting from on the Electoral College that oh geez, and my internet's buggered. Yeah, the numbers from the Electoral College that some have got, CNN's only got 105 Trump, Harris 27. We've got a lot more for Harris. I'm waiting for them to update those, so I'm conscious of the fact
I'm not sure where we've gotten
slow.
13 of those electoral votes. Actually, I think we've only got 39. No calls. Any other states? Just holding on.
Yeah, maybe we'll just backtrack on that. Oh well, yeah. DDQ has 111 Trump, 31 Harris.
I think our graphics are using someone else's electoral votes. I think let's just hold on our calls for now. So 39 Democrats, 80 Republicans. for electoral votes.
Maybe we'll go to the Associated Press. Anyway, Decision Desk HQ says with 14% of the estimated vote in, Donald Trump has a 73% chance of winning North Carolina. So that's North Carolina for you. We'll keep following that.
Trump's jumped a fair few figures ahead. We had, what was it, 16 votes we had earlier? And it's now 51.2% versus 47.9%. So, again, North Carolina, I don't think we're going to be able to call that tonight. Or today. Time zones are weird.
Yeah, definitely. We'll just update those electoral college figures. 30, what did you say? 39 to something. Forget it. 39 to something. We'll figure it out. We'll figure that part out. So I think we'll just go off the Associated Press graphics. I'm hoping that producer thing's not being broadcast. Anyway, let us know your thoughts. Who you think's going to win? Give us your thoughts here. Just go off the AP numbers. I would say. In terms of some of the other races we're watching, again, just want to repeat, Rick Scott is elected, or re-elected, I should say, as a Republican senator from Florida. That's not a surprise. In Texas, it's too close to call between the Democrat Colin Allred and incumbent Republican and former presidential candidate Ted Cruz. And we're seeing some other calls. We've projected Illinois and Delaware is starting to come in, and South Carolina's gone to Trump. And some other interesting results, and a number of places are calling Arkansas, but we aren't yet, or are we? Wait,
we are, I believe.
We are calling Arkansas now. All good. Trump has already won Tennessee, according to some of the figures. Right, so 86 Trump, and go on, Maggie.
39 for the Democrats.
I'm going to write this down. This is homework, but forget it.
Yeah, no, this is actually looking quite bad for
an exam and homework.
This is looking quite bad for Kamala Harris, actually, looking at the swing states.
But is it, I mean, I still, and I'm not trying to be this hopium Democrat kind of guy, but like, can we not consider the possible red mirage effect, right? Like, surely there could be a late Democratic boost.
I'm thinking about that. I don't personally know if early votes are coming in yet. So
it's weird. Counting's weird by state, so we don't have a clear answer. Like something like Florida is pretty easy to call because most of that's in, and also they are. And obviously there's the time zone effect, but we'll see.
We've got figures from Pennsylvania again. This is Pennsylvania kind of demonstrates the issue we've got here. Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Philadelphia. They're the big three cities. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh being at two ends of the state. We have 11% in. Democrats way ahead, 71.4% to 27.7%. But again, we have only got 4 Republican counties reporting, and these cities are all reporting for Democrats, with 30% in Pittsburgh, for example. So again, you got the issue of, is it a red mirage? Because a lot of these states are reporting Democrat wins, but they're reporting urban figures.
The New York Times, their needle that they have on their website, leaning one way or another, Trump slightly favored to win the election, according to the NYT needle. Granted, there's a lot of swing states that are not even reporting yet. So, wait, I guess.
Yeah, we still need numbers in, Arizona, in Nevada, in Wisconsin, and we don't exactly have huge numbers in Michigan, in Pennsylvania.
I mean, it's 270 to win.
And Nevada.
No, go.
Sorry, it's Nevada, Arizona, and Wisconsin, but we don't have anything yet. Continue, Stuart.
So 538 or 270 to win, whatever you want to call them. Their figures are saying that neither side needs Nevada as a key state.
Yeah, it is the swing state, but it's very unlikely they've only got 6 electoral votes. It's very unlikely that Nevada's result changes the winner of the election just because they don't really have many electoral votes.
Something noting from Pennsylvania, of course, the governor there, Josh Shapiro, has just put out something that says, yes, polls are closed with the exception of polling places open under a judge's order. If you're in line to vote by 8 o'clock, that's local time, stay in line. You can still cast your ballot. So Pennsylvania could take some time from now. And also worth mentioning again, some of those Georgia places were left remaining open early due to, what was it, Stu? Was it interference? Was it something like Russian interference? Bomb threats.
Russian
that's
bomb
it.
threats.
Well, I got half of it. Bomb threats are interference, aren't they? Yeah, I got it all right. So Georgia again could take some time to see really no solid call that can be made there. Obviously, likewise with actually any of the swing states, there are no solid calls that can be made.
I did want to say we're seeing quite a big swing to Harris in Kansas, actually, of about 5 to 10%. Yeah, I mean, using US margins. Kansas.
No,
I don't think that's enough for, that's nowhere near enough for her to win.
Kansas is kind of like Queensland, or actually no, it's more like Western Australia. We've got all the population lives in Kansas City, like all the population in Western Australia lives in Perth. We've got Kansas figures, and we've got figures from Kansas City, nothing else. So,
but I'm looking at I'm looking at county swings in Republican counties. There's small swings to Democrats. In urban counties, there are a bit bigger swings to Democrats. But still, I don't think remotely enough to flip the state. Of course, I think Kansas is obviously quite safe for Republicans, but still, I think that's good news for them in the Democrats for 2028, not to look so far ahead.
Yeah, definitely. So true. I'm maybe Blue Iowa's still on, that's still a poll, that insane Seltzer poll. Who knows? Kansas will be certainly one to, I guess, watch throughout the night. Not that we expect it to be anything dramatic. And you're looking at a live shot of one of the counting places in Pennsylvania, which is, of course, a key swing state at this election. We'll keep coming back to that, but that will be one to watch as well. Just continuing to look at some of these other results we've come in. The Republican in the gubernatorial races won in West Virginia. I don't know why we're talking about West Virginia governor. We're almost running out here. And yeah, so Michigan, we just got some results in with 8% reporting there. And both of you were talking about Michigan being potentially interesting. Well, here we go. Harris 56, Trump 42. And that's that. And we're just hearing from Wyatt Sharp that the New York Times' needle is giving Trump, or the New York Times in general, I should say, is giving Trump a 53% chance in, well, you just saw it, Pennsylvania. So
again,
we'll
Michigan,
look there.
Michigan, we've got the Michigan reporting is Detroit.
Yeah, and that's worth considering. But
I almost said a strong Labor stronghold, a strong Democrat stronghold.
Yeah, well. Still, it could hold somewhat similar. I'd expect Trump to get up. He'll get more than 42%, you would think. But yeah. Again, just looking at some of these numbers.
Do we have any lower house swings in the House of Reps? Because current figures are saying Decision Desk is saying there's a 53% chance for Republicans. We've got a couple of seats changing hands. The figures in Michigan are looking weird. We've got Michigan figures in.
Can I just want to cut back. Decision Desk HQ is projecting Kamala Harris has won in Virginia. That's a Decision Desk HQ call. Yes, it was.
I
Virginia.
think that was quite expected.
Virginia. It's not West Virginia. Virginia was a. Yeah, it wasn't a.
Virginia
was.
is a quite safe state for the Democrats now. It was a bit of a swing state last election. It's quite safe at this point for the
Yeah,
Democrats.
I'm not particularly surprised by that at all.
They won it by 10% last election, and don't see Trump overturning that on current numbers. Even
No,
if it's
okay,
still pretty
no,
much 50-50, I think there's not big enough swings.
I got my
not
North
West
Carolina and I got my North Carolina and Virginia switched the wrong way around. That's my bad.
Yeah, no, North Carolina is definitely still too close to call at this point, and we'll continue to not call it. Just some other results. I think we just saw some new numbers out of Georgia, which I'll try to get to in a second. But will be
yes,
you've got
65% counted. And currently the numbers are 52% to the Republicans, 47% to the Democrats. I think that's because, I'm not sure actually, but obviously closer, still by the decision desk, still lean, according to them. Just waiting for numbers in a lot of states before we call anything.
Now we're going to get late figures. We don't have Columbus reporting yet. A lot of the bomb threats were in Atlanta and Columbus, so we're going to get Columbus figures in late, which is a bit frustrating.
well, that's might be an
I
understatement.
think we can update the Democrat number to 43. Rhode Island is won by Democrats.
No shock there.
Obviously, it does look like
Might be one to watch. That's for electoral college votes. So one to watch.
Yeah, I'll just take a look at that and see if we can call it.
Sweet. Yeah, that will be really interesting. Approaching the top of the hour, but we want to continue your thoughts. Who do you think is going to win at this point? Let us know. We'll give you your thoughts. We want to hear your thoughts. And look, we'll continue to see how things could unfold at this point.
Yeah, Trump.
What if it was the Trump high?
Is clawing votes back in Kansas, 1,200 people. It's very hard to get a tie in the electoral college. With the states we have right now, tie is impossible.
With the right now, but and my camera's deciding to be. Come on, focus. There we go. The New York Times had something interesting, which was here. Just interesting your thoughts on this, Stuart. Scenario 1 for a tie: Harris wins Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, Wisconsin. Trump wins Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Scenario 2, Harris wins Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin. Trump wins Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Scenario 3, Harris wins Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. Trump wins Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The only one I would see is even probable at this point is scenario 2, because that's the one where Harris doesn't win Georgia. Granted, she would have to win Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin for that. It would be chaotic. I'm not saying it will happen. I don't think it will happen. You don't think it will happen. I don't think Maggie thinks it'll happen either. But for what it's worth, that's 3 scenarios where it could be 269, 269, and then it goes to the Congress to figure it out.
Congress, yeah, it'd be Congress. It'd be lower house, I think.
You'd think it'd be something like, okay, who got the most votes wins, but who got over 50%? No, we can't have that. We have to do this electoral college thing, don't we? Isn't it fun? Oh, geez. Again, just taking another live look, that is Pennsylvania, where counting is ongoing there. We'll continue to come back to that. I've got other figures in, but they're for the Victorian local elections. If anyone wants something from Yarra City Council, let me know, but we'll stay away from that. But now, so something a bit, is it less important? Well, no. But we'll stick with this US coverage, and we're gonna have some guests coming up at the after the headlines next hour, and then after that, I actually have to go. I've got a business management exam which I can't get out of, so I will be back sometime after that. ideally.
I think
but
we can call Mississippi for the Republicans. Sorry, 92 electoral votes for Trump. Just wanted to get
90. Fair enough, Maggie. I'm surprised we haven't actually formally called that yet. That is a surprise to no one. Trump wins
It's a swing
Mississippi.
state. Sorry, I had Michigan. That's an audio.
Oh, I thought you were kidding.
From me.
No, not Michigan. No one's calling Michigan. Mississippi. There's too many M's. Missouri, Mississippi. Anyway.
And they're all in the same area as well.
Yeah, 92. We'll get Trump up to, and that's again no surprise. A lot of these states, again, you have to imagine how many there are and how many of these just kind of random Republican states exist. And so, yeah, no real surprise there.
Do we have North Dakota figures in what?
Do we?
North Dakota figures on
there are some figures starting to come in North Dakota. They've been very slow for a bit. But yeah, looking at it, I think we can call.
There's a governor there.
Oh, I think we 95 for Republican. 3% counted. I think that's enough. Yeah, just not looking very great for Kamala Harris at this point, but I'm not exactly sure about early votes.
Decision Desk HQ says Harris has a 51% chance of winning Pennsylvania with 13% of the vote in. So that's a significant state. I think people have said who wins people have said who wins Pennsylvania wins the presidency. Whether that eventuates or not is a real we'll see moment. However, we'll wait and see. There is Pennsylvania for you. That's a live look inside where their counting is taking place. I'm conscious we'll be at break in about 2-3 minutes. Yeah, will be interesting to watch. And if anyone, by the way, in the next hour has some business management tips for a VCE exam, do let us know in the chat as well if you know about. We can just do some homework on air if you know about awards. And
Are you busking for exam tips?
Maybe. There's your viewer poll on screen, by the way, on Twitter. 62.6% of you said Harris would win compared to 37.4% for Trump. On Instagram, a narrower margin, 54% of you said Harris would win at 46% said Trump. And on Facebook, 57% of you said Harris would win at 43%. Trump, very, very obviously not a scientific poll, just purely to gauge some of your thoughts out there. And we'd love your thoughts. We might actually set up a poll in the YouTube live chat as well if you're one of those people watching. We really appreciate you watching and choosing 6 News as your network of choice this US election. We know there's a lot of Americans you could watch or you can buy a VPN, but we appreciate you tuning in. We're going to be here for some time. But
instead of buying a VPN, give us that money through Patreon.
Yeah, absolutely. You get it, Stuart. Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU, just $4 a month. Exclusive benefits. Watch Between Bucks, Basic Capitol Hill. Isn't that nice? So, yeah, a few more calls coming in. I'm just conscious we are about to head off to a break. But we'll keep things going. We've got some more guests coming up. We'll bring back in our North American correspondent, Wyatt Sharp. We'll get back to him for some new details. And it also looks like Iowa will be closing next hour, and that is where that Seltzer poll came in, that shock poll from a great pollster that had Harris winning up by 3 points. There was an undecided vote in there. Actually, no, there wasn't. Maybe there was, but there was some third parties, but it had Harris winning 47-44 to Trump in Iowa. That Seltzer poll. So, we will wait and see the accuracy for that. We will see it very, very shortly.
If we have time,
we've got about 15 seconds.
I just want to say, sorry, my camera's freezing. We're seeing actually a lot of swings towards the Democrats in Pennsylvania. That was all I wanted to say.
No, all good. We'll come back to Pennsylvania straight after this. Stay with us here on 6 News. We've got a lot more coverage coming up right after the break. Tune in, stay watching, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. You're watching 6 News as America Decides.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News.
if he doesn't like tough questions, or if any guest we have doesn't like the tough questions we pose, then I think that's on them. That's their problem. You don't think Australians are interested in whether their leader tells the truth or not? Because I mean, surely
you're not going to get many people outside of Gen Z voting for you.
I don't really want anyone outside Gen Z voting for me, to be quite
right.
frank.
Well, I don't know how you're going to win.
Would
Would you be willing to come back on 6 News? Why not just log off? Like, it's not compulsory to post.
On 6 News, we bring you the latest headlines and breaking stories live. Our team of journalists are on the ground across the country and around the world, keeping you informed with up-to-the-minute reporting every single day.
Top of the hour, every hour.
Thanks for joining us.
So in 2024, turn to 6 News, on the hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 366 days of the year.
Live on 6 News, this is America Decides, Election 2024.
Good afternoon, it's 1 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time. You are watching 6 News Live as we continue our coverage of the 2024 United States presidential election. Polls have just closed in another batch of states, including some really key states, which we'll get to in just a moment. There's a lot more reporting, including some pretty significant results out of Pennsylvania, Georgia. We'll get some stuff out of Michigan, and some interesting races in the Senate and the House as well in Texas and Ohio. So we're going to have all that coming up for you very shortly. In the meantime, I should say, there's a lot else going on, and for the other headlines making news right at this hour, here's Darby Travers.
Thank you very much. We will get back to our special live coverage of the US presidential election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news this hour, and Stephen Miles has been returned as Queensland Labor leader unopposed as the party looks forward to 2028. Miles led Labor to a loss late last month with Liberal National leader David Crisafulli, now officially the new premier. No challenges within Labor emerged to Miles, and he has remained in the party's top job, with Cameron Dick also being re-elected unopposed as deputy leader. Miles will now lead the party, which has around 34 seats as counting continues to the next state election in 2028. The LNP, meanwhile, has a majority with 51 seats. He took over as leader and premier from Anastasia Palaszczuk after she resigned in December 2023. The Reserve Bank has kept interest rates on hold at 4.35% for the 8th time in a row. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Michelle Bullock announced the move, telling reporters she thinks the current settings are correct. The RBA says that while inflation has fallen substantially since 2022, underlying inflation remained too high. The latest forecast suggests that it will be some time before inflation is sustainably in the target range, adding that the board is not ruling anything in or out. It is the 8th straight meeting in a row where rates have been left on hold. The final meeting for the year is in December, but the ABC reports that economists do not expect a rate cut before 2025. The ABC has apologised after an independent review found the national broadcaster added extra gunshot sounds to footage of an Australian commandos firing from a helicopter. The review found that in an online video, a total of 5 additional gunshot sounds were inaccurately introduced into footage, and additional shots were also inaccurately included in the story broadcast on air. Interim findings have cleared the ABC of having deliberately doctored, manipulated or distorted information in order to mislead audiences. In a statement, the ABC said it sincerely apologises for the editing errors and the videos have been removed. The review also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was potentially misleading, and that his final comment that alleged war crimes should be investigated was not proper context. The ABC added they regret if any audience members were misled and said editors' notes have been attached to the stories. Further findings will be included in a final report which will be released at a later date. To sport news now, when Knight's Choice has pulled off a famous victory in the 164th running of the Melbourne Cup. Irish jockey Robbie Dolan claimed the $4.4 million prize in a photo finish, with Warp Speed taking out second position. In the betting odds, Knight's Choice was an $81 long shot, with the win being seen as a major upset. It was the first appearance from Dolan in the race that stops the nation. He moved to Australia 8 years ago and is currently based in Queensland. A record 4 female jockeys had rides in this year's Melbourne Cup, along with a total of 6 female trainers. Alright, let's now check in with your local weather forecast around the nation for your Thursday. Starting in Brisbane, partly cloudy and 32. Rain on the way for Sydney and Canberra, getting to highs of 27 and 21 respectively. Melbourne is heading for a top of 21, 19 degrees in Hobart. Adelaide, rain and 19. Perth is heading for a top of 20. And over in Darwin, a sunny top of 33. And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website or by following us on social media at SIXNewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. For now though, let's head back to 6 News' continuing live coverage of the US presidential election.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News.
You're back live with us here on 6 News, continuing our coverage of the US election. A number of states have just come in and we're going to start to get those results. Want to go first, though, to our very own North American correspondent, Wyatt Sharp, who is standing by. Wyatt?
Yeah, thanks so much, Leo. We're starting to get some of these early results in, and now we're starting to get some kind of, I guess, a greater indication of perhaps where things are headed. States like Georgia, for example, former President Donald Trump is ahead there. Right now, I've been talking to some people earlier today on both of the two campaigns who were essentially admitting, as you would expect, that Georgia is going to be really critical for them. North Carolina, of course, Kamala Harris was leading there for some time, and now Donald Trump is ahead in that state. Florida being called for former President Trump. It really is anyone's game at this point. It was mentioned just by you before the break, Leo, that Decision Desk HQ is now giving Kamala Harris a 51% chance at winning the state of Pennsylvania. So perhaps that tells us something, although then again, they're literally just telling us it's quite literally 50-50. But for more on this, I want to bring in Steve Laffey. He's a former presidential candidate himself. Steve, thanks so much for being with us. It's obviously a very suspenseful night, so to speak. I know obviously you were in this race for some time yourself. I guess just as someone who has kind of been there on election night, awaiting some of these results, what are you kind of able to tell us about what you think Donald Trump or Kamala Harris might be feeling as they're watching these results come in themselves?
I think Trump is feeling very good. I said 2 months ago when he was behind after that debate that everybody said that Mrs. Harris won, that actually Trump's closing argument would prove to be the winning message. And you saw about, I guess, 4 weeks ago when I really called this race, and I think I'm going to be right, when you saw Liz Cheney campaigning door to door with Mrs. Harris, those two people, that would be me. Like, I don't know who's listening here, but that'd be like me campaigning with the farthest left Bernie Sanders to help him get some votes. I'm a conservative evangelical Christian Republican, and that ain't ever happening, but it happened. And that's when I think the Democrats started to say, we're going to lose. Now, Tim Walz, maybe the worst vice presidential candidate of all time, Maybe Eagleton was worse, but he literally started just campaigning in Minnesota, for example, to get Muslim votes. So I think this is going to be a Trump victory. I think we can keep talking about it being interesting, like I see people do on TV. But the amount of people switching votes toward Trump over the issues that are up, that are the lunchbox issues that Kamala Harris did not fight against enough, I think will prove decisive tonight, Wyatt.
And let me ask, because you did mention Muslim voters, Donald Trump recently got that endorsement from, it was one of the largest Muslim organizations in Michigan, and Michigan is proving to have the issue of the war in Israel and Gaza be kind of a critical issue for voters there just because of the minority population. I guess I'm thinking it's perhaps a little bit ironic that 8 years ago Donald Trump was advocating for a Muslim ban, and now here he is getting this endorsement, which, I mean, all the credit to him. But how much of an impact is this issue going to play, not just in Michigan where it's, an impactful issue, but in other states as well, where perhaps a candidate like Jill Stein could take away from Kamala Harris?
Well, just Jill Stein is more important than the Muslim vote, except in Michigan. Michigan's actually important. There are two things going on in Michigan. One would be the Muslim vote, which there is a good swing vote there, but also the union vote. And when you're a union worker and they're closing electric car plants, you're voting for Trump. So that combined with what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. did by throwing his support, which would, 80-20 went to Trump, are very formidable things for Harris to overcome. And she's not overcoming them, as I can see in Georgia. So it's early in the evening. The thing I would just want to point out is that if you're not in America, most Americans are disgusted that we have 4 candidates for president, and this is what it ended up with. But this is our system. This is what we do. The 2 vice presidential candidates are the most inexperienced of all time, next to the vice president of the United States in executive roles in the private sector. So this is not a very good situation for America, for the future of America. And, you think about the debates that went on in this race, there were no questions about how to really fix the middle class. There were no questions about how to take a $65 trillion Social Security deficit and make it go away. Nothing about the Federal Reserve Board and what they did to inflation on purpose to destroy the middle class. Nothing about these things that are really important to Americans. And that's why most Americans feel very disgusted by, even if they're deciding in our system, we have 2 people, 2 candidates, here's what we do. They are very, very unhappy with both people, and all 4 of them, in fact. And it's telling. It's not like 1980. It's not close to 1960. If someone would watch the debate of 1960 of Kennedy and Nixon, you would see people that actually got along, didn't disagree that much, and were honorable to each other, including Nixon conceding. And today we have nothing but mayhem in our country, and it's very hard to watch for most American citizens.
Yeah, and let me just be transparent with our audience as well. I interviewed you a number of times over the course of your campaign, and I just had this feeling of not even just presidential candidates, but just candidates across the board. It's like you yourself are more knowledgeable on practically all of these issues than either of the 2 nominees right now. But I guess I'm curious, earlier in the show, we had Brittany Martinez on, who is, I guess, similar to yourself, perhaps, because I know recently, at least, you've been a little bit outspoken about Donald Trump. For someone like you, or for someone like her, or even, you've been on my show before with Joe Walsh, who's the Republican congressman who's been outspoken about Donald Trump. I mean, where do people like you kind of fit in the current Republican Party? And perhaps what direction do you see the Republican Party going, depending on what way the election goes?
Well, that's the great question of the day, because people like me don't have a place. In other words, the Republican Party, to backtrack, is like 3 concentric circles overlapping. There's the pro-life people, which I happen to be one. There's the strong national defense people. You would help Ukraine, Israel, and so forth. I happen to be one. And then there's the fiscal conservatives, which I am the one. I'm a Calvin Coolidge conservative. And those people have been kicked out. And so we're getting through this election just barely without talking about the national debt. But I will tell you that there is no place right now for people who are fiscal conservatives in America. There's no place at the table. Trump is going to blow out spending. He doesn't want to tax tips. And Kamala Harris is just matching him 1 for 1. You've never seen a campaign like this where we're almost at the point where a lot of people who are fiscal conservatives they're not going to vote, but they do. In our system, people choose the lesser 2 evils. I don't. I didn't vote for either one of these people. Never voted for Trump. Said he would win in 2015. I said he would win April of 2020 said he would lose. I say he's going to win tonight. I'm the only person who really ran against him in a sense, because the other people were simply sycophants. They thought he was a great leader, but they were running against him, right? Because they want to be vice president. They want a job after the administration. This is a very difficult thing. I will tell you that there is no place now, but just as I can say that the national debt and fiscal issues and the Federal Reserve Board have no place in this race, but in 2028, there's only going to be one issue. It's going to be the national debt in America and how do we fix it? There won't be any other issue because we've already lost control of our 10-year bond. And for people listening may not understand that the Federal Reserve controls short-term rates. They load them 50 basis points. And people all over the world were like, oh, and all the rates will go down. No. We are in deep trouble and we've issued too much debt short, where $17 trillion has to be rolled at much higher rates than it's on the books at, increasing our interest in the debt just with that $17 trillion over the next 3 years by about $500 billion per year. We're broke. And what happens in America is going to be felt throughout the world over the next 24 months. And it's going to be really, really bad fiscal stuff. And I'm just going to have to try to make some money off it and find another place for myself and people like me, because I think there'll be a coming back to the fiscal conservatives when all holy heck breaks loose. And we're not that far away. You can see it starting to happen now with the bond market.
And just lastly here, very quickly, in terms of what people can expect kind of over the course of the next few hours here, you know, yourself as someone who's followed several of these election cycles fairly closely, what are you in particular watching out for?
Well, we'll watch the states come in, and then, of course, we will switch the states more in the western part of our country because of the time zone changes from eastern to western. Obviously, Pennsylvania will probably go late into the night, but the real kicker to watch will be Michigan. If Trump, and it's an East Coast state, takes Michigan, it looks like he's taking Michigan, it's over. Now, the way he's taking Georgia right now, I would say it's over. With black vote, historically, Donald Trump, black vote, it's never been like this since Reconstruction. So these things are actually happening. And if you look at county by county and you look at what's happening, I think Trump is winning. If you look at the betting odds, they've gone up in favor of from 51 yesterday morning to 70 cents on the dollar or so right now, say at Interactive Broker or other places. That could all change. I could be totally wrong. I just don't think I am. I think that Kamala Harris did not make the case to distance herself enough from the president. The same thing happened to Humphrey. She should have gone to President Biden and said, Mr. President, I am going to throw you under the bus the next 3 months on these 4 issues, whatever they were. And so when asked the question, how do you differentiate yourself from a man with a 38% approval rating, Joe Biden, she could have said, boom, 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 whatever they were. And then people would have said, oh, this could be different. But she didn't, and she failed. And she failed in the vice presidential pick. Another thing for people listening outside the world here, you know, in our country, you pick a vice president based upon winning a certain state that you're going to have to take, like Lynn Johnson, or someone who gives you 1 or 2% across the country. Kamala Harris could have picked an astronaut from Arizona who would have given him 2%, because a truly undecided voter with 6% of those votes in 7 states in our country didn't know how they were voting. They like astronauts. Or she could have picked the governor of Pennsylvania, and they could have taken Pennsylvania. Maybe they will. But she did neither. She went to the far left of her base rather than go to the middle. And I think that's what's going to cost her the election. But I'll say it to you now, Donald Trump's got real problems. The only hope for Donald Trump is that he has no ideology, folks. He could come in January and say, that guy Laffey, I watched him on TV. I'm going to make him the budget director. We got to balance the budget. You don't know what he's going to do. Whereas Kamala Harris, you know exactly what she's going to do. So there is hope, and America will get through this. But the debt crisis is here. It's happening now. And whoever is president is not prepared to deal with it.
All right, Steve Laffey, we'll leave it there. Maybe check in with you over the course of the night as well. Thanks so much for being with us.
Great show.
Thank you. Leo, I'll throw it back to you. I mean, perhaps interesting just the fact that Steve, they're mentioning the VP pick. We're seeing how close Pennsylvania is right now. Maybe he would have been better to go with someone like Josh Shapiro. And, you know, obviously, after a night like tonight, those questions are going to be asked, but it, you know, kind of does make you wonder.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, Pennsylvania, I think people have said right, that the person who wins Pennsylvania is going to be the one who ultimately wins the White House here. That could very well be true. It's got the most electoral votes up for grabs of these seven key swing states. Just looking at some of the more results, we've got the New York Times has Trump at a 66% chance of winning the election. North Carolina, Trump is ahead with 52% of the vote there with early results in. Look, really just it seemed to be a pretty close contest at this point. There was also an exit poll that I just saw. I lost it in my notifications, but it was just what Steve mentioned at the end there that had Donald Trump. I don't know if it was ahead, but there was something about he was gaining with the African American vote in Wisconsin. There was an exit poll from NBC there. I don't have the exact numbers from that. It just scrolled past, but that will be certainly one to watch. And just quickly, White, before I move on, it something like Georgia. I mean, that is no one's making a call there yet, but it seems that could really, really be a decisive factor. Noting, of course, Georgia traditionally you'd think it's a pretty red state. It's in a red area, but ultimately, 2020 wasn't so red.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, and I think I would just say going back to what Steve was mentioning as well with Pennsylvania and what you just said again, it's whichever candidate certainly in the last few elections wins Pennsylvania has a good chance at winning the presidency. But I think the same could also be said about Georgia, and just kind of the trajectory that we are on, at least right now in Georgia, is not looking too strongly for someone like Kamala Harris. I mean, she is not at the point where many people within her campaign would have liked for her to be at this point.
Yeah, all right. We'll come get to that. White. Thank you. I'll get back to Stuart Jeffrey here. Stuart, what do you make of some of these numbers that we've gotten in over the past 20 minutes? And a number of polls closed at 1 o'clock Eastern Daylight here. What are we seeing?
Yeah, well, I want to go to Georgia first. We're 69% of the vote in Georgia, and Trump has extended his lead, 220,000 votes in it. Trump extending his lead in Georgia with almost 70% of the vote counted. So that's looking pretty close to a Trump win there. I'm not going to call it yet because no one's called it, but it's definitely looking worrying for Democrats if they lose Georgia, which they won at the last election. If we look at other seats, for example, Harris is still leading in Michigan, but things have narrowed down. There's about 50,000 votes in it. That's a narrower margin than we were expecting beforehand. Iowa has actually been flip-flopping. Currently, we have the Democrats ahead in Iowa, but we only have three counties responding, and one of them is Des Moines. I promise pronouncing that. The capital city, and I could be wrong there. I don't know. I don't usually follow Iowa politics. So Kamala Harris is winning there, but that's because of the capital city. Two regional seats are reporting, although there are swings to Harris in both of those regional counties. Wisconsin, Trump's ahead.
Right. Okay. So that will be close. Sorry, Maggie, I'll let you in.
It's early figures. Yeah.
It's just 4%. We can't be. These figures aren't reliable. Sorry, I'm out of camera. But yeah, we're seeing mostly swings towards Republicans, but swings to Democrats in areas like New York, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa actually is a place we're seeing swings consistently across the board. But in a lot of places, Republicans are seeing swings towards them universally in Kentucky, in Tennessee, in Florida, in South Carolina, in Virginia especially, which is really interesting because it's not usually being considered a swing state. Also in Texas, which I've called for Republicans now, probably should have mentioned that earlier. I think Kamala is getting swings in areas, but not exactly places that matter. The only place that's a swing state that she's getting swings in are Pennsylvania. She's getting quite a lot of swings in Pennsylvania. I think she's probably more likely than not to win the state, but she'll really have to make up for North Carolina and Georgia, which are both leaning to the Republicans.
Well, she's I don't think she's going to get Iowa. So that poll is That poll might be a dud. I mean, it's early, very early.
It's
but
actually current numbers have the Democrats 17% ahead, but you have to remember, see, 10% of the vote counted, but these are areas that are. I'll just look. Yep, Des Moines. And then some very small rural counties, so it's almost all in the city. Even if 10% counted, it still goes to show
yeah,
that.
I just watched it go up in real. I just watched it go up in real time. And now she's ahead. If she actually wins Iowa, I mean,
that would be really interesting. But
Stunning.
probably it's only got 6 electoral votes. That wouldn't be enough to offset Georgia.
no, it wouldn't be enough to
Carolina.
offset, but it'd just be like interesting for like one specific
Yeah.
poll.
And we can now call Maryland for the Democrats, so that puts them at 113.
113. We can get them up to there. So 152 for Trump, 113 for Kamala Harris. The magic number.
Someone just called
270.
Someone just called North Carolina.
Oh, sorry.
Someone's just called it. I don't know.
We not us.
172 for the Republicans. 172 for the Republicans.
And 113 for the Dems. 172, 113. Sorry, I'll reframe myself.
That was
172,
172. They've called it.
Who's
So,
called it? Who's
that's
called
not looking
North
good.
Carolina?
Yeah, 172 to 113 is the Electoral College vote we have. 172, 113. Sorry, Stuart, I'll let you jump back in.
Maggie was asking, Decision Desk HQ calls North Carolina for Trump. I'm going to wait for the AP to weigh in though, because we don't want to make a Fox incident from last time. We don't. I don't know why
We've got an
called it,
entire
because
74%, 76% counted in Georgia, and still Donald Trump's leading by 5% or about 200,000 votes. This is getting quite bad for Harris in Georgia.
Yeah, I just saw it from DDHQ. You're right, they have indeed called it. We'll wait for another call before.
I'm waiting for AP or CNN.
Yeah, if we can get maybe a couple more, I'd be comfortable in calling that. And then we have Austin Pollock, who's standing by in our election HQ over in Brisbane. So we'll get to him if needed to make some calls, some formal calls there. But Maggie, you're just continuing to look at some of these numbers. That would be pretty significant. That would be really, really significant if Kamala does not pick up North Carolina, especially when you consider how extreme the Republican candidate lost in the governor's race. So hold on, no calls yet. Ion, you muted, Maggie.
We can call one seat for Donald Trump. That's Nebraska's third seat, since Nebraska is split for its electoral votes. So 173 for Republicans now.
173.
Yeah.
Republicans are flipping counties in North Carolina.
Yeah, there's swings towards the Republicans in the east, which there's quite a lot of black majority counties in the east of North Carolina. In the west, seemingly around cities, but Democrats are getting swings. So it is a bit of a mixed bag. I don't think it would be worth calling North Carolina.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In it, as a difference.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, they're the experts. They're the Americans. So when we get our
sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Just in Pennsylvania, with 25% of the vote in, Kamala Harris 56.5, Donald Trump 42.6. That is Pennsylvania. Harris is ahead with give or take 14%.
I should also update our Senate results. Currently, we've got a confident 36 for the Democrats and 43 for the Republicans. Reminds that you need 50 votes if you win the presidency to have a majority in the Senate, and you need 51 if you don't win the presidency. So it's going to be really hard for Harris
And
to
in
win the
NB
Senate and the presidency.
sorry to interrupt you. NBC just projected Louisiana for Donald Trump. We'll wait on that, but that would not be a surprise.
We've called that a while ago, actually.
We did? Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. So many of these damn states.
I did want
Anyway.
to say Kansas. Sorry. 42% of a vote counted. Harris is leading by 3% against Donald Trump in Kansas.
I don't know what to say. I genuinely am not sure. I every time I think, oh wow, it's leaning this way, it's leaning that way. I can't. I genuinely cannot pick this.
The thing is, though, that
It's
like
ridiculous.
these states, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, have been trending blue for a while now. And it's not surprising to see swings towards them. The
Missouri?
Democrats, sorry, in these areas. Missouri, I think, to an extent, I'm not sure. But Nebraska and Kansas specifically best constantly trends towards the Democrats in these areas. And the Democrats are both ahead with 30% counted in Nebraska. Actually, Nebraska's being called for Trump, but she's ahead by 7% in Nebraska and 3% ahead in Kansas. So making gains, but really not in the places she needs.
And just want to get on a big Senate call. Fox News is projecting that Ted Cruz has been re-elected in Texas against Colin Allred, the Democrat. So that Blexus brief hope that some of the Democrats had is not there at the moment. But we will wait and see for some more calls there. However, again, we haven't made that North Carolina call yet. But Maggie will keep an eye on it.
Newsweek has reported that a majority of first-time North Carolina voters are voting for Trump.
Majority of first-time voters. All right, well, that's interesting there. To be honest, I mean, look, I no surprise if you know the DDHQ call is correct, but you know, I mean, that would be pretty stunning in terms of the difference between the governor's race and the presidential race. They're like not unheard of. Like a Republican governor was just easily re-elected in Vermont, but still, it would be quite something. And yeah, we will see.
And in the Nebraska Senate race in the normal election, not the special election, Nebraska's having 2 Senate seats up. One of them is confidently Republican for Pete Ricketts against the Democrats, while Dan Osborne, independent, is running a strong campaign against the Republicans. He's up 10% right now. That's an extra 10% than what the Democrats are up in the rest of the state. So impressive. Maybe he could win that seat, which is extremely important for the Democrats if they want to have some sort of power in the Senate. Even if I don't believe he's going to caucus with the Democrats.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be caucusing with anyone, is what we've heard if he's elected. Big if. 2 calls. DDHQ has just called Colorado for Kamala Harris. I don't think we can be surprised there. And yep, that has 10 electoral votes. So if we can update her to 1, 2, 3.
Oh, no, sorry. We've already called that a while ago. That's
already called. All right, don't add anything. Did we call New York?
We have called New York.
Then we don't add anything. All right, we're ahead. Notifications are delayed here.
It looks like
if we assume that Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, then Kamala Harris needs to win all others. Then Kamala Harris needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Right. Well, in terms of like Arizona, Nevada, how could they be playing out then?
Nevada is useless according to 538. Nevada isn't needed by either side. If Georgia and North Carolina are called, if Republicans don't, if not until Georgia is called, Nevada is useful. If Georgia gets called for the Republicans, then no one needs Nevada. Unless Iowa also is too close to call, in which case Nevada and Iowa are both important.
Gotcha. Some of the results out of I'm seeing results out of Virginia that are putting Trump ahead. But again, we called that, didn't we? For
We
Dems.
haven't called that.
We
It's
haven't
still
called
really
it.
surprising. He's 50,000 votes ahead, 2.7 million votes counted in total. About. He's really having a good time in North Carolina and Georgia, down in the South. I think it's because
So I
he's had
believe-
really consistent trends towards him with black voters. Continue. Sorry.
So earlier on, I said that the Democrats, I'm surprised the Democrats are winning in Virginia because I got my states confused. Turns out I might be right. That's the shock. I got North Carolina and Virginia confused, but if these figures, the question is what's being called is the issue.
It looks like AP Decision Desk has Virginia as likely Democrat still. So clearly we're missing some sort of really crucial Democrat vote, and that's not been accounted for in current projections.
Okay, so
Yeah, see, I reckon Democrats should eventually get back Virginia if the numbers are kind of leaning one way or another. But then again, as you rightly said, Maggie, they're going back and forth here.
Yeah, I'm just looking for some more states to call, and I can't find any. So,
I am interested in a couple of these other results. I don't think, Stuart, maybe you can tell me otherwise, but I don't think there has been any other calls for North Carolina bar DDHQ at this point.
Yeah, and I've called Virginia, which could be wrong. So.
Well, that's why we're cautious. That's why I will weigh on Maggie Perry.
No, they haven't called Virginia. They've called it as likely Democrat. That's what the number is.
AP or D? I thought DDHQ called it, didn't it?
DDHQ called it. AP didn't call it.
Maybe they did. Yeah, but what's really interesting is that Republicans seem to be seeing small swings towards them in Wisconsin and Michigan, but we don't have enough results to be able to verify that. In Pennsylvania, however, Democrats are consistently having swings towards them. Pennsylvania is quite a lot of electoral votes. It's 19. That's actually really important. If the Democrats don't win Pennsylvania, they won't win. I think that's pretty clear with the current results.
Yeah, I'd agree. Can I just get an update on a pretty... You were mentioning Missouri maybe going blue, right, Maggie? Here's the US Senate race in Missouri. Lucas Kuntz. That's correct, by the way. That is his name. Kunce. I don't know how else to pronounce that. Lucas Kuntz has 52.7%. Josh Hawley, the incumbent Republican, has 45.2% with 14% in. Early, no calls, but Kuntz is ahead there. I think we're going to keep coming back to that race. I think we need to keep going back to that one. Yeah. Anyway, so just a note, we were talking about Missouri, talking about the US Senate. Keep an eye on that race.
It looks like I'm just thinking about Texas. I'd say pretty likely for Republicans win the Senate seat in Texas, but no calls yet. Be careful about that. And Iowa, 12% in, and Democrats are ahead by 15 points.
Iowa, they're still ahead. Oh,
yes, it is.
Selsa.
Yeah, but it's only 12% counted.
Democrats might lose Senate in Nebraska. It'll be an independent game, potentially.
Yeah,
Democrats,
Republican.
Senate, Republicans. Well,
yeah, it's Republican.
Nebraska. Yeah. We've been talking about that. Dan Osborne, he's run an independent campaign, and I think he's been endorsed by a lot of labor and union organizations, which has been really crucial. Currently, he's ahead in Omaha, the biggest city in Nebraska, and he's going to be crucial for the Democrats winning the Senate, especially because in both Ohio and Texas, the Democrats are currently behind, and both of these seats were quite interesting for, seeing if the Democrats could win control. It'll be hard to win, but if they do, they need Nebraska to go independent, even if it's not for the Democrats.
Right. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see on that level, and then we'll also continue to, I guess, look back at some of the other issues. I know these are only certain issues, but we've been talking about abortion. There was a Florida vote to add abortion rights to that state's constitution. That has failed, according to NBC, which again, we've been talking about the abortion as an issue,
I just
so
want
we'll
to
see on that.
clarify with that. The abortion vote in Florida has gotten 57% in favor, whatever side favors abortion, 57%. But you need 60% in this particular referendum. You need 60% for it to pass. So although a clear majority of voters have supported it, it won't be a pass because it needs 60% and it's just missing that.
Right, yeah. Well. No simple. We can't have simple majority elections in the US, can we? We've got to do this electoral college thing. We'll get back to North America in just a moment. I'm conscious of the time as well. But just continuing to stay with us. I'll remind everyone at home that I will have to go in the next 20 minutes as well, which is unfortunate. But yeah, Stuart, any other states where we're looking? I know North Carolina remains only called by one at this point. Anything else out of Georgia or Michigan?
Actually, I haven't checked the figures for Georgia in a minute. Just give me a second to check that. 1 second, sorry. I was looking at the governor race, so if we go to Georgia, not much of a change. Democrats have closed the gaps. Have they closed the gap? Yeah, the gap's extended. So over 300,000, which is very
just
bad.
200,000 actually. Sorry.
Right.
It's 250. 250.
To me, it looks like 204,000. We might be looking at different things.
I'm doing DHQ figures here right now.
Yeah, I did want to say in New Mexico, Harris is only leading by 4 points with 12% in. I think there's been swings against her in some areas, and swings towards her in others in the north, near cities, while in Native majority or Hispanic majority areas, she's seeing swings against her. That's New Mexico.
Right.
And that's on the earlier reporting. Yeah.
Okay. So, just again looking at some of these figures, I think it's clear there's a bit of a uncalled yet. Hey, we're going to get back to White. I'll wait for a cue from our producer. We're going to get back though to White Sharp. He's standing by as our North American correspondent, and there's a couple of key races to follow here. I think the overall reality, those who maybe are just joining us, is that it is still very too close to call, and depending on who's ahead, it depends on what state you're in, which seems obvious, but yeah, really we cannot make any major calls yet. And the numbers you're seeing on screen are all states that were always pretty much locked away from this going into this race. If we can, I think we might be able to get to Wyatt now.
Okay, I want to bring in Jaden Jefferson. He is host of Jaden Jefferson Reports. Obviously, Jaden, I know you and I know each other. We've been on with each other a few times. I saw you did obviously a very interesting conversation earlier today with Frank LaRose. Is that his name, the Ohio Secretary of State? Yes. Yeah, so I'm just thinking, you're from Ohio. It's obviously recently becoming more of a kind of solid red state, so to speak. But I'm wondering if what he told you in terms of vote counting and what have you is perhaps symbolic of what some of these other states that we're seeing are kind of following.
Yeah, Ohio is a state it used to be purple, and that's really what it used to become, was a state that you would watch and pay attention to. But Ohio this time around, it's really not a state that a lot of us are following. because Ohio for sure is a red state as of now. And there are a lot of factors that contributed to that. But one of the big changes has been demographically, the state has shifted. And so its tradition of picking the election winner, that ended back in 2020. So we really have not done that in some time. And that is why this time around, Ohio has kind of lost the reliability of predicting the winner.
And the last time you and I spoke, I think it was on Scripps News, and we were talking about the impact of this race on young people. And to a certain degree, it's interesting because young people were kind of predicted to turn up in large numbers this election. We haven't really seen too many indicators whether or not that has happened as of yet, although voter turnout in rural areas of the country is supposedly up and in urban areas of the country is down. A lot of people saying that that is perhaps due to kind of the apathy that people are feeling. Is that kind of what young people are feeling as well? Perhaps one of the reasons that could influence voter turnout tonight, just kind of a dislike, so to speak, for both sides being forced to choose between the lesser of two evils, so to speak?
I definitely will say early on in this election, that was 100% a feeling that I think a lot of young people had, because they just saw two candidates that were far out of their age range. And it really wasn't something that was exciting for them, even if they maybe liked a Trump or Biden policy. Just the candidates themselves were not exciting people for them. Now they're at this stage in the election, there's starting to be more enthusiasm, but still at the end of the day, a lot of young people just view this as government, and they don't see a lot of the good things that government can do. And so therefore are kind of turned off by these elections because they see more of the same. Whereas there are adults who feel that these elections do matter. And so there really is that feeling that a lot of young people are having, where it's not really a big deal for them, unfortunately, to be civically engaged with a lot of what's happening in the country and even locally.
Yeah, and I mean, perhaps we can get to some of those down ballot races in a moment here, but I mean, are there any particular states that you're watching? Like, we're talking a lot about North Carolina, which Decision Desk HQ called for Donald Trump. People are kind of increasingly so, I think, as the night goes on, at least I am kind of in my mind thinking there's an increasing probability that Donald Trump will be successful, which was not kind of the prediction I had, unofficial prediction I had ahead of tonight. If we're thinking about some of these swing states, though, Georgia has been going back and forth a little bit. Pennsylvania is obviously very early in that state right now. Arizona, we don't even have any numbers from yet. I guess, what are you kind of out of the 7 swing states, so to speak, kind of watching for in particular?
Pennsylvania has been my number one for sure. I think all of the campaigns and their folks, they're watching Pennsylvania for sure. But again, North Carolina is another state that obviously you have to pay attention to as well. And so I've kind of just been bouncing between the two, paying attention there. There has been a lot of emphasis on Georgia, of course, as well, because due to the fact that we're early in this election, there are still a lot of votes from the urban areas of Georgia that haven't been counted. And so still watching to see what happens there in Georgia, how the turnout is. So that's another state I'm watching. But then one other thing I'm interested in is what the Harris campaign has been hoping, which is that that blue wall will actually stay up. Of course, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. And so I'm also paying attention to those states as well, because we're so early in this election, it really could go either way. But at the end of the day right now, currently, North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
And I know you're pretty close to Michigan. Michigan is obviously out of that kind of blue wall, so to speak. The rest of it, I mean, that is one of the kind of states that a lot of people are talking about, and there's a number of factors that could go into play to kind of decide who wins that in 2020. Joe Biden won all of it, including Pennsylvania. How important is that area of the country in terms of deciding the winner, or specifically for Kamala Harris? I mean, I've been going through kind of scenarios in my head of, if she loses this state, she has to win X, Y, or Z. I mean, how is that going to unfold?
Yeah, Michigan is an important state. It has some power, some weight to it. And there really are a couple of things that I think about when I think about Michigan. One, I think about the Arab American population. And obviously, the war in Gaza is playing a large role in some people that are just choosing the other candidate on the ticket. They're not voting for Trump or Harris. There are some people doing third-party voting. And then there are some people that may not be voting at all due to that situation. But then another part of Michigan I'm looking at is auto workers. So the United Auto Workers Union, they endorsed Vice President Harris. But one thing that does happen in unions is there are some people that will not support the candidate that the union endorses. And so I'm interested to see if Michigan's auto workers will actually follow the endorsement of the UAW union.
And what about get out the vote efforts? Because Democrats historically don't have as strong of a way of kind of mobilizing their supporters after they have like already done the hard part of getting them to kind of commit to voting for them. Is there any indication, at least as of to what you know right now, as to how that's going? We saw, obviously, based off of some of the results we're seeing, perhaps it's not going as strong as it could be.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we're seeing in the numbers right now, is that there are those turnout concerns. And so I will say, early on, you do sort of get an idea of how things are unfolding, but I will be interested towards the end of the night where those numbers are standing, because we still, of course, have some big cities in Georgia, for example, in the Atlanta area, where we're still waiting on some more batches of ballots to come in and really get those numbers in. And so I will be interested once we get the cities in what that situation looks like. But definitely we are seeing so far that turnout could be an issue this election.
And just lastly here on those down ballot races that you mentioned earlier, we're seeing perhaps in the Senate, I think there was one Republican pickup in the Senate, and then which was expected, but also some races that are perhaps interesting, like a race like Maryland, for example, a very Democratic state, but you have someone like Larry Hogan in Maryland, who was the former governor there, very popular, who many people were predicting might at least have somewhat of a chance. How are some of these down ballot races going to unfold, and are there any in particular you're looking out for?
Yeah, there's actually one here in my home state of Ohio. That's a big race. Actually, the most expensive in the country right now, well over a $500 million race. And a lot of that money is outside money, but we have here in Ohio, Senator Sherrod Brown, who is known for kind of having this populist ideals for him. He's someone that had a lot of Republican support because they like his values and they like the way he sells himself. And so he's someone who is popular with Republicans. But then we also have Bernie Moreno, who is a businessman here in Ohio that is running as his Republican opposition. And this race, according to the polling that we have, has been a pretty close one. It's been similar to the presidential race. It could go either way. And so I am following this race as well, because it's another one of those Senate races where a lot of money is being spent. So Ohio definitely at the top of the list for me.
All right, we'll leave it there. Jaden Jefferson, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Leo, back to you. Jaden Jefferson, same age as all of us, easily the most well-spoken guest we've had tonight.
Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you very much, Jaden. Continuing these results, I do have to go in literally just a few minutes. But just to some significant breaking news, I guess, historical for the US Congress here, which is that US networks are projecting, and this isn't a result we usually follow, but in Delaware's only House seat, Sarah McBride, a Democratic candidate, has become the first ever transgender person elected to the US Congress, serving for Delaware's only House of Representatives seat. So that is a historic milestone there. I don't think it was particularly surprised given it's Delaware and it was just like a large House seat. But again, Democratic candidate Sarah McBride has become the first ever transgender person elected to the US Congress, winning Delaware's only House seat. So there you go. Continuing this coverage, Stuart, I'll just note, we've seen some posts online about North Carolina calls. We're backing off that now, and Maggie, I'm imagining you'd agree. We're not calling North Carolina at this point DDHQ. I think, I'm not saying Trump will lose, but I think it's just a little early. Like, you'd think if they're calling one or the other, they'd put Georgia first. But no, Stuart, no call for North Carolina yet. How do you think it's tracking overall, though?
Well, based on the figures we've got right now, I still reckon that it's probably, yeah. What have we got now? We've got 200,000. It keeps floating at around 150,000 is the closest it'll go in North Carolina. It's 200,000. So Trump's still maintaining that lead, 65% of the vote in. We've got two outlets now reporting it, Decision Desk HQ and also Politics Global. However, the AP is still calling it just as likely, and I'm inclined to agree with the AP. Generally, they do have slightly more reliable figures. I've also got the most up-to-date figures as well. Georgia, again, it's sitting at Georgia will sit at about 250,000 to 300,000 votes. Difference, that's where it's sitting at right now. We've got almost 80% of the vote in Georgia, so there's not that much left to count. What we are waiting on is some both the urban cities and the urban counties, and also a few of the cities that we had the bomb threats. The problem for the Democrats is that most of Atlanta has already been counted, and Atlanta was their strong spot. But with a Cobb 85% counted, Fulton is 83%, and so on and so forth. And these are not looking great. The Atlanta has stuck strong Democrat, but it's looking like it might not be enough. If we moving to the southeast of the state is where you're seeing a strong Republican performance down in Savannah as well, which is again on the coast. So definitely some worry there for the Democrats.
Can I just get an interesting? Yeah, sorry. Can I just get an interesting figure? I'm interested in your thoughts, Stuart, because they've been talking about the Puerto Rican vote, how that could change things with the whole garbage joke that was made at one of his rallies. In Osceola County in Florida, Trump is ahead there with 1.2%. Now, Florida's won by Trump, but what's interesting, Biden won that same county by 14 points in 2020. It's got a big Puerto Rican population, and Trump is ahead by 1.2% with 91% in there. So how that will play out,
I wouldn't be surprised.
We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised. Trump tends to. We all know that Trump is hard on migration, which is why he gets votes from, which is probably why he'll flip Arizona back. But the downside of that is that it annoys a lot of the Cubans and a lot of the Puerto Ricans, so they tend to vote against Trump on the same basis of his migration laws. They will benefit from the migration policies, so they tend to vote against Trump. Whereas in Arizona, which is on the direct border, it feels more real because you've got a physical border there, whereas in Florida, it's the ocean. So you get that different dynamic there as to how they treat border policies. So Florida, which is also the closest to Cuba and Puerto Rico, tends to prefer Democrats more on migration, although clearly that's not the only issue here, because if migration was the only issue, we'd see Democrats winning it. But no, it looks like despite that, Trump is still ahead on around 60% of the vote. Kamala Harris down on just 40%, or not even 40%, 39% of the votes. She's not even cracking 40,000. So it's definitely. I remember with the US 2016 election, Florida was pretty contentious, and it looks like despite
remember when Florida was a swing state? Remember that? Oh, what has happened to Florida in recent years? Well, it's DeSantis, in the end, but it's incredible that it used to be a swing. Well, again, people would have longer memories than I do, but there you go. By the way, for what it's worth, NBC just called Kansas for Donald Trump. No surprise there if that does indeed hold. But Maggie, as you were noting, Kansas and some of these other similar states in similar areas were at some point leaning the way of Harris. This is the call that's been made by NBC, though. What do you make of it, just quickly?
I agree. I'd actually project Kansas right now, so that's 179 for Republicans. There was strong swings towards the Democrats in a lot of areas in Kansas, like in Wichita. It's only 12% counted, but Trump won that county by 12% last election, and now the Democrats are ahead by 20 points. Really strong swings towards the Democrats, but chances are it probably won't be enough to obviously flip Kansas, which is, quite a safe Republican state. And although a lot of Wichita is still yet to count, Kansas City is pretty much done, and there's a lot of rural counties. So I think we can call Kansas for the Republicans. It's just really surprising to me that we had to wait this long to call Kansas for Republicans with, it's such a Republican state in my head.
So how many votes would that get, electoral college-wise?
6. So that brings us to 179 for Trump.
179 electoral college votes we can project now for Trump, and that could well, I don't think it'll be that significant, but that could be an interesting race to follow. And just at the end here, we can see the final swings, which will be interesting. Hey, just noting, it's almost midday, so I have to unfortunately go. in just a there we go. I have to unfortunately go. I have a business management exam that starts at 3 o'clock my time and ends at 5:15. If I rush it, I can leave early. I probably shouldn't rush it though. But you will have the rest of the Six News team here all throughout the afternoon. Stuart Jeffrey will be leading the next hour. We think we'll get Austin Pollock back in a moment shortly as well. So I will go. Best of luck to me, and I'm sure. Well, let's hope there's no results there. But you are watching Six News. We're going to go to a break. We'll see you again soon.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on Six News.
If he doesn't like tough questions, or if any guest we have doesn't like the tough questions we pose, then I think that's on them. That's their problem. You don't think Australians are interested in whether their leader tells the truth or not? Because I mean, surely
you're not going to get many people outside of Gen Z voting for you.
I don't really want anyone outside Gen Z voting for me, to be quite
right.
frank.
Well, I don't know how you're going to win.
Would you be willing to come back on Six News?
Why not just log off? Like, it's not compulsory to post.
On Six News, we bring you the latest headlines and breaking stories live. Our team of journalists are on the ground across the country and around the world, keeping you informed with up-to-the-minute reporting every single day.
Top of the hour, every hour.
Thanks for joining us.
So in 2024, turn to Six News, on the hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 366 days of the year.
Live on Six News, this is America Decides Election 2024.
Good afternoon, I'm Stuart Jeffrey. Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the US presidential election right here on Six News. It's looking like North Carolina might be called for Trump, and Georgia's looking that way as well, potentially. Pennsylvania looking like it will still go Democrat, and they will potentially retain that state. But we don't know. We don't have enough figures in Pennsylvania, but Georgia and North Carolina are looking pretty close to being resolved, especially in Georgia, where the gap is about 200,000 votes. But firstly, we're going to look at the other stories making news this hour. Here's Darby Travers.
Thank you very much. We will get back to our special live coverage of the US presidential election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news this hour, and Stephen Miles has been returned as Queensland Labor leader unopposed as the party looks forward to 2028. Miles led Labor to a loss late last month, with Liberal National leader David Crisafulli now officially the new premier. No challenges within Labor emerged to Miles, and he has remained in the party's top job, with Cameron Dick also being re-elected unopposed as deputy leader. Miles will now lead the party, which has around 34 seats as counting continues to the next state election in 2028. The LNP, meanwhile, has a majority with 51 seats. He took over as leader and premier from Anastasia Palaszczuk after she resigned in December 2023. The Reserve Bank has kept interest rates on hold at 4.35% for the 8th time in a row. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Michelle Bullock announced the move, telling reporters she thinks the current settings are correct. The RBA says that while inflation has fallen substantially since 2022, underlying inflation remained too high. The latest forecast suggests that it will be some time before inflation is sustainably in the target range, adding that the board is not ruling anything in or out. It is the 8th straight meeting in a row where rates have been left on hold. The final meeting for the year is in December, but the ABC reports that economists do not expect a rate cut before 2025. The ABC has apologised after an independent review found the national broadcaster added extra gunshot sounds to footage of an Australian commandos firing from a helicopter. The review found that in an online video, a total of 5 additional gunshot sounds were inaccurately introduced into footage, and additional shots were also inaccurately included in the story broadcast on air. Interim findings have cleared the ABC of having deliberately doctored, manipulated or distorted information in order to mislead audiences. In a statement, the ABC said it sincerely apologises for the editing errors and the videos have been removed. The review also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was potentially misleading, and that his final comment that alleged war crimes should be investigated was not proper context. The ABC added they regret if any audience members were misled and said editors' notes have been attached to the stories. Further findings will be included in a final report which will be released at a later date. To sport news now, when Knight's Choice has pulled off a famous victory in the 164th running of the Melbourne Cup. Irish jockey Robbie Dolan claimed the $4.4 million prize in a photo finish, with Warp Speed taking out second position. In the betting odds, Knight's Choice was an $81 long shot, with the win being seen as a major upset. It was the first appearance from Dolan in the race that stops the nation. He moved to Australia 8 years ago and is currently based in Queensland. A record 4 female jockeys had rides in this year's Melbourne Cup, along with a total of 6 female trainers. Alright, let's now check in with your local weather forecast around the nation for your Thursday. Starting in Brisbane, partly cloudy and 32. Rain on the way for Sydney and Canberra, getting to highs of 27 and 21 respectively. Melbourne is heading for a top of 21, 19 degrees in Hobart. Adelaide, rain and 19. Perth is heading for a top of 20. And over in Darwin, a sunny top of 33.
We've just had polls close in Arizona.
And that is 6 News 4 now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website or by following us on social media at SIXNewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. For now though, let's head back to 6 News' continuing live coverage of the US presidential election.
Welcome back to our coverage of the US election live. We'll be going all day or all night if you're in the US. If you're in the US, welcome to 6 News. We do have a few Americans watching us. We've had a couple of you in the chat, so thanks for joining an Australian outlet in watching the US election. We've just had polls close in Arizona. We're hearing reports of a couple hours waiting in line before you can vote. It reminds me of the Queensland local council elections back in March, where you had hours-long waiting in queues. But this time, it's millions of people, not a few 100,000. To get some of these results and look at the swings there, I'll hand over to Maggie Perry.
Right, so in Arizona, we've actually got a 36% counted, and the difference between Trump and Harris is 40 votes. So basically, standstill. And it's looking like the swings in Maricopa County, that's where Phoenix is less than 1% towards the Democrats. And in Pinal County, it looks like about stagnant. This really shows it's a toss-up, but Arizona was very narrowly won by the Democrats last year. If there were no real swings, Democrats would be able to hold Arizona, but we can't be completely sure about anything at this moment, especially not Arizona, since we don't really have a huge chunk of votes anywhere else. I just called Missouri for the Republicans. We've just waited a while because we had a lot of Democrat votes early on in the night, and now it seems like the Republicans are leading. Meanwhile, Trump is leading in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania by less than 1 point, and in Michigan, Kamala Harris is leading by 3 points against Donald Trump. Just looking to see if there's any other states like Georgia where Trump's ahead by 5% with 84% counted. I think that's quite likely to go Republican. Definitely a bit of a surprise that it's gone so heavily towards Trump. And in Virginia, Trump is still ahead by 50,000 votes with 66% counted. Bit worrying, very worrying, sorry, for the Democrats that there's been such a swing towards Trump in such a, what was considered a safe state. It wasn't even a swing state.
Over the last couple of elections, Democrats have tried to take control over North Carolina, taking it from the Republicans, but it looks like the Republicans are going to hold North Carolina and potentially even fight back and push into Virginia, which is, if I was a Democrat, I'd be very worried about that because they have West Virginia. So if you lose Virginia as well, or even Virginia is threatened, and you have Pennsylvania, presumably at least, yeah, it's not looking good for you in the East. You basically pushed back into New England and Pennsylvania, I guess. So with the issue is in Georgia, 85% of the vote counted. Do we have any counties not reporting yet, or do we have all counties reporting and just not counted in some of those
in
counties?
Georgia, just about every single county. There's a very small handful of rural counties that haven't reported anything. Yeah, this is really bad for Kamala in Georgia and North Carolina. I think there's been swings away from young Black voters who have been trending towards Trump in recent elections, while she's seen swings towards her in suburban Atlanta, but it's not enough to count really strong swings in rural Georgia. She's seen swings against her in most states, but in a handful of them, like Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, upstate New York, it looks like, and even parts of Pennsylvania. Harris is seeing swings towards her, but it's kind of isolated, and this is really bad for her. She really needs swings towards her in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, and she's not getting them in Michigan and Wisconsin. And we don't really know enough to call anything in Pennsylvania or Arizona. So I think this is really worrying. I'm not exactly sure if early votes have come through. I'm sure the Democrats are very stressed about the result at this point.
And of course, we should point out at this point that North Carolina was held by the Republicans at last election, so their figures won't change there, but the Democrats, they needed to gain that, or it was one of their options to gain that. And what we've got right now is they're looking yet again, North Carolina probably, and Georgia was held by the Republicans until 2020, when Biden took the votes for that. But now Georgia will go back into Republican hands. They've now locked down the Southeast if they get to take back Georgia and they hold North Carolina. Arizona, I don't know if we could potentially be seeing like almost a block in the West. You've got Washington, Oregon, California. If you add into that Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, because Colorado was already a safe Democrat territory, potentially even throw in Nevada, you've effectively got a divided Democrats on the East Coast and the West Coast, and everything in the middle being Republican, which is it's not exactly. You're going to have Illinois out there as well in the middle of nowhere. Do we have any swings in Illinois? Because it is traditionally
in Illinois,
Democrat
it looks like mostly
seat.
towards Trump, but some swings towards Democrats in Illinois. In Wisconsin, oh my God, wow! Sorry, I'm just looking at the swings. So it looks consistently like the Republicans are gaining in Wisconsin. Again, can't say anything
figures?
for sure. Do we
What
have
are the figures telling us?
I can just see consistent shifts of about 10 points towards for Republicans in Wisconsin.
Who's
in
ahead then?
It's Trump.
So he's ahead statewide then. It's with swings. Ooh.
Yes.
Now we ran the maths earlier, and I'll just run the maths again because now Leo's here. The maths is going to be much better. Don't tell him I said that. If we're assuming that Georgia and North Carolina go to the Republicans, then okay, now you need to win you need to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and that's looking like it's going to be a bit more difficult. And I'm sure Democrats are not a fan of that right now. it looks like it might not be going as late as we thought it might. It's not going to. It's not definitely not going to be the what was it, 3-4 p.m. AEST that the election was called in 2016. I actually remember being in high school then doing gym, and someone had their phone out and we were watching the live updates back in 2016, watching the US election back then. So now, I'm now I'm doing it here instead. So a bit of an upgrade there for me. What are the options for the Democrats here? If you're losing Wisconsin, they should hold Pennsylvania. Michigan's still looking like it's up in the air. Where can the Democrats claw back? Can they claw back? What are their chances in, say, Arizona? I know have we called Ted Cruz yet in the Texas Senate? Have we called that yet?
I was going to get to that. Ted Cruz has won in Texas. We're talking about the president, where the Democrats need to win, or the Senate.
President Ted Cruz, no. The Senate for Ted Cruz. Have we called that yet? Because I remember Leo was talking about
we're talking about the pathways to a Democratic majority in the Senate, or a tie, which if the Democrats win presidency, a tie is enough. And if independent Dan Osborne is able to win the Senate seat in Nebraska, then the Democrats would be able to get some sort of working majority with him, I'm sure. He's run a strong campaign against the Republicans, and clearly it's paying off, especially not being tied to the Democrats.
What if Montana flips? Because that's being proposed in the Senate.
Yeah, it's quite likely that Montana flips in that case. Democrats really need. Wow, it's looking really tough in that case. If Montana is flipped, then the Democrats need to win in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Virginia, and an independent needs to win in Nebraska. I think that's what it's currently looking like. And potentially, I believe, and they need to win in another seat too. So it's looking really difficult for them.
Do you have the figures for the House of Reps? I don't have them in front of me right now, but it'd be interesting to see how House of Reps is looking.
Yeah. It's currently looking 83 for the Democrats, 123 for Republicans. I haven't been keeping track of the House. So personally not exactly sure about, where those seats are called and such, but clearly not looking good for Kamala Harris. I think we can also call, just considering this, sorry, just looking at the states about where we might be able to call a race. I think we might be able to call the presidency in Nebraska. If I just get a closer look at those figures, I think we could hold off on that, but Nebraska is quite likely to go to the Republicans. I won't call it yet. It's been trending blue for a while, but swings towards the Democrats in a lot of places in Nebraska, which is one of a few places they're seeing consistent success.
Now, Nebraska's one of the ones with the weird. It's got the weird districts.
It's got split electoral votes.
Yeah, you got your at-large and your district level. Are we going to call all 5 for Republicans,
no,
or are we going to leave the one district as?
I think we can call 2 Republican seats in Nebraska. So the number for Republicans is now 193 because I've called Wyoming. Oh, shocker. And 114 for the Democrats because they've won one of the seats in Maine, which is quite expected. Currently, Trump's actually leading in Maine with 8% counted vote. So really all over the place this election.
What are the Senate counted rates then in Maine?
In Maine, there's an independent Angus King who is competently leading his incumbent. He's won that seat. That goes towards the Democrats because he caucuses with the Democrats in the Senate, as does Bernie Sanders, who has won his seat in Vermont, of course. Looks like the Democrats are leading for the Senate in Virginia, in Michigan and Wisconsin, and in Arizona quite confidently by 8% against Kari Lake, which, she's a very strong Trump supporter. We've seen her on the ground a lot. She was very narrowly defeated last election. It looks like she will be defeated yet again, but can't call that.
and it's election fraud. That's what it always is. So,
And I think we can pull New Mexico for the Democrats. So that brings us to 119. Yeah.
All right, so we're calling New Mexico, but we're not calling Arizona. We're not calling. Do we have figures for Nevada in yet? Because didn't they have? Do they close next hour?
Nevada,
right
no,
now?
that's. I think it might be next hour.
All right.
In Virginia, the race has gotten closer. Trump is leading by less than 1% against the Democrats, but it's shocking that he's leading at all, 71% counted.
Where's this, sorry?
In Virginia.
Jeez.
That's not a swing state. Still, yeah. And Trump has won Iowa, so 199.
So we're calling Iowa. So much for Leah's optimism about them being Democrats. So much for that polling. Was happy to call Iowa. So can you just go over the state of? Sorry.
The electoral college votes. That's 199 for the Republicans, 119 for the Democrats. Is that what you were asking, Stuart?
No, I believe that was our producer talking. What's the that is the voice of God in my ear. Don't tell him I said that. So do we have anything? I'm just gonna pull up the figures for Georgia again myself, because we're looking at 85% called now in Georgia. That's the figures that I'm looking at.
85%. I'm not sure if early votes are in for Georgia. Once again, I can't, I'm not sure, but might just win. I'm not sure. And it looks like the Greens have won a county in Montana. I just wanted to say, which is really surprising.
Ooh, let's zoom in on that. In Montana?
It seems to be in a quite small county, but they're currently leading. It's not sure, but
is that their first seat? Wait, that's a county.
No, not a seat, a county.
District. It's a county. They've got the weird. I don't get US politics. It's a weird system. It's such a weird. Well, because they've got the split term senators as well, but they've got that weird. We do half a Senate election every election year. They do a third of the Senate every election year, so they still get the 6 years, but there's a lot more elections for the Senate, so you end up with a third of the senators up for election each time. Yeah, well, looking at the AP right now, the AP is Wisconsin ahead for the Republican Party. That is not
the
good,
presidency. The Republicans are extremely slightly ahead, but in the Senate, the Democrats are 1% ahead. And in Michigan, it looks like Harris is ahead by about 1.5%, and in Pennsylvania, she's behind 1%. I think she really needs Pennsylvania at this point. It'll be really hard for her to win without it.
So what are we looking at for so we've got Philadelphia, I presume, is going Democrats. How are we looking on the west side there in Pennsylvania? Because I know the middle is your Republican stronghold. So how are we looking at for Western Pennsylvania then? Because that's your Ohio border. So how are we looking
in Western Pennsylvania? It looks like in rural areas there's been swings towards the Republicans. But over in Pittsburgh, there's been a small swing towards the Democrats. And in Erie County, I'm not sure, do we have anything? No, we don't have anything. But it's a bit all over the place, but Trump is generally seeing swings in Pennsylvania. As to whether those are in urban areas, I don't believe so. So honestly, anyone's game in Pennsylvania. And if Trump manages to win it, Harris is pretty much done.
Well, that just leaves Pittsburgh. Do you have the figures for Pennsylvania from 2020? If you have them, can you pull those up? Because I want to see the swing.
In Pennsylvania, Biden won with 50% against Trump's 48.8. Currently in Pennsylvania, the number is 51% Trump, 48% Harris.
No, I was referring to more on a county level, in
Which
Pittsburgh.
county?
Pittsburgh, which is
Pittsburgh County. Harris won with 61%.
Allegheny, or whatever
Is
it
winning.
is.
Yeah, Harris is winning with 61% currently in Pittsburgh, while in 2020 Biden won with 60%. So there is a slight swing towards the Democrats in that area. I think in the surrounding counties, though, there's been a swing towards the Republicans, which is really worrying. And in Erie County, which was won by Biden by 1% last election, Harris is up 29 points, which is really not exactly the place I expected there'd be swings towards the Democrats, but it might just be enough to save them.
Okay, so if I put in, we've got Georgia, North Carolina, Paul, Iowa for the Republican Party, Arizona. Well, it depends what happens in Arizona. If the Democrats keep Arizona, they have control in Arizona, well, then they just need Pennsylvania to win, and they're fine. Or they need Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan to win, and they'll be fine. Without Arizona, they need all three.
Yeah, it's
Nevada again
really
is useless.
troubling.
Nevada is only useful if Iowa's in play, but Iowa's no longer in play, so that means Nevada's. That doesn't matter who gets Nevada, at least the presidency. So this is not good. I want to see if we've got anyone from Wisconsin.
I did just want to say,
for Wyatt, yeah.
In Nebraska, I think we can say the Republicans have won Nebraska. Once again, not too much of a shock, but I was holding out on it because it's actually ended up being quite close. Currently, they're only ahead by 1%, but I expect that margin to increase as more rural counties come in, which they gotta get to. But
well, the thing is, Nebraska and Maine have this weird system. They have this weird system. I don't know why. It's an American thing. Americans are weird. I'm sorry to our American viewers, but that's an Australian. They have this weird thing where they have, it's the same for Maine, they have 2 at-large seats. They're called at-large because they apply to the entire state, thinking like Western Australian upper house is at-large, right?
Yes.
Or at-large now. So it's just kind of
yes.
operating like Western Australian upper house, where you've got everyone's all in one big statewide district, and then they've got 2 smaller districts that's more like your Senate seats legislative council seats in, say, Victoria and New South Wales. So you've got this weird hybrid system in Nebraska and in Maine, and that usually means Nebraska gets 1 Democrat and Maine gets 1 Republican. I think Maine's the only one up north that has Republicans. New Hampshire has a slight Republican edge to it, but not presidential level. Vermont, again, it's weird Republican Democrat. They've got Bernie Sanders. They've got is Vermont a Republican governor, Maggie? Or is it I don't know one
they've got
governor.
I'll just check that actually. Vermont has a Republican governor, yes.
And then they've got Bernie Sanders. That's a weird combination. He's sitting at like 80% of the vote. I think I looked at him a bit earlier today.
He's currently sitting at 64%.
I mean, well, we're pretty much just waiting on figures in from Michigan and Wisconsin then. Pennsylvania, we're waiting on them.
Currently in Arizona, we've got 51% in Arizona. And Harris is ahead by 0.6%, which is quite narrow, but it appears some of the Republican counties aren't in, so it's still kind of anyone's game at this point. Yeah, it's a really interesting situation currently in Arizona. I'll have to look at how the swings are going, but looks like generally a slight swing to the Democrats, and then big swings away in areas with a big Native American population. If other areas in Arizona can counter that, I think Harris might be able to hold it. I'd tip Harris as holding it, but honestly, can't be sure.
We are now joined by our North American correspondent, Watch. What are your thoughts right now on chances of winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for the Democrats? Do they have a chance in all three states? Because I know we were talking a bit about the Muslim endorsement for Trump, and has that basically guaranteed the state for Trump then? That last minute deal?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just looking right now at all these states and just thinking, generally speaking, I would much rather be in the position of Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. It's hard to see how some of these states will magically transition to some degree towards Kamala Harris. I will mention, though, that a lot of the election day vote itself certainly does sway and is usually in favor of the Republicans. And so the reason I mention that is because in a state like Pennsylvania or Arizona, obviously two very critical swing states, they have not really had a lot of opportunity yet to get to some of the mail-in ballots just because the polls haven't been closed for very long. And so despite, states like Georgia and North Carolina, their polls have been open for a little while. I would say at least a lot of the polls were indicating that Donald Trump was going to win there. So there's certainly still a path to victory for Kamala Harris. But I think the main thing I would say right now is that in the kind of, blue wall that was formed in 2020 by Joe Biden in those Rust Belt states, Kamala Harris needs to win at least the majority of that and Arizona in order to kind of be successful, given that she's lost Georgia and she's lost North Carolina. Because, of course, Joe Biden won Georgia in 2020. And so now, with where we're sitting right now, to some degree, she's doing worse than President Biden did at this point when he ran in 2020. Even in a state like Virginia, it does, I think it's about the first 60 or 70% worth of poll closings there generally tend to favor the Republicans. So, it will certainly kind of come around, in my opinion, anyways, in Virginia towards Kamala Harris. But Virginia wasn't supposed to be a state that the Kamala Harris campaign had to worry about. The results that we see so far are perhaps suggesting that they might have to. And then Nevada's starting to come in soon here too. I mean, I still think it's anyone's game. I think Stuart, you're closer to being right at this stage than Maggie or I am. So
Vindication. Trump win was tipped by the bettors as well. I think Trump was tipped to win from that. It's so much for the polling. I know there's some polling split over Georgia, but it looks like, Maggie, do we want to call Georgia or North Carolina yet, or do you still want to hold off on those until the top of the hour?
I'm still not sure. I think Georgia's very likely to go Republican, but Trump only leads by 3% now, and there's 9% of the count left to be added. So obviously, really likely Trump wins, but I just want to hold off on it. So
I would say for Georgia and North Carolina right now, North Carolina, just based off of the nature of what counties are still left to report. I mean, Meg is the expert here, but just Georgia and North Carolina, they seem to be swaying Republican, obviously, and so it'll be interesting to watch. Certainly, most of the U.S. networks have called them both respectively, both of the two respective states for Donald Trump, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I don't have that.
HQ has also called it.
They have, yeah.
Maybe looking at the counties in Georgia, I think. I'm just considering it right now. I think we could probably call it for Trump.
In Georgia?
Georgia, yes. So that brings the Republicans to 217.
All right, so
in Virginia, the Democrats are consistently leading, and it looks like they'll be able to win. Even if they're just ahead by less than 10,000 votes, the votes remaining seem to be favoring what will be Democrats. Michigan and Wisconsin are also very narrow. Currently, Trump's ahead by a bit more than 1% in Wisconsin, and in Michigan, Harris is ahead by just 3,000 votes, or 0.3%.
Do we call North Carolina as well? Because the lead there's been extended to about 300,000.
I'm just thinking about it at the moment. Maybe just give me some time to consider it.
Okay.
North Carolina's just waiting on early voting and such, I believe.
Well, North Carolina's sitting at 84% counted. They just counted early. They've just put some of the early ballots in, and it's been dropped to 150,000.
Where in North Carolina?
Halved in North Carolina.
I don't have those numbers yet, but maybe it is a good idea to note how much is counted in North Carolina now.
North Carolina is sitting at 84% counted. Kamala's at 2.3 million. Trump's at 2.46 million.
And I think obviously Harris still has a chance.
Yeah, I would just say, guys, I think it is safe to call Georgia here now for former President Donald Trump, certainly just based off of some of the results in which we are seeing here now. North Carolina still looking at it, and it is a little bit closer, but Georgia, we can't make the call there. So I'll throw it back to you guys, and we'll see in a little bit for Brittany Martinez is going to join us once again in about half an hour or so.
Thanks. Looking forward to hear from her again. So looking at the state of play then for you, Maggie, do we move to Senate? Do we move to Senate races into the House of Reps now? Will we wait for North Carolina?
I think we should definitely wait. I mean, in the Senate, I can give some updates from last time. First of all, Arizona.
Go for it.
It looks like I do want to say I believe the Republicans will win the Senate seat in Arizona. Sorry, Democrats. Sorry, I'm so sorry. The Democrats will win the Senate seat in Arizona, beating Carrie Lake. Ruben Gallagher is the Democratic candidate. He's ahead by about 6%, while in the presidential race, Trump is ahead by about 0.2. So clearly there's a bit of distance between the presidential and Senate races. That brings the Democrats to 41 in the Senate, and the Republicans are at 47. Just looking at some other races, I think we can also call Missouri, so that would bring the Republicans to 48. Really get bad for the Democrats in the Senate. It's going to be really tough to claw back here.
Absolutely. And I guess I think moving forward, because now we're talking about potentially having a win for Trump here, and we've got that Muslim support for it. What happens in the Middle East now?
What happens in the Middle East?
His hands tied on Israel?
I don't think so. I don't really think his hands are. I don't think his hands are tied with Israel. I think a lot of maybe conservative voters, conservative Muslim voters, have maybe shifted over to Trump over social issues, but I'm not exactly. I don't think that's his hands are very tied. I think it has benefited him in Michigan, though, because currently, I said that as Michigan's numbers updated. Harris is only up by 0.2% in Michigan. I think if I'm not sure Stein's numbers, Jill Stein for the Greens, but if Harris falls short here, I think it might just be because of vote splitting from the Greens, which would be really awkward. And I also wanted to say in Virginia, it looks like very likely will go to the Democrats, but that is at least a bit better for them than in the previous few hours.
And it looks like no RFK Jr. Leo spoke with White earlier and wanted to get his thoughts on that now.
She was interviewed on The View recently, and she was asked by one of the hosts, Sunny Hosen, on The View, would you have done, or what was one specific thing from the Biden-Harris administration that perhaps you would have done differently? And she was unable to name kind of one solid policy point or legislation that was passed that she perhaps would have changed or would have done differently. And that was kind of like a gold mine, so to speak, for Republicans and for the Trump campaign to take in terms of a marketing advertising standpoint, because it literally is just proving what they've been saying for the entirety of this campaign, in the sense that you're voting for Kamala Harris. It's just an extension of 4 more years of Joe Biden. And of course, whether or not that is the truth, there are some differences in their policies. Kamala Harris is, of course, a lot more progressive than Joe Biden is. She's been perhaps rectifying some of those more progressive opinions. For example, back when she ran in 2020, she was against fracking. Now she has since come out and said that fracking is okay in most instances. So that's one example where she's kind of moved from kind of like a Bernie Sanders end of the party to more of a Joe Biden end of the party. And she has realigned herself because she knows that she can't alienate the, in many cases, already alienated factions of the Democratic Party who are unhappy that they made kind of that last minute split decision to swap Joe Biden in for, or to swap Kamala Harris in for Joe Biden. So there's a lot of unknowns, but I think relatively speaking, they're pretty similar. I mean, Joe Biden wouldn't have chose Kamala Harris to be his vice president if they weren't similar.
Yeah, and look, you mentioned some of the divide within the Democratic Party. I think more broadly, some of the divide on, you could say, the left regarding what's happening in Gaza at the moment. That has been a talking point for, well, it's been a year since October 7 now, and it's just continued to, I guess, present itself as a campaign issue for, it was Joe Biden and now Kamala Harris. We saw only a couple of days ago a number of Muslim leaders announce their formal endorsement of Donald Trump at a rally. Now, of course, there are, I guess you could say, a lot of varying opinions within the Muslim community. There's some who might be abstaining, some who might be voting for Jill Stein, but that seems to be crucial in a state like Michigan. How could this play out, especially if it does come down to Michigan?
Yeah, and that's really interesting because I've been having a lot of these conversations with people about specifically Michigan, because Michigan is one of those states where the issue of the war between Israel and Hamas is going to potentially play a role. Any other state, you think people care much more about inflation potentially, or about another kind of more economical or environmental or whatever. There's not many states where you can directly point to and say the issue of geopolitics is likely to shape the result of where those 15 electoral votes go. And so it's interesting to think about that in the sense of there's a lot of division even within the Democratic Party over that issue, where you have obviously people who are the Joe Bidens of the world or the John Fettermans of the world. I mean, Joe Biden has arguably been one of the most pro-Israeli presidents in modern time. And so that's one faction of the Democrat Party. But then you also have like the Squad, the AOCs of the world, who are very much pro-Palestinian. And so Michigan is kind of representative of those different factions of the Democratic Party on this issue. And because of that, there could be some Democratic kind of deflectors, so to speak, who move from the Democrat Party and perhaps decide to vote for Jill Stein as one candidate who's gaining a bit of attention over her views on the war. And so because of that, that could potentially split the vote, allow the Republicans to win. And then this endorsement, as you mentioned, of some Muslim leaders in Michigan towards Donald Trump only furthers that in terms of making it more difficult for Kamala Harris and the Democrats to win in Michigan. So if I'm a betting man, which I'm not for legal purposes, I would say that Kamala Harris is going to have a harder time than Democrats are used to in Michigan. Usually, Democrats are pretty likely in terms of being successful. 2016 was kind of a weird thing where they went bad in the Rust Belt and they lost the majority of them. But usually, it doesn't require much different of a strategy to win a state like Michigan than it does to win like Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, or what have you.
And just on the third parties we have here, I remember speaking a couple months ago, what impact will, RFK Jr. have? And we all saw how that, pretty quickly ended once they, I guess, kind of accepted that they weren't able to even win theoretically. Jill Stein is, you would say, the most prominent left standing at this point. And whether her votes could be crucial in a state like Michigan. As you say, we'll wait and see. There's some other names on limited ballots, the Libertarian Party, Cornel West.
Yeah.
Again, though, they in a swing state, in a state that, when it comes down to maybe a handful of states, those kind of percentages make differences. We talk about, or political historians talk about, Florida in 2000 with the Green Party there, and did that cost Al Gore against George W. Bush, right? How do we think these remaining lesser known and definitely lesser polling candidates than RFK Jr., how do we think they will, I guess, contribute to the final results?
And it's interesting because you don't hear necessarily a lot about these third-party candidates, but certainly the concern, particularly from the Democrats, is there. I don't necessarily think third parties as big a concern for the Trump campaign or for Republicans, and that's simply because there's not as many options. Like now that RFK is not in the race, right, he was the only kind of person who presented a remote threat in terms of third parties to the Republicans. Now, if you look at the third-party candidates who are still in the race, it's Cornel West, it's Jill Stein, and as we've been talking about, those are the two candidates who are going to be kind of a voice, a vehicle for those disenfranchised Democrats who feel kind of politically homeless, so to speak, over the issue of the war in Israel and Palestine. And so that's one thing. I also think Democrats are recognizing how big of a concern these third parties are, in the sense of they literally have developed a team of some of the best communicators in Democratic politics and politics in general. It's like Liz Smith, who was the architect of Pete Buttigieg's, campaign that came out of nowhere in 2020, and her main goal now on the Harris campaign is dedicated towards trying to take down some of these third-party candidates in terms of how successful they are in the election. And so that is certainly one thing. And then I would just say, like, if we're looking at these candidates right now, Jill Stein, I mean, everyone is trying to paint her as something that she is trying not to be, but she's kind of her own worst enemy. And like what I mean by that is she is being a voice for kind of these politically homeless, as I said, people in terms of geopolitics and what have you. But then, 2 weeks later, she makes a statement about how she stands with Palestine. A photo of her in front of the Kremlin comes out where she's praising Vladimir Putin. And so, like, there's a lot of kind of miscommunications that she's made and things that she's previously said that are really coming back to harm her. And so the Harris campaign has been trying to use some of those things to their advantage, but it doesn't necessarily seem to be working, in the sense of she is still, at least the polls suggest, the third-party candidates are still presenting a pretty big challenge towards her.
Now, the GOP elephant in the room we haven't talked much about yet is Donald Trump. It is, already extraordinary. You've got a former president running to be president again, right? And it's only ever happened once in history, as in it's been successful only once. How is he faring in terms of, I guess, his numbers at the moment? Because we think of so much has changed since the 2020 race that could be negatively impacting him, including January 6, Roe v. Wade. So how are those kind of issues faring into his campaign that he hasn't had to face in 16 or 20?
Well, it's interesting because if you talk to people in kind of Trump world, as it is described, they will give you metrics that are not usually metrics in which you can kind of define who's going to win the election. And there's an example that I'll give that's relevant to me from Canada as well. In the last election campaign in Canada, the People's Party, which is a right-wing extremist party that really never has a chance at winning. They won like maybe 3 or 4% of the popular vote, 0 seats in our Canadian House of Commons. And yet, if you went to one of the rallies of the leader of the People's Party, not only was it the most enthusiastic, but there was probably the most people at those rallies out of any of the rallies. And that's just because people who support certain candidates, like, whether it's the People's Party or whether it's going back to the American example with Donald Trump, they're much more enthusiastic. They're much more wanting to voice their opinions than some of the Democrats are. And so it's kind of like the silent majority, so to speak. I'm one who believes that the silent majority is more so the case on the Democratic side, just because, you look on social media in many regards. I mean, the Republicans and the Trump supporters are generally the ones who are more kind of unafraid, so to speak, in their messaging and in what they're trying to get across. And so, I mean, I think that's certainly one thing. And I think just overall right now for Donald Trump, his main thing is trying to convince people why he should get another 4 years after he's already served. And to a certain degree, this is a unique election where, never have two people ran against each other where they both have a lot of executive experience, with Kamala Harris being the vice president and then a former president running against her. I mean, everything about it is just unprecedented. And Donald Trump really has, been having to kind of answer some questions that perhaps he didn't think he would have to answer going into this election.
Just finally, I know you're not a betting man. What's your feeling? What's your feeling for how this is actually going to end up, though? Because we get so many polls, and some are wildly different. And then there's also the actual betting markets, which I really don't think anyone should trust at all. Trump isn't winning, 69% or whatever they're giving him, right? I think that's pretty clear. What's the feeling? What's the vibe of it?
Yeah, I would say I think, from my perspective, it's probably more likely that Kamala Harris wins, and this is going to come back if Donald Trump wins, and everyone's going to not listen to me anymore. It's like a certain political strategist who's on MSNBC all the time, who is notoriously known for making all these bad predictions. But no, I would say Kamala Harris, just based solely off of the fact that I think a lot of people are perhaps tired of the rhetoric that is being pursued by Donald Trump, and the drill. I don't need to go through this. Our listeners and the people watching know this. Just the fact that Donald Trump is people have a very short kind of attention span in politics. Despite Kamala Harris being the vice president, when you're the vice president, it's a very symbolic role, and so I think people understand that. As much as the Republicans are trying to paint it as if Kamala Harris was there every step of the way within the Biden administration, at the same time, Kamala Harris has not had the opportunity to put forth her own ideas or her own policies, and I think people are perhaps ready for that. I will say, if Donald Trump is the winner of this election, I think it all will be because of the economy and inflation, and because people feel as if Kamala Harris was directly connected to that. And then I also think, secondly, going back to what we were talking about earlier, if Donald Trump wins, I think it can be attributed to kind of what happened in 2016, where a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters were alienated with Hillary Clinton for the way in which the primary kind of went down. And as a result, in 2016, they decided to vote for Jill Stein as well. I think that's possible. That could happen this time, perhaps not to an extent, but with the issue of the war in Israel. So it could go either way, but my odds are on Kamala Harris right now.
And we have some breaking news. We're happy to conclude that not only is Georgia called, but we're also calling North Carolina for the Republicans as well. They will get to retain that state for the Electoral College. And for more, I'm going to hand over to Austin Pollock in the 6 News newsroom.
Welcome back, I'm Austin Pollock here in 6 News election headquarters. US networks are now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral college votes. North Carolina was won by Trump by 1.3% in 2020. The state's governor race has gained attention throughout this year due to controversial Republican candidate Mark Robinson, who some believe may be dragging Trump down in this election. However, nonetheless, US networks are projecting Donald Trump has won North Carolina.
Thanks, Austin. We also have a third state to call. Virginia's been swapping if Trump's ahead or Kamala's ahead, and then Trump ahead again. But now we're happy to call that Virginia has been retained. And I'll hand over to White for that one.
Yeah, so let's just play this out for people who are actually looking at kind of the county by county, precinct by precinct results here. Because Virginia, it's still very close in terms of the margins, but in terms of the layout and how it's going to unfold, it makes total sense, in the sense that Virginia, kind of earlier on, Donald Trump was leading because it was all Republican precincts. Now Kamala Harris is in the lead by about just over 1%, but the majority of counties still left to report or who still have some outstanding that they still have to report, are traditionally Democrat counties, and as a result, we feel fairly confident making that projection.
Now, because I wanted to also briefly, before we head to the break, to get your thoughts as well on this, Maggie, as our election reporter as well, and what these three calls mean.
Right. North Carolina was really touted as maybe a possible Democrat gain, but it's very clear at this point that Trump will be winning it, even if by a narrow margin. In Virginia, however, it's just shocking that it's become, a swing state at this point, because it's really been touted as safely Democratic. I don't think anyone else has expected the Democrats would lose Virginia. Obviously they haven't, but it's really been way closer than we thought. The fact that it's been this late to call it is really dire for the Democrats. Obviously, some of the safer Republican states, Hawaii, Oregon, Washington, and especially California, which has 54 electoral votes, are yet to come in. So those electoral college results will improve for the Democrats as time goes on, but it's still really worrying for the Democrats at this point, especially because they're behind in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and ever so slightly behind in Arizona.
Wait, Arizona? So we've called New Mexico, but I thought Arizona, they were ahead in Arizona. Okay,
in the Senate, the Democrats have confidently won the Senate seat for the Arizona race, but presidentially, Trump is ever so slightly ahead.
So it's no Arizona, and then all three blue states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It's not looking good there either in the Great Lakes states, with Ohio, of course, being retained by the Republicans. And I guess this means that it could be a turn in the tide against the Democrats, because if they're going to lose the North Wall and the risk of losing, of course, they're not going to lose Virginia now, but they're now at risk of losing Virginia. Does this kind of force Democrats into a corner? And now, in fact, Maine, we might even see a Maine go Republican. I think they're leading narrowly for the presidential ballot.
Currently, the Democrats are ahead by 7.
7 votes? 7%.
Sorry.
So yeah, look, if we're not sure about Maine even, then I guess this is going to be pretty big for them. Connecticut, I think we're happy to say that that's probably going to go Democrat, although we're waiting to get a few more counties in for that one. New Mexico, we're going to call for Democrats. We've called New Mexico?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we've also called that. Really, all the states we haven't called, I'll go over them now. We don't have any results in Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Hawaii, and Alaska, as well as Idaho and Utah. And then swing states, there's Arizona, Minnesota, which is really surprising. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine we haven't called. And then the 2nd district in Nebraska is likely to go Democrat. Really, in Minnesota and Maine, it's because there isn't enough counting, but still a bit of a swing away from the Democrats. So just goes to show how badly they've been bruised at this election.
So now they have to get Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, or they get Arizona and retain Alaska, or not Alaska, Nevada.
I'm just thinking about it. So the Republicans need, presuming Alaska, Utah, and Idaho go red, the Republicans need 19 more electoral votes. That would be just if they won Pennsylvania, and then any 2 of the swing states except Nevada, any 2 of the swing states could, if they go Republican, would deliver Trump will win, I believe. So Harris needs to prevail in Minnesota, which is quite likely, but still. In Minnesota, probably in Arizona, and then I'd say Pennsylvania, absolutely, she needs to prevail there, and probably one of Wisconsin or Michigan. So it'll be very hard for her to win.
Well, Pennsylvania going Republican would immediately mean that they can't win all three. As long as Arizona is won by the Republican Party, then they've locked that in. So looking, as we go into the top of the hour, looking very, very bad for the Democrats here. Republicans probably going to edge it out. Looks like I was correct to make the call that it looks like Trump might win the election, although we're still waiting on the West Coast states. We'll be back after this short break. Sorry?
Oh, sorry, didn't realize there was a break. I did just want to say, though, that a lot of these electoral votes on the West Coast are very Democratic. California, Oregon, Washington, very likely to go, as well as Hawaii, very likely to go blue. And then maybe an outside chance of Alaska. I don't believe so, but yeah.
Now, as we wrap back soon for you, continuing our live coverage.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News.
If he doesn't like tough questions, or if any guest we have doesn't like the tough questions we pose, then I think that's on them. That's their problem. You don't think Australians are interested in whether their leader tells the truth or not? Because I mean, surely
you're not going to get many people outside of Gen Z voting for you.
I don't really want anyone outside Gen Z voting for me, to be quite
right,
frank.
well, I don't know how you're going to win.
Would you be willing to come back on 6 News? Why not just log off? Like, it's not compulsory to post.
On 6 News, we bring you the latest headlines and breaking stories live. Our team of journalists are on the ground across the country and around the world, keeping you informed with up-to-the-minute reporting every single day.
Top of the hour, every hour.
Thanks for joining us.
So in 2024, turn to 6 News, on the hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 366 days of the year.
Live on 6 News, this is America Decides Election 2024. Great to be with you here on 6 News. I'm Austin Pollock here in our election headquarters. Well, it's a massive day in America. It's a historic election battle between Trump and Kamala Harris, and we have team coverage for you right throughout the next few hours. But first of all, we're going to start. There's a lot else happening in the world. Here's Darby Travers.
Thank you very much. We will get back to our special live coverage of the US presidential election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news this hour, and Stephen Miles has been returned as Queensland Labor leader unopposed as the party looks forward to 2028. Miles led Labor to a loss late last month with Liberal National leader David Crisafulli, now officially the new premier. No challenges within Labor emerged to Miles, and he has remained in the party's top job, with Cameron John Dick also being re-elected unopposed as deputy leader. Miles will now lead the party, which has around 34 seats as counting continues to the next state election in 2028. The LNP, meanwhile, has a majority with 51 seats. He took over as leader and premier from Anastasia Palaszczuk after she resigned in December 2023. The Reserve Bank has kept interest rates on hold at 4.35% for the 8th time in a row. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Michelle Bullock announced the move, telling reporters she thinks the current settings are correct. The RBA says that while inflation has fallen substantially since 2022, underlying inflation remained too high. The latest forecast suggests that it will be some time before inflation is sustainably in the target range, adding that the board is not ruling anything in or out. It is the 8th straight meeting in a row where rates have been left on hold. The final meeting for the year is in December, but the ABC reports that economists do not expect a rate cut before 2025. The ABC has apologised after an independent review found the national broadcaster added extra gunshot sounds to footage of an Australian commandos firing from a helicopter. The review found that in an online video, a total of 5 additional gunshot sounds were inaccurately introduced into footage, and additional shots were also inaccurately included in the story broadcast on air. Interim findings have cleared the ABC of having deliberately doctored, manipulated or distorted information in order to mislead audiences. In a statement, the ABC said it sincerely apologises for the editing errors and the videos have been removed. The review also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was potentially misleading, and that his final comment that alleged war crimes should be investigated was not proper context. The ABC added they regret if any audience members were misled and said editors' notes have been attached to the stories. Further findings will be included in a final report which will be released at a later date. To sport news now, when Knight's Choice has pulled off a famous victory in the 164th running of the Melbourne Cup. Irish jockey Robbie Dolan claimed the $4.4 million prize in a photo finish, with Warp Speed taking out second position. In the betting odds, Knight's Choice was an $81 long shot, with the win being seen as a major upset. It was the first appearance from Dolan in the race that stops the nation. He moved to Australia 8 years ago and is currently based in Queensland. A record 4 female jockeys had rides in this year's Melbourne Cup, along with a total of 6 female trainers. Alright, let's now check in with your local weather forecast around the nation for your Thursday. Starting in Brisbane, partly cloudy and 32. Rain on the way for Sydney and Canberra, getting to highs of 27 and 21 respectively. Melbourne is heading for a top of 21, 19 degrees in Hobart. Adelaide, rain and 19. Perth is heading for a top of 20. And over in Darwin, a sunny top of 33. And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website or by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. For now though, let's head back to 6 News' continuing live coverage of the US presidential election.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News. Welcome back. You are with 6 News as we continue our ongoing United States election coverage in a truly historic battle that is taking place right now between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Now, the latest figures that we do have for you for the Electoral College votes is 238 for the Republicans and 143 for the Democrats. So I want to take you now to Wyatt Sharp, who has Brittany Martinez with him and joining us live from the United States. Wyatt.
Yeah, thanks so much, Austin. Brittany joined us earlier on in the show. She's back with us now. Brittany, things have changed a little bit since we last talked. I think certainly the chances of a Donald Trump victory are certainly looking a lot more possible right now than it was the last time we spoke. Certainly a lot of the New York Times, even now, I think the number is somewhere around 60 or 70% in terms of the chances of a Donald Trump victory here. Are you surprised by what we're seeing?
I think that this also looks
I'm still thinking still very early on.
Brittany, I think we're going to come back to you.
No,
Having
I
a bit
think
of an audio
I think your
problem.
microphone's a bit odd. Sorry, Brittany.
We'll come back to you in one moment.
We'll be back to you.
Does look like a few audio troubles there. Reminds me of Queensland election night. Roman McKinnon knows all about that. But we will hopefully come back to Brittany when we can. We just have a couple of audio issues there. But obviously it's a massive night in the US. And just to catch you up, the latest figures: 238 Republican and 143 for the Democrats. Now, you do have to forgive me. I've been in an excursion because it's Six News, right? We're all at school. I've been in an excursion all day, and Leo's off on an exam, so we're having a bit of fun with it. So let's bring in Maggie Perry. Maggie, bring us up to date with the latest developments. What's happening right across the United States?
Well, I mean, right across the United States, we're seeing swings towards Trump. Maybe some areas in Nebraska, South Dakota, and Montana and Colorado. I think those are the only states that might be swinging towards the Democrats. Every single other one that's been reporting is swinging towards the Republicans, and it's a huge concern for Kamala Harris. In some suburban areas, she's seeing swings towards her, but it's just not enough to counter Trump. And in most swing states, all swing states except Nevada, which hasn't reported anything, we're seeing Donald Trump is ahead. He's won North Carolina and Georgia. He's up 3% in Pennsylvania with 72% counted. He's up 5% in Michigan with 30% counted, 63% counted in Wisconsin. He's up 3%. And in Minnesota, he's currently leading, although Minneapolis isn't reporting. So it's likely that goes to the Democrats. And lastly, in Arizona.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Lastly, in Arizona, Trump is ahead by just 0.2%, with 53% counted. So
I just want to touch on
really,
Pennsylvania, because obviously that's one of the 7, the multiple battleground states that we are seeing, obviously, at the moment. Now, that was won by Biden by just over 1%, if I'm not wrong, in 2020, and Trump had won it in 2016. So it sort of points towards, at that stage, who won the election. So in Pennsylvania, Maggie, what are the figures showing us at the moment?
Right. In Pennsylvania, we're seeing swings towards the Democrats in Erie, and it looks like parts of Philadelphia. But swings to the Republicans everywhere else in Pennsylvania, as results are coming in, and 72% are counted, 3/4 of them. It's really becoming harder and harder for Kamala Harris to win, even if California, we haven't called California or Washington yet. Even when votes come in, it's still very unlikely she'll be able to pull off the presidency. She's just behind in just about every swing state, and she needs to pull through in most of them at this point. Trump could win just Wisconsin and Michigan. He could win just Pennsylvania, and he would still be able to pull off a win against Kamala Harris.
Maggie, I'll just interrupt you there. We're gonna, I think we have Brittany Martinez back now, and we'll go to Wyatt, and hopefully the audio's all good.
All right. Brittany, I suppose I just want to ask you here, because we're getting a lot of results in from Arizona specifically, but the part I find most interesting is the number of votes that Donald Trump has versus the number of votes that Kari Lake has. Of course, I've interviewed Kari Lake before. She is about as loyal gets to Donald Trump, and she, by every measure, not just on policy, but on character, like literally everything about her is basically a female version of Donald Trump. And she is just, in Arizona right now, at least, it's suggesting that some of the people who voted for Donald Trump did not vote for Kari Lake in the Senate race. Is that a surprise to
you? No. Still appears we're having a couple of audio issues there.
All right, Brittany, we'll try and come back to you a little bit later on in the night, but Brittany Martinez, thank you so much, and we'll chat soon.
Looks like a couple of audio issues still there. Hopefully we can get her back a little bit later, but obviously there would be pretty high hopes, you would say, in both camps at the moment. I'll bring in Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent now. Wyatt, if you were Kamala Harris at this stage in counting, how would you be feeling?
Not great, to be honest, just because the expectation, even I myself felt going into tonight, as if Kamala Harris was kind of had like an edge, so to speak. Like it was obviously very close and nothing was definitive, but it was just like it was just she has the resume, she has the experience. Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden. I mean, that's the other thing people have to take into account. The results that we're seeing right now just prove that Donald Trump is winning solely based off of the fact that people are unhappy with the record of the Biden-Harris administration. I mean, for people in Australia who don't know, people like me, people who are actually on the ground seeing the impact of this, being in the United States as often as I am, people are so frustrated with the cost of living. It's like many other parts of the world, but it's just they blame President Biden for some of these issues. And then like even going back to the Trump administration, particularly a lot of minority communities feel as if Donald Trump helped them over the course of the pandemic. And one example of this is stimulus checks. I was talking to Don Lemon recently, who's a broadcaster who, goes and now is doing a bunch of street interviews with people. And he says that like one of the main things for him is that he gets told by a lot of black men that are very similar to him that they are grateful to Donald Trump for the stimulus checks that were given out to them over the course of the pandemic without actually realizing that it was Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic-led House who actually authorized those stimulus checks. And of course, Donald Trump at the time held it up so that his name could essentially be added to it. So like there's a lot of details about it, and I'm going on kind of a tangent here, but it's just like I think a lot of it speaks to some degree the education aspect of things and people not being fully educated, and that's for both sides as well. You have people saying they want Kamala Harris to be president because she would be the first woman. And then you have people saying that, they want Donald Trump to be president because he would make America great again. And it's just these things that are really proving it's not a policy-focused election. And so it's hard for me to like really look super deep into any of these results right now, just because all it is saying to me is like I'm curious how much of the people who have voted have actually voted based off of the kind of policy issues that are impacting kind of the political scene at this stage.
So being on the ground there, Wyatt, would you say most people, in terms of a popularity contest between Trump and Harris, would support Harris, but unfortunately because of what Joe Biden has done in the past 4 years or their lack of, they're looking to change something?
Yeah, I mean, people have very short attention spans in politics, and US politics is certainly no exception. And so you saw in 2020, the whole reason Joe Biden ran was because of the whole reason Joe Biden won was because of Donald Trump's record, how he managed the pandemic, in many cases, how he handled the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests, like things that Donald Trump failed to accomplish or failed to do. And as a result, people are making that connection that it wasn't just the Biden administration, it was the Biden-Harris administration. And they're unhappy with the fact that Kamala Harris, whether it be in her role as the so-called border czar, as she was appointed by President Biden, or whether it be, in her kind of symbolic powers that vice presidents have, people are just unhappy with, I guess, the amount of inaction, so to speak, that she took. But then you could have arguments from Democrats that say, name me the last vice president who actually did something of importance or of relevance. And frankly, there's very few that have. I mean, you could say the same thing about Mike Pence. What did Mike Pence do that was actually impactful or relevant? And the answer is really nothing. And that's nothing against either Kamala Harris or Mike Pence. Again, it's just to speak to kind of the irrelevance of the vice presidency in terms of actually getting stuff done.
I just want to read you a quote here. This is from the ABC, Lisa Miller, a reporter for the ABC. This is what she's been told from Democrat contacts. They're on pins and needles, and it's still early, but what's worrying them is Latino men are breaking for Trump in the exit polls. Now, obviously, we had an election here in Queensland, and just to familiarise our Australian, to make it similar for our Australian viewers, of course, they campaigned very heavily, the Labor Party, on abortion against the LNP. Now, that's something that can be very similarly related to Trump versus Harris and the Democrats, right? And they're targeting all these demographics. So obviously, in Queensland, it severely affected metro areas and obviously women as well. What would you say would be the key demographics that Trump has been going after? Because obviously it looks like, from what we're hearing, Latino men are really breaking through for Trump at the moment.
Yeah, and let me just say, I mean, Democrats won the midterms in terms of the Senate, and then not losing as many House seats as they were perhaps expected to in 2022 because of abortion and because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade and the fact that that wasn't a popular decision. And then some of the special elections that took place in 2023 as well, they won those in Ohio, even, for example, over the question that was put forth there because of the issue of abortion. And so this time there's been kind of an attempt to change the narrative from Republicans. Even just you had former First Lady Melania Trump in her most recent book say that she is pro-choice. I mean, I don't want to speak to whether or not she actually believes that or whether or not it was genuine, but certainly politically speaking, it's hard to see how that wasn't anything beyond kind of trying to appeal to those women who aren't very fond of Kamala Harris or don't have kind of a very liberal ideology, but they were voting for her solely because of some of these social issues and because of abortion. And so, I mean, it's hard to kind of pin down in terms of specific demographics, but that is certainly one that Donald Trump has been going after. And then you saw even just, for example, J.D. Vance on the Joe Rogan podcast the other day make a comment about going after what he described as the normal gay guy vote. And so, I mean, to put it bluntly, I mean, that is a demographic. I mean, I don't know what you would like describe as a normal gay guy, but they are going after the LGBTQ community because they know that they are willing to support them in perhaps higher numbers than they have been before. Same with, the Black community. A lot of people, and Muslims, even in Michigan, as an example, recently the largest Muslim organization in Michigan came out and endorsed Donald Trump, which we've been saying all throughout the show is ironic, considering 8 years ago, Donald Trump was advocating for a Muslim ban altogether in the United States. So I think they realize that a lot of these minority communities and demographics are kind of integral to actually helping them win the election. And so at least these early results, and I mean, they're not so early anymore in some states, but they're showing that perhaps Donald Trump has done a fairly acceptable job in trying to reach some voters that he traditionally would not be able to reach.
Yeah. And obviously, we already called Georgia just a short time ago, I believe. What was the, I don't know if they have the actual stats, but what did it look like for the campaign?
Sorry, you're talking about
in Georgia.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about Georgia, like Georgia, we've called for, have we called Georgia? I think we've called Georgia.
I'm being told we have.
We have. Yeah, so I'm sorry, there's a lot going on. But no, if we're thinking about Georgia, like it's hard to see. I mean, Joe Biden won Georgia in 2020, and so it's hard to see a world where Kamala Harris can get past not winning Georgia plus not winning a state like Pennsylvania, for example. So like she has to win Pennsylvania going forward, and that's something that we'll be watching. And I think in order for her to have a stable path forward, she does need to win some of that kind of blue wall. I mean, it's hard to see any exceptions. Like if she loses Michigan and she's already lost Georgia, then like she needs to perform well in Arizona and Pennsylvania and some of those other states as well. So it's really just a game at this point of trying to match all the different states together. We won't have to do that for too much longer, but I mean, I think as of this point, it's just again too close to call in so many of these states.
100%, and there's so many swing states at the moment that we are looking at, and we'll keep an eye on them for you. Wyatt Sharp in the United States, thank you very much. I just want to bring you some breaking news that's coming out of Australia, and the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, he's told Parliament that no matter who will win, whoever is president after, hopefully tonight, tomorrow, whenever it might be, that he will forge a strong partnership with them, whoever it might be. The election, he said, quote, the election of a new president of the United States is always a moment of profound consequence for the world, for our region and Australia. Our government will seek and build a strong partnership with whoever the American people choose as their next president. The alliance between Australia and the United States has always been bigger than the individuals. Now, what's quite interesting with that is Kevin Rudd, who is the former Prime Minister of Australia. Now, Trump has had some few choice words for him. I don't remember the exact same ones, but let's say he's not a fan. And what's interesting is that the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has ruled out Kevin Rudd being removed as the ambassador for Australia. So that's something that is very interesting, that Trump isn't the biggest fan of Kevin Rudd, our ambassador, of course, but the Prime Minister just saying a few moments ago that no matter who wins this election, they will forge a strong relationship with them. Let's see if we can cross back to Maggie Perry now, if she is available and ready. Maggie, could we touch on the governor race? How's that looking?
The governor race, anywhere in particular? Sorry, haven't been keeping up with them.
Across the state. I'll
Across the
bring the
states.
figures up. Yeah. So
There's
6
nothing,
Republicans and 2 Democrats by the looks.
There's been nothing exactly shocking with the gubernatorial races, and it's not what, no one really expected anything shocking to happen. I did want to say Josh Dean, I'm not sure how to say it, is likely to, has won, the governorship in North Carolina. He's a Democrat, even though Trump is winning the state presidentially. Mark Robinson was a very controversial candidate for the Republicans. We've gone over that, but there's some other states, Washington, Montana, Utah, that haven't been called their gubernatorial races, but it's pretty obvious to see where they will flow. I did have some updates on the electoral college vote, though, is that we can definitely say that the Democrats have won California, Oregon, and Washington.
Mm-hmm.
That brings them up to 210, and the Republicans are now at 238. I think that's, a lot of electoral votes have been counted. Some of the swing states, like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, we haven't counted them yet. We haven't projected them, but North Carolina and Georgia have gone to the Republicans. We can say that at the very least.
All right, so North Carolina and Georgia to the Republicans so far, and we're sitting on 214 electoral college votes for Trump and 179 for Kamala Harris at this stage at about 3:30 in the afternoon in our daylight saving states in Australia, as it continues to get fairly late at night over in the US, and we do thank our correspondent Wyatt Sharp for being with us this late at night. But obviously, what's interesting is just a few years ago, we saw these protests. We won't get too much into it, and Stuart Jeffrey will be able to talk about this, being our law and government editor as well. But we saw these protests, the January 6th riots. But obviously, that has not deterred Donald Trump at all. He's come back strong. He's come back extremely strong, and his supporters have followed with him. I'm not sure if we can go to Stuart Jeffrey. Have we got Stuart? Not quite yet. But look, what's interesting is that it seems like so many Americans have, I guess, forgotten about what happened in January 6th, which there was a lot of violence at the Capitol. We all know that. And obviously, Trump claimed the election was stolen. Maggie, your thoughts on it? Do you think do you find it strange that Americans are looking back to Donald Trump and hoping he can come back in?
I think a lot of the talk that Trump has been mentioning is election fraud and restoring democracy. And it turns out, as exit polls have come in, that restoring democracy has been the number one issue for voters, from what I know. And number two was the economy, but number one being restoring democracy, protecting democracy. And my presumption is Trump has clearly won that sort of vote of people who are really concerned about that, because, there's been a lot of talk about the Democrats with election fraud. And obviously there was the many cases in 2020, which I think it's now been proven that there wasn't really mass electoral fraud, but it clearly has resonated with many Americans, and I think that's really helped Trump. Even though in some of the races, like Arizona Senate race where Kari Lake is running, and she's been very pro-Trump, really pushing talk about protecting democracy, and she's managed to fall short. So it might not be full contributed to a Trump win in some of these states.
All right, Maggie Perry reporting for us there. Thank you very much. We're now going to get back to Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent, who is standing by with a guest. Wyatt, hopefully you got me. I believe we're going to go to Steve Laffey now.
Yeah, Austin. Steve is here with us now, I believe. Do we have Steve with us? Is he good to go? All right, Steve, we got to rotate. Yep, you got it. Welcome to doing election night, everybody, where everyone is in their home studios and I'm on the other side of the country or of the world. Steve, you're back with us now. Thanks so much. Your prediction from the last time we spoke is shaping up to be pretty solid in terms of what you said, with Donald Trump looking like he'll be victorious. I mean, we're not making any predictions or anything here officially, but if we're looking at kind of what's happening, he's leading in Georgia. We've said he's going to win Georgia. We've said he's going to win North Carolina. Arizona is looking very close at this stage. One thing I'm interested, though, to get your take on, that I was going to ask our previous guest, but we had a technical issue, was the fact that Donald Trump and Kari Lake have very different numbers of votes right now. Donald Trump has about, I think it's like 0.5% of a lead to Kamala Harris, but Ruben Gallego, who is the Democratic candidate for Senate in Arizona, has about a 7% lead to Kari Lake, who is, of course, the Republican candidate there. Does that surprise you at all? And does it perhaps speak to the fact that Kari Lake is not a very popular candidate, or is perhaps, too extreme in some of the rhetoric that she uses?
Well, Kari Lake is a really bad candidate. And so if you're campaigning in 2024 and you're campaigning on January 6th being a positive thing from 2020 or an election denier, then you're not projecting your view of the future for America. It is not. It was impossible for her to win. These are one of the Republican terrible candidate situations. They're not just pro-Trump, they're whack jobs. And they're gonna you're underperforming by 7 or 8 points because people in America, they want to know how they're going to get cheap energy, how they're going to buy a home. She has nothing to address any of that, Wyatt. So it's not surprising at all. It's not surprising what I said 2 months ago. It said earlier on your show. This race was over. And now Democrats are waking up to what could be the only hopeful message they have for themselves. Because let's take Hispanics for a second, Wyatt. Does anybody talk about the Irish vote anymore? No, of course not. But no one in 2028 is going to talk about the Hispanic vote. They're Americans. And a lot of them want to be rich. And a lot of them want to keep their own money. And a lot of them want to own Bitcoin. So this whole thing is changing. Whether the Democratic Party changes or not, I don't know. But it's going to be a Trump victory, as I said earlier. And the Democrats had a chance if they'd early on gotten rid of Joe Biden, if they had a convention, if someone out of the convention had been Mark Kelly, the astronaut of Arizona, they would have won. They would have won easily. But instead, they went after what is less and less of the popular vote, which is a very extreme left-wing group of people who think men should compete with women in high school sports. So there's a lot of wedge issues that they went after, but Kari Lake never had any of these issues. She just represents some wacky thing that we as Republicans are embarrassed by.
Can I ask you too, because we're seeing a lot of the popular vote right now, and Donald Trump is leading the popular vote by a fairly significant margin. I guess we've gotten used to, like 2016, for example, Clinton loses the Electoral College, but still wins the popular vote. But I guess, I mean, just looking at these results that we're seeing here right now, it's just like, despite the fact that Trump does seem to have a bit of an edge now, everything is just still so close. Are you confident in saying perhaps that whoever wins Pennsylvania will have, kind of the presidency in hand, so to speak? I mean, I guess it's hard to see kind of a path aside from that one.
Well, I think, as I said earlier in the show, I think Trump will win Michigan. It's the shocking thing I've said for a couple of months, but I said in 2015 that Trump would win when people thought I was crazy. Now, remember, I ran against him. I think he's a terrible president. I think there's a lot of bad things that he does. I'm just talking politically now. But if you're lying there in bed, looking up at the ceiling, you're 60 years old, and you used to make 85 grand with overtime at the auto factory, and now they got these electric car plants they're shutting down, and you're making 60 working 2 jobs, you're voting for Trump. And he didn't do much for them between 2016 and 2020. And they didn't come with him that time because he closed down the economy. But now, because of what Biden and Harris have done and the inability of Harris to differentiate herself from Biden, means that Trump will be Grover Cleveland. I mean, he'll make a non-consecutive presidency. Now, he's old, so we're going to have problems. But if you look forward to what actually is going to happen, if you're a conservative, the one thing we can count on, I think, and I'll make another prediction tonight, when Trump wins and sometime in January, you will start to see the two oldest members of the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas, he'll start to resign. They won't do what Democrats do. And they'll replace them with two much younger people. Alito will be next. They're the two oldest, and they're Republican appointees. So this is the thing that we can count on Donald Trump to do, to put conservatives at the Supreme Court. But I'm not surprised by anything tonight. I thought this was going to happen. I bet that way. And I think it's a testimony to how bad the Democratic candidates were in a field of pretty bad candidates.
And just lastly here, I'll just ask you one final question. If we're looking at kind of what comes next after tonight, there was this kind of idea that it could be so close that it could end up in the courts and what have you. It's not necessarily looking like it will be that close, but what are your predictions for just kind of where things go after tonight, after tomorrow? Like once we have kind of a clear picture as to who's going to win this race, you know, and where the country goes, because it just seems as if in every aspect possible, the country is just so divided.
It is so divided, and I don't know what to say about what might happen. I mean, I think Mrs. Harris, Vice President Harris, will be much more diplomatic than Trump. Trump is a narcissist, so him winning, he'll be a little bit magnanimous, but it won't be like anything you've seen in normal people. He's a narcissist. He has a mental problem. So Harris will concede, and it'll be more peaceful than certainly what happened 4 years ago. But it's going to be hard to see because it looks as though the House is still up for grabs, but I think the House will go Republican. The Senate will definitely be Republican. And by the way, none of this is really good for America to get control of any of our great problems. We won't. And a lot of this will be hung around Donald Trump's head a year or two from now. But that's in the future. If you're asking, can we all get together and sing Kumbaya? I will. I mean, but most people won't. It's going to be a lot of catharsis and a lot of New York Times, Washington Post crying about missed opportunities, but it won't be violent. Not this time.
All right, we will leave it there. Steve Laffey, thank you so much. Really good to have you back.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that is former presidential candidate Steve. That is former presidential candidate Steve Laffey who is with us. Steve is very interesting in the sense that he, of course, ran, but he's been very outspoken against some of the current members of the Republican Party. And so, of course, I interviewed him a number of times during his run for president, and he has since kind of parted ways to a certain degree with the Republican Party. I believe we should have Austin back. Yep, Austin, I will throw it back to you. That was Steve Laffey, former presidential candidate from Colorado, who is joining us there with some insights on what he's looking out for in kind of the hours ahead.
Definitely a great conversation, White Sharp. Thank you very much, and thank you to Steve for joining us as well. So very interesting that obviously we're hearing it's looking towards a Trump victory at this stage, but we're not going to make any official call. But a great interview there from Wyatt Sharp, of course. But as I think Steve and Wyatt just spoke about, then obviously there's haunting flashbacks to January 6th and to a lot of the violence that took place, and which there was undeniably violence at the Capitol. Whether there was election interference or not, that's something that we'll get into later on, of course. But a great conversation there with Wyatt Sharp. Thank you very much. I don't think, do we have Stuart Jeffrey at this stage? I don't think we do, but we'll bring in Maggie Perry if we can. Hello, Maggie, again. Once again, great to chat. Do we have any more calls that we can make at this stage?
Yes, actually, I think we can call Maine for the Democrats. Once again, not much of a surprise, but that brings them up to 212 electoral votes. So that is a bit of an improvement, and Republicans around 242. Right now, the states we haven't called are Alaska and Nevada. We haven't got any results there. Well, we also haven't called Arizona. We haven't called Utah. Also, lack of results there. Minnesota, lack of results. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So not too many states still left to be called. But right now, I think Kamala Harris could still win. but she will absolutely have to win Pennsylvania. That's the one issue for her, that she has to win that state no matter what, presuming Utah and Alaska go to the Republicans. And, Pennsylvania, 80% counted, and Trump is ahead by 3 points. It's a bit of an issue for her. At this point, there's not much counted in Erie, and the counting's a bit behind in Philadelphia, so that should favor her. But still, it's a problem. She needs to win Pennsylvania, and currently Trump is ahead. He's much more likely to win it than her. And so Trump's obviously much more likely to win the presidency.
Yeah, 100%. So we have 242 electoral college votes for the Republicans at this stage, and 212 for the Democrats at the moment. And as you say, Maggie, these key states are really playing a major role in this election so far, as we all expected, of course. And there are 116 electoral college votes that are currently in doubt. And in the terms of the popular vote, Kamala Harris has about 47.2% of that popular votes, and Trump with 51.4%. And the exact figure of that, we will bring that up for you, with 47 million, or 48 million for Kamala Harris, and about 54 million for former President Donald Trump. But in Pennsylvania, that's going to be where it is going to come down to, as Maggie just said. And of course, there is 79.1% counted as of just a few seconds ago, and that's 47.8% Kamala Harris and 51.2% for Mr. Trump. And I believe we can also now bring in Stuart Jeffrey if he is ready. Stuart, great to chat with you. 6 News Law and Government Editor. Of course, you can catch him on GovCheck on our YouTube channel. But Stuart, great to chat with you, mate. Hopefully we have you now. What are your thoughts on the latest results that we're seeing? Obviously, Maggie just calling another state just then.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's pretty clear right now that, I don't believe there's any much of a chance of, Kamala Harris being a force now with the figures we're getting in. I still think she'll get the popular vote because we haven't had California weighing yet, and there's more people in California than there is in Australia, in Oregon and Washington. But yeah, it's pretty clear that she's going to lose the electoral college race. We haven't officially made a call on that, have we?
No, definitely haven't had a call on that. Harris could still. Harris can still win.
She can. I'll give you that.
So obviously we're not going to call it if she has a chance. And if she wins Pennsylvania, which is still possible, a lot of outstanding votes are in blue counties, and mail-in voting will favor her. She could still win Pennsylvania, and then she would probably have to win, I'd say, Michigan, which is also still possible to an extent.
No, she would need more than that.
Yes,
she would need more than just Michigan. It'd be Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, probably, assuming that Arizona.
Yes, and somewhere else like Arizona, which I'd say is favored in. Actually, that's the one swing state I think she has a better chance in than Trump, and that's Arizona. So we also don't have any numbers in Nevada. So
I'm looking at the figures, and the figures I'm seeing say it's about 86% chance of a Trump victory. That's what they're being told by Decision Desk HQ.
Was that 87% chance?
Yes, that's what they're projecting.
So we're holding out because of that 13%. We can't be sure.
Well, we trust you, Maggie. You are our election reporter, of course. So we will wait for you to make that call, of course, and we will keep our eye on what the American networks are doing at this stage.
Actually, we can just call another state. Minnesota has gone blue, so that's 222 for the Democrats. That's Tim Walz's home state, and seems Kamala Harris will be elected comfortably there.
Okay. Well, there we go. 6 News projects that Kamala Harris, Democrats, Minnesota, they will get the electoral college votes for that, bringing our total to 222 for Democrats and 142 for the Republicans and Donald Trump and the Democrats, respectively. Stuart, we'll go back to you for a second. What do you make of? It's been a legal battle. You are our law and government editor, so I'd love your thoughts on this. The legal battle that we have seen. Trump, he's up on a few charges, as we have seen. How could this play into his presidency if elected?
He'll get immunity if he's elected as president. He won't be able to be prosecuted, as far as I know, because he'll be, the president.
Yeah,
but you can get the president for treason, or even if you can charge him, he can't get expelled for criminal charges. It's the only way to get rid of him is to impeach him. And figures we're seeing now suggest that we're going to have a Republican upper house, so that won't work. They can't get him impeached and removed by the upper house.
But in terms of the campaign, are you surprised it hasn't affected him as much from what we've seen? Because it seems to be going all right so far.
No, well, before earlier on, I said that I think it's benefited him in Georgia because they had that proceeding against him. They got bungled by conflict of interest and sexual relationships between the prosecutor and someone else. And I think that screw up there reinforced the image of Trump as this victim that was trying to get revenge. They're trying to get justice in this election. And I think that really played into it because, because of the incompetence in that case, it all the other cases against him got affected by that because he has this, and then you go and have an attempted shooting. He gets shot, and that kind of feeds into that more. So you've got the bungled case, and the attempt to kill him. So you take all these things, and you get this image of Trump as an underdog, as a victim who's trying to get justice for being wrong in 2020. And I think that image so far has paid off for him.
Yeah, 100%. And I guess playing off as that man, the savior, is what he's trying to play into, and that he's been, as we saw in that photo, he's happy that chant that we've all heard through this campaign. He's going to fight for America, and he's put his body on the line, and clearly that's resonated with voters so far into the count tonight. Trump have we called North Carolina, Maggie?
Yes, I'm very confident that Trump has won North Carolina, and he's also won Georgia. And so, yes, we've called it Trump.
They are some big wins for him, obviously, throughout the night so far into the night, of course. Stuart, who do you think is going to Pennsylvania? Now, that's been a tight race. That's always going to be a key state that we have. I keep saying seats. This is the problem with America versus Australia, but a key state.
I did it before, and Leo got angry. I did it before, and Leo corrected me for doing the exact same thing. Look, yes,
it's an interesting system.
You definitely, it's the electoral college. Even the fact that you've got 2 senators, and they have 6-year terms, but you have a third of senators up for election every 2 years, and you've only got 1 senator, 2 senators per state, which means that you can only elect 1 senator per state per election, which means you don't end up with a situation like ACT. You could end up with a situation where you've got both from the same party, whereas the ACT, it's because you've got 2 senators at the same time being elected. You're going to get 1 Liberal, 1 Labor, at least. Right now, it's independent and 1 Labor, but you can get the position here where you have 2 senators in the same state of the same party, even though there's only 55% of support for that party in the state. So it gives that interesting dynamic in the Senate. Looking at the figures we've got in Pennsylvania, we still don't have, Maggie's correct, we don't have all the votes in yet. We're still waiting on postal votes, but we've got, I believe the number is 80% in. Yes, a lot of those are urban seats, but not all of them are. I note, for example, the county of Blair, which was important for Trump last time round, that's going his way. 40% in there, so it's a couple thousand there. So you've got 63% in Dalton, for example, but that's not a massive seat. That's where Harrisburg is. So unless you've got massive numbers in the southeast corner, It's not looking great for Trump. Sorry, not looking great for Kamala Harris right now. There's a reason why they've got Republicans ahead in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But even then, if you win Pennsylvania, it's still not guaranteed enough seats for Trump that'd probably get him over the line pretty much. But Harris would need that and something else. Well, they both need that and something else, but Kamala Harris would need to win a lot more seats than Trump would. Trump only needs to win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Arizona.
Yep. 100%. I noticed you said seats there. I'm on to you now. States,
Yes.
Don't worry. I'm on to it, Stuart. I'm on to it. Don't worry about that. We'll it's obviously it's beginning to slow down a little bit. Maggie, do you want to say something? Sorry.
Yeah, I've just been looking at the margins, and it looks like the margin in Arizona has grown 0.2% for Trump. He's doing a bit better in Arizona now, which it isn't exactly a crucial state. It's the best one for the Democrats right now, as for swing states, but the 0.2% is extremely important in these areas. I mean, Georgia was only won by 0.3 last election, I believe. So really every decimal counts at this point. I did also want to say we haven't gotten any votes in Nevada reporting, which is really disappointing. At least from my perspective, I can't see anything from Nevada. Do you have any idea how you think that will go?
Well, Nevada, it was won by Biden, with 2.5% in 2020, and obviously, it was critical. It was critical to his win. So if Harris can get up in that, then they'll obviously be one step closer. But there's so many. The thing about Nevada is there's Hispanic voters in that. There's a lot of Hispanic voters in that state, and nationwide they've been moving towards Donald Trump, and that's just what we've seen in polling. So that might play into it, but obviously, as you said, we're not seeing too much from there at this stage. Is that right?
Yeah. Sorry, I did just want to get to two important projections in the Senate. I think we can say in Montana that the Republicans have won the Senate seat in Montana, and in Ohio, Bernie Moreno. I know some other news organizations have already reported this, but Bernie Moreno, the Republican, has won in Ohio. This puts them at 50 seats, and then Utah isn't called. Sorry, no, 49 seats, and Utah isn't called. So if the Republicans win any of Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, or Nevada in the Senate, they win a majority. So it's very likely that the Republicans will win the Senate at this point. Mm-hmm. As for the House, I think the Democrats are faring a bit better in some of the competitive seats. The Democrats have a slight lead in most of them. I don't think they'll be able to win the House, but they might be much better positioned than in the Senate or in the presidency, where they're really struggling.
Okay, well, we will obviously watch that Senate race with a keen eye at the moment. So Republicans looking fairly likely there, but the Democrats faring a bit better down in the House of Reps at this stage. Look, in North Carolina, where we have declared that Trump has won that state, if I'm not horribly wrong. He won that by 1.3% in 2020. And what's interesting is the state's governor race. Now, I'm sure we've all seen it. It's gained a bit of attention due to the controversial Republican candidate Mark Robinson there, who thought, he might drag Donald Trump down through this election. Now, obviously, that hasn't happened, which is a very good sign for him. I'm hoping, Stuart or Maggie, would you have any comments to add to that about Mark Robinson and how he may have affected Trump's campaign?
I do. I think it's brought down Trump probably 1% or something. I can't. Obviously, there's no official numbers to be able to say that, but he's just been marred by controversies, some very ridiculous controversies in that, and I think it's very clear why this is one of the few Democratic gains that we're seeing at this point. Actually, I'm not sure if the Democrats had the North Carolina governorship, but I see why Mark Robinson has so easily lost. I think voters were really turned off by Just craziness of his campaign, I'd say. Not that sounds a bit ridiculous, but seriously, there was just so much going on with him, and I see why Josh Steen has won the governorship in North Carolina. Again, can't be sure how much it's affected North Carolina, especially since it has voted again for Donald Trump, as it did in 2020. It could still be very narrow, but I just can't see any way for Kamala Harris to claw back in North Carolina.
You mentioned that would it be a controversy for Trump? And no, for Trump, controversy is the water off a duck's back. You know, he's been in, I don't know, probably dozens at this point, and they haven't really affected him. So I don't think it would have affected Trump's campaign too much. Yeah, that makes it maybe a bit in North Carolina, but apart from that, I don't think it's really had much effect on Trump's campaign.
Sorry, I'm just going over all the Senate races and presidential results to see if there's anything.
We'll come back to you, Maggie. We'll let you do that. And what's interesting, you know, is North Carolina. There's almost a question you could ask: is North Carolina still going to be a battleground state looking forward? Because Trump won it in 2016 and 2020, and now, of course, and he, over the last few days of the campaign, it was interesting to watch him around that state. And Kamala Harris, a lot of her strong supporters did suggest that maybe he was worried about the numbers in those 16 electoral college votes. But obviously he's won that now, and he's won it in 2016 and won it in 2020. So it almost begs the question, you know, can North Carolina, looking forward, still be a battleground state, Stuart?
I think what's actually happened here is we've kind of got the reverse. North Carolina's been held, and Virginia suffered a lot. Virginia was reasonably close to getting a Republican win, or at least not a reasonable, a good chance of it. So I think potentially it could go either way. Either we could see this again happening, where you have North Carolina barely being held, or you have North Carolina being held and Virginia at risk, and both possible. Like it's too early to say at this point, considering, you know, we haven't even had the results yet. But we could see it go either way. We could see Virginia at risk or North Carolina at risk.
Yeah.
Or neither.
Go now. Yeah. Well, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I want to go now to Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent, who's been kind enough to join us right throughout the night. It's getting late there. What time is it there, Wyatt?
Not too bad. We're like midnight or so.
I would like to be asleep by then. But anyway, thanks for joining us. I just want to touch on America. Looking as an Australian looking in, and what we've all seen is there's a lot of political violence, right? We've had 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump's life. So far tonight, has there been much of that?
Not really, just because, I mean, I think it's going the way in which the Republicans are looking for, and certainly, you know, at least recently in 2020, it was kind of more coming from that side of the political spectrum. I mean, it does come from the other side as well. But I mean, I think in terms of political violence, it's usually in the aftermath, and because people don't really pay attention until it's like super definitive who is going to win, or either like when there is kind of a direct motive, like in 2020 and 2021, when Donald Trump himself was kind of directing his supporters to the Capitol. I mean, that was one of the reasons why it actually happened. And so unless there is kind of a direct motive, and I think I was talking to some people who had mentioned that it's almost better, and these were Harris supporters, it's almost better if Trump wins, because then, you know, they can kind of get it out of the way in terms of the 4 years that is kind of bound to happen in terms of some kind of, you know, right-wing MAGA style governance. And so and then they'll just know that that's out of the way, and then hopefully after that they can transition more so into like the John McCain and Mitt Romney style Republicans that Democrats are so used to running against. But yeah, I mean, I guess to be determined is kind of the best answer.
Yeah, 100%. And do you think we'll see much action. If what we're, a lot of it is pointing towards the Trump. We're not making any calls, of course, but a lot of it is pointing towards Trump looking victorious at this election, which he'll be very happy with. And we're not making any call at this stage. Do you think there'll be any unrest from Democratic supporters who might be? A lot of them say they're quite fearful of a Trump presidency.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to rule anything out. We certainly saw, for example, with a lot of the protests and in some cases even riots over the spring and the summer of 2020 that weren't directly related to the election, but they were over the killing of George Floyd. And so, there is kind of an example of times when people feel very strongly one way and they will kind of try to, express themselves in that way. The hope is that at least Harris supporters are fairly diplomatic and they won't go that extreme. But I do think that just from the perspective of what we're seeing here right now, that isn't necessarily the indication anyways.
All right, White Sharp, thank you very much. We will leave it there for now. We'll come back to you not too far away now. Just having a look at the Electoral College votes, 242 for Trump and 222 for Kamala Harris. We're coming on to 4 o'clock in our daylight saving states, and that's 3 o'clock in our non-daylight saving states, Australian Eastern Standard Time. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back right after this. You're watching 6 News. You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News.
If he doesn't like tough questions, or if any guest we have doesn't like the tough questions we pose, then I think that's on them. That's their problem. You don't think Australians are interested in whether their leader tells the truth or not? Because I mean, surely
you're not going to get many people outside of Gen Z voting for you.
I don't really want anyone outside Gen Z voting for me, to be quite frank.
Well, I don't know how you're going to win. Would you be willing to come back on 6 News? Why not just log off? Like, it's not compulsory to post.
On 6 News, we bring you the latest headlines and breaking stories live. Our team of journalists are on the ground across the country and around the world, keeping you informed with up-to-the-minute reporting every single day.
Top of the hour,
every hour.
Thanks for joining us.
So in 2024, turn to 6 News, on the hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 366 days of the year.
Live on 6 News, this is America Decides Election 2024. Welcome back. You are watching 6 News. It's great to be with you. I'm Austin Pollock. Thank you for your company. We have the 6 News team right across Australia and America covering this for us. Stuart Jeffrey, Wyatt Sharp, and Maggie Perry and Leo Puglisi will be joining us again a little later. He is in an exam at the moment, and we wish him all the best, and he'll be back joining us a little later. Well, we're going to go to Wyatt Sharp now, and hopefully the audio issues have fixed themselves with Brittany Martinez. Wyatt, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Austin. So we have Brittany Martinez back with us, former communications director to Kevin McCarthy. Brittany, I introed you last time as us being on the radio together this morning. And so I started that in my studio, and then I've since kind of exhausted that. So now our viewers get to see me from our living room with MSNBC on behind us. But let me just ask you, because I was starting to ask you this before we had some technical issues last time, in terms of what we're seeing, whether it be in Pennsylvania or whether it be in Arizona. There's examples of Senate races not necessarily being correlated to some of the presidential results that we're seeing. And I was asking you in part with Kari Lake, because she is kind of like a female version of Donald Trump, so to speak. Is it just people dislike her even more than they dislike Donald Trump? Or, I mean, where is kind of the disconnect between the two here? I mean, why would someone vote for Donald Trump but not for Kari Lake?
Well, I hope that you can hear me this time. I know we did a test before, but the thing about Kari Lake is that I don't think she's a strong candidate. She ran previously and she lost. She is very bombastic in her language, maybe similar to Trump. Perhaps there's a comparison that can be made there. But I think that it sort of lends itself to the idea, and it's something that we've talked a lot about in American politics, is that Trump is sort of a one-of-a-kind guy. We see all of these people like Vivek, for example, who was running in the primary earlier this year, who's tried to replicate him, right? Like we see these folks who tried to sort of mirror that language, and it just doesn't work for them. It works for Trump, but it doesn't really work for anyone else. And I think that is sort of evident in this result.
And I mean, do you think that like with someone like Kari, because she ran for governor as well before, obviously in 2022, and she was not successful. Now she's running again. And I mean, I'm sure there's probably a politer way to ask this, but like, is there a point where they kind of get the memo, so to speak, that like people are not necessarily fond of the type of politics that they are practicing? Like, because I mean, as much as she claimed she did, her campaign was not very focused on the policy issues other than talking about the border and immigration, which I don't want to take away from that. That's obviously a very important issue. But, polling was showing that things like the economy and what have you were very important for people in Arizona. And it seems as if she focused a lot more of her time on things like the 2020 election, for example.
You would think that people would get the memo, but politics attracts a certain kind of individual with a lot of confidence in themselves. And so, this isn't the first time we've seen someone lose and then run again. Normally, I'd say it's probably not this higher level of office. It's usually, some of the smaller races or Congress even. But yes, politics attracts that certain kind of personality. And I will say, though, when it comes to Kari Lake specifically and some of that language, one of the criticisms that Trump has faced over the last few years and the last few cycles, like 22, for example, is that all of the Trump endorsed candidates have a hard time winning in general elections. They win primaries, but not generals. We're not seeing that case today. We see Bernie Moreno. He just won in Ohio against an incumbent who's been around for a really long time, right? And so this is, so it's back and forth. Like we're able to see the success of a Bernie Moreno, but also we have a Kari Lake who has been unsuccessful. I think it depends on like the state demographic breakdown and all of that stuff probably as well.
And I mean, do you think like we had a former Republican presidential candidate on just before you, and he is very much in a similar shoes to yourself in the sense of he does not necessarily feel at home, so to speak, with Donald Trump at the head of the Republican Party, basically. But given the way in which tonight is going, it seems as if not only the Republican Party is okay with Donald Trump, but also a large portion of the country is okay with him in a general election context as well. Where does that leave people like yourself?
Great question. And it's something that I'm asking myself tonight as well. I don't believe that this is the way that the Republican Party should be going. And listen, it looks like a lot of people disagree with me, and that's okay. That's one of the great beauties of America. But the thing is that the party should be one of addition, not subtraction. I think that's not what we've seen under the former president. But I guess one can make the argument that, right, like more Latinos are voting for him. There are more men voting for him. So I think ultimately the issues that I have aren't really ones that he'd be able to change at this point, because one, a leopard doesn't necessarily change their spots, but he's also been around doing this for a long time, and I just have hit my breaking point with him at the head the party. But you know what? I have faith that our greatest days are always ahead, not just in the United States, but in the Republican Party. And I have faith that one day we'll kind of get back to a normalcy, because right now, in my opinion, it's a little bit chaotic, and I don't think that's helpful for anyone.
And I'm curious too, if we think about like some of what the Democrats have been saying over the course of this election in terms of what would happen if Donald Trump gets elected, because we're talking a lot about like the Supreme Court, for example, too, if people like Clarence Thomas were to come down, and I'm sure some of our law people on the show here can speak about this after, but, Trump getting elected gives him the opportunity to retire basically, and then he can appoint someone new. And the Democrats were making the argument that, then they can go after some other like things, they went after Roe v. Wade, but maybe they can go after some other rights in which people have as well right now via the Supreme Court. So, I mean, I guess I'm just curious, was that mostly like a political messaging thing, or is that actually something that you think could happen?
I mean, I would say that it's both. Definitely, court packing is something that, each party is going to say the other one is going to do if they are the ones who are leading the country. But absolutely, I think that's something that should, the former president win today, which signs look good for him right now. It's still too early to tell. We'll see when all these swing state votes ultimately come in. But yeah, I see him absolutely doing something along the lines of that. He did it once before. And if someone had the opportunity to, whether it was Harris or Trump, I'm sure that they would do it in this capacity.
Does the results here, though, speak to like the fact, because whether it be 2022 or some of the special elections in 2023, a lot of people were pointing to the fact that like the Democrats were largely successful because of the issue of abortion, and the Republicans were unsuccessful because of that issue. But even recently, I mean, I think Republicans have been trying to like realize that they're not going to win if they keep kind of the traditional stance on that issue. And, you had people like Melania Trump even herself say that she is in fact pro-choice in a recent book, which is true or untrue as that is. I mean, it's hard to not think of it as a political thing and as a political strategy as well. But I guess, does this, result tonight perhaps speak to the fact that the issue is not as important to the American people, or perhaps to the fact that, Republicans are just changing course a little bit on it?
I do think Republicans are trying to change course on it. We saw great messaging from Nikki Haley. I think she's been our greatest messenger on this issue. We also saw J.D. Vance talk about it during his debate, and I think that he did a good job on this, because he said, look, guys, we need to figure out how we're messaging on this and talking about it, because it's an issue that a lot of people care about. But what I will say is that it's easier for people to focus their attention on abortion when the economy is doing well and when you're not worried about inflation. Now, when those are the top issues that you're worrying about, the economy, which hasn't been great under the Biden administration, sure, it's gotten better, but people aren't feeling that yet. That's gonna be your number one issue. And when you have what we talk about is illegal immigration and the border crossings, that's going to be a top issue as well. And so I think if those were in a better position in the country now, abortion would have been a higher priority. But those are the things that people care about the most, is the economy and immigration.
And do you think, like, because assuming Donald Trump wins, which we're not saying it's going to happen, but if that, hypothetically speaking, I mean, he's then going to have to actually, turn some of his campaign statements into action, obviously. How much of whether or not he's able to do that will influence public opinion just based solely on the fact that he's made a lot of promises over the course of this election, and so has Kamala Harris, but a lot of them have been grounded in kind of like a talking point style commitment rather than an in-depth policy style commitment. And obviously people in politics have very short attention spans, hence why we've went from, Republican to Democrat and possibly to Republican again tonight. I guess just what are you expecting on that front?
Yeah, he has the concepts of a plan, is sort of what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And I think what trap he has fallen into is sort of back then when he said, we're going to build a wall, we're going to make Mexico pay for it. We built a little portion of a wall and Mexico didn't pay for it, right? He's like right now with Biden, he said, we're going to pay off your student loans, and that hasn't happened. And it's a sort of an empty promise. Politicians always make empty promises on the road. I think in a lot of capacities, they have the intent to fulfill them and then get there and realize, oh, I actually cannot. But I mean, he said that our service members, veterans, and like police officers shouldn't have to pay taxes. That will never happen. They will always have to pay taxes, and that's going to be something he's going to have to, take accountability for. Like, hey, you know what? We can't actually do this, and so I think that. Yes, a lot of those things are probably not going to come true. The tariff situation, I think that's terrible for U.S. consumers. But people seem to think that's also a good idea. I don't think they're looking at like how that would actually affect the economy. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of cases of that. And he looks to be doing well with the popular vote too. But if he isn't able to fulfill those promises, I'm sure that percentage would be going down if he's able to pull this off ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, lastly here, I guess I'll ask you about the popular vote, because usually, I mean, at least from like the last couple of times, even in 2016, when Hillary Clinton was unable to win the Electoral College, she still won the popular vote. And so, I mean, you have a lot of Democrats in 2016 who were complaining about the Electoral College and saying how it should be abolished and everything. But now, I mean, I guess if the popular vote is kind of directly correlated to the Electoral College this time, that will perhaps drown out some of the calls for it to be abolished or some concerns that people have.
I think that's the case. And listen, I'm a Republican. Republicans, we don't always win the popular vote, even when we do win the Electoral College. And so I know that sentiment has come from us plenty of times, I'm sure. But yeah, if you have both the popular vote and the Electoral College vote, I mean, I guess that means you're aligned with what Americans want, in theory. And so I guess we'll see how everything turns out tonight and the next few days, because I think we'll still be waiting to hear some of those final results.
And Brittany, perhaps this is a better way to close it off here. Just if I ask you very briefly about what, no matter who wins, the lead up to the inauguration will look like. Obviously, America is a very divided country right now, but depending on which way it goes, what are you kind of expecting?
Well, there's already fencing around the White House right now. There will certainly be fencing around the Capitol. And to put that into perspective, the last time around, that fencing was extended further than it normally would have. Obviously, for security reasons, we have to do those sorts of things, but it was more so because it had happened right after January 6th. We had a lot more security in town who would come from all over the country to make sure things went off without a hitch. If you're in Washington, D.C., I'd probably say stay away from that area as much as you can. It's going to be incredible traffic, incredible security parameters. And I was working at the Capitol, not one of the House buildings, like the Capitol building. And even then, for me, it was sometimes hard to get in and out of the barricade. So I expect a lot of security one way or another. And it's just to make sure that people who are working there and, and the president-elect and his or her teams are safe.
All right, we will leave it there. Brittany Martinez, thank you so much, and hopefully you get some sleep. I know you have a lot of commitments ahead for the rest of the night as well, but nice talking to you as always.
Having me.
All right, Austin.
Wyatt, thank you, and big thank you as well to Brittany Martinez for joining us to discuss the race. And what's really interesting there, I found really interesting, the Republic talk about the future of the Republican Party and what the Republican Party is like under Donald Trump. And Wyatt, I'm interested in your thoughts on it. Moving forward after Trump departs the Republican Party, which will have inevitably happen, be it 4 years from now or sooner, or even later than 4 years. What do you think the fallout will be for the party as a whole? Obviously, it's been an interesting couple of terms with Trump in office.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dependent is the overall kind of status of where the Republican Party goes is very, very much dependent on kind of what happens tonight. Because if Donald Trump wins tonight, then it's kind of proof that MAGA is still able to win elections. Because the last time MAGA won anything really was in 2016, right? They lost 2020, they lost the midterms, they lost the special election. But if he's able to win tonight, it's proof that the messaging of MAGA can still continue on. If he loses tonight, then it's okay, MAGA no longer works, and we need to go back to the maybe Mitt Romney style or even Mike Pence style of the Republican Party. And that is very different now because Mike Pence and Donald Trump have been not too complimentary towards each other recently. And so we're certainly going to have to see what happens. But yeah, I guess the way in which, to kind of summarize it here, the Republican Party goes, whether it keeps MAGA or, goes back to what would be deemed as like kind of your dad's Republicans or like traditional Republicans, is again dependent on what happens here tonight.
It will be very interesting to watch. Wyatt, thank you, and thank you again to Brittany Martinez for joining us just before. We'll pick up on this conversation in just a bit, but for now, though, there is a lot else happening in the world, and for that, here's Darby Travers in the Six Newsroom.
Thank you very much. We will get back to our special live coverage of the US presidential election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news this hour, and Stephen Miles has been returned as Queensland Labor leader unopposed as the party looks forward to 2028. Miles led Labor to a loss late last month with Liberal National leader David Crisafulli, now officially the new premier. No challenges within Labor emerged to Miles, and he has remained in the party's top job, with Cameron Dick also being re-elected unopposed as deputy leader. Miles will now lead the party, which has around 34 seats as counting continues to the next state election in 2028. The LNP, meanwhile, has a majority with 51 seats. He took over as leader and premier from Anastasia Palaszczuk after she resigned in December 2023. The Reserve Bank has kept interest rates on hold at 4.35% for the 8th time in a row. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Michelle Bullock announced the move, telling reporters she thinks the current settings are correct. The RBA says that while inflation has fallen substantially since 2022, underlying inflation remained too high. The latest forecast suggests that it will be some time before inflation is sustainably in the target range, adding that the board is not ruling anything in or out. It is the 8th straight meeting in a row where rates have been left on hold. The final meeting for the year is in December, but the ABC reports that economists do not expect a rate cut before 2025. The ABC has apologised after an independent review found the national broadcaster added extra gunshot sounds to footage of an Australian commandos firing from a helicopter. The review found that in an online video, a total of 5 additional gunshot sounds were inaccurately introduced into footage, and additional shots were also inaccurately included in the story broadcast on air. Interim findings have cleared the ABC of having deliberately doctored, manipulated or distorted information in order to mislead audiences. In a statement, the ABC said it sincerely apologises for the editing errors and the videos have been removed. The review also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was potentially misleading, and that his final comment that alleged war crimes should be investigated was not proper context. The ABC added they regret if any audience members were misled and said editors' notes have been attached to the stories. Further findings will be included in a final report which will be released at a later date. To sport news now, when Knight's Choice has pulled off a famous victory in the 164th running of the Melbourne Cup. Irish jockey Robbie Dolan claimed the $4.4 million prize in a photo finish, with Warp Speed taking out second position. In the betting odds, Knight's Choice was an $81 long shot, with the win being seen as a major upset. It was the first appearance from Dolan in the race that stops the nation. He moved to Australia 8 years ago and is currently based in Queensland. A record 4 female jockeys had rides in this year's Melbourne Cup, along with a total of 6 female trainers. Alright, let's now check in with your local weather forecast around the nation for your Thursday. Starting in Brisbane, partly cloudy and 32. Rain on the way for Sydney and Canberra, getting to highs of 27 and 21 respectively. Melbourne is heading for a top of 21, 19 degrees in Hobart. Adelaide, rain and 19. Perth is heading for a top of 20. And over in Darwin, a sunny top of 33. And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website or by following us on social media at SIXNewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. For now though, let's head back to 6 News' continuing live coverage of the US presidential election.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News. And welcome welcome back. You are watching 6 News' live coverage as America decides in who will lead them for up to the next 4 years. Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. We have some breaking news now from the Senate, and for that, we're going to go to our election reporter, Maggie Perry. Maggie, what can you tell us?
Right, I can say, I think we can call the Senate seat of Nebraska for the Republicans. I think Dan Osborne, the independent who's running there, has not won, and that means that the Republicans will have a majority in the Senate, which is extremely crucial, of course. If Kamala Harris were to become president, her power would be very limited, especially, at least until the midterms when Senate seats might change. But really, I think this was quite expected. Most people generally thought that the Senate would go to the Republicans. It started off in a position that generally really favored the Republicans, and now, of course, with an election favoring Trump, it's not exactly shocking to see why Kamala Harris has fell short in the Senate. As for the presidency, we do not have any votes in Nevada, and we're still waiting on the call for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, all of which are currently leaning towards Trump. We also don't have any votes in Alaska or Hawaii. If we could update our numbers to 248 for the Republicans, I've called Utah for the Republican Party. Trump will be winning there.
Okay, that's 248 for the Republicans, and we're sitting on 222 for the Democrats. And obviously, it's about 40 minutes or so until polls do close in Alaska. That's the final state that we are waiting on getting on for results for. Let's bring in, if we can, Stuart Jeffrey, our law and government editor. Stuart, great to chat with you again. Obviously, we've just heard the news about the Senate. We're calling that a majority for the Republicans. What would this mean for the presidency if, let's say, Kamala Harris does get up?
Look, it would mean the Senate is, out of action. At least having a 50-50 split means the vice president comes in and can break ties, but with the majority, with the straight majority, it means that really the Democrats will have to rely on getting support from the Senate for everything that could be quite difficult. However, it's worth pointing out that a lot of Senate motions do require 60 senators rather than 50, and there's no way there is like it's 60 here, so they are still going to be locked out of doing some of their functions because they don't have a 60 seat majority. They've only got the bare majority of 51 seats. So it's definitely good for the Republicans, although they still can't use all the powers that they could do because you do still have a lot of measures that do require 60 senators, not 50, to pass it. So there's still going to be some need for cooperation. Unlike in Australia, neither party requires like all the MPs to vote the same way. So that does give some room for Democrats to try and maybe get a couple of more moderate or centrist Republicans to vote on certain issues. So it's certainly not out of the picture that Democrats can pass stuff, but it's certainly going to be much harder.
How likely do you think that Republicans would side with the Democrats?
I mean, there are probably some issues like international affairs, probably some spending bills for the Middle East or Ukraine or something like that. Although that's going to depends on the stance of the president. It's kind of hard to predict these things because you don't know what policies are going to arise during the next term of government. But none of the policies I have seen, with a couple of exceptions, one of them is taxing tips. That's one that they would probably get bipartisan support for if it went through the Senate. But a lot of these ones we're not going to be able to know if they're going to get bipartisan support until circumstances change.
And just what we are seeing as well out of the United States at the moment is Trump has gained a lot of supporters from by looks of a Muslim faith in Muslim community voters in Michigan by the sounds, and it's all due to his promise of peace into the Israel-Gaza war conflict, which we know, even though there's no real direct threat to America, they're not directly involved in the war as such. It is a massive issue for this election. And he has promised to bring peace in Gaza, as that's what he's claiming. And what we've seen is that there's quite a lot of more diversity in the crowd than the years prior at Donald Trump rallies. Do you think Trump has played Stuart, do you think Trump has done a good job this campaign of, I guess, broadening his target voter audience?
Look, it's definitely the case there. Yes, the Muslim backing for him is definitely important, although there's the question of, are his hands tied when it comes to the Israeli-Pakistan war. The other aspect of it is Iran. And I think that's where he's getting a lot of support from more war hawkish Americans, is because no matter what his thoughts are on Israel, Gaza, Palestine, Trump has been very harsh on the issue of Iran and Iran overstepping its military presence or its nuclear capability or anything like that. So Iran is a potential enemy striking at Israel in the Middle East. I think that whatever Trump's promises are regarding Gaza, that he won't make the same concessions when it comes to Iran. Although from what I've seen, a lot of Iranians are actually looking forward to a Trump presidency because it means their tyrannical government could be overthrown. So there's definitely some talk from that perspective that a Trump government could free the people of Iran from their dictatorship, is what I've seen from some news outlets online in the last week or so.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how he follows through with that if elected at this stage. But of course, we are watching the projections very closely, and we will make that projection when we can, of course, with our team of reporters, Stuart and Maggie. Thank you to you both. We're now, look, Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent, he's not with us right at the moment. It is quite late over there. And our chief anchor, Leo Puglisi, who, by the way, is about halfway through his exam at the moment, and when he's watching this back, we can say hello to you, Leo, and good luck. Leo caught up with Wyatt Sharp a few days ago to just overview this election. So let's catch up on a little bit of that now.
She was interviewed on The View recently, and she was asked by one of the hosts, Sunny Hosen on The View, would you have done, or what was one specific thing from the Biden-Harris administration that perhaps you would have done differently? And she was unable to name kind of one solid policy point or legislation that was passed that she perhaps would have changed or would have done differently. And that was kind of like a gold mine, so to speak, for Republicans and for the Trump campaign to take in terms of a marketing advertising standpoint, because it literally is just proving what they've been saying for the entirety of this campaign, in the sense that you're voting for Kamala Harris. It's just an extension of 4 more years of Joe Biden. And of course, whether or not that is the truth, there are some differences in their policies. Kamala Harris is, of course, a lot more progressive than Joe Biden is. She's been perhaps rectifying some of those more progressive opinions. For example, back when she ran in 2020, she was against fracking. Now she has since come out and said that fracking is okay in most instances. So that's one example where she's kind of moved from kind of like a Bernie Sanders end of the party to more of a Joe Biden end of the party. And she has realigned herself because she knows that she can't alienate the, in many cases, already alienated factions of the Democratic Party who are unhappy that they made kind of that last minute split decision to swap Joe Biden in for, or to swap Kamala Harris in for Joe Biden. So there's a lot of unknowns, but I think relatively speaking, they're pretty similar. I mean, Joe Biden wouldn't have chose Kamala Harris to be his vice president if they weren't similar.
Yeah, and look, you mentioned some of the divide within the Democratic Party. I think more broadly, some of the divide on, you could say, the left regarding what's happening in Gaza at the moment. That has been a talking point for, well, it's been a year since October 7 now, and it's just continued to, I guess, present itself as a campaign issue for, it was Joe Biden and now Kamala Harris. We saw only a couple of days ago a number of Muslim leaders announce their formal endorsement of Donald Trump at a rally. Now, of course, there are, I guess you could say, a lot of varying opinions within the Muslim community. There's some who might be abstaining, some who might be voting for Jill Stein, but that seems to be crucial in a state like Michigan. How could this play out, especially if it does come down to Michigan?
Yeah, and that's really interesting because I've been having a lot of these conversations with people about specifically Michigan, because Michigan is one of those states where the issue of the war between Israel and Hamas is going to potentially play a role. Any other state, you look, you think people care much more about inflation potentially, or about another kind of more economical or environmental or whatever. There's not many states where you can directly point to and say the issue of geopolitics is likely to shape the result of where those 15 electoral votes go. And so it's interesting to think about that in the sense of there's a lot of division even within the Democratic Party over that issue, where you have obviously people who are the Joe Bidens of the world, or the John Fettermans of the world. I mean, Joe Biden has arguably been one of the most pro-Israeli presidents in modern time. And so that's one faction of the Democrat Party. But then you also have like the Squad, the AOCs of the world, who are very much pro-Palestinian. And so Michigan is kind of representative of those different factions of the Democratic Party on this issue. And because of that, there could be some Democratic kind of deflectors, so to speak, who move from the Democrat Party and perhaps decide to vote for Jill Stein as one candidate who's gaining a bit of attention over her views on the war. And so because of that, that could potentially split the vote, allow the Republicans to win. And then this endorsement, as you mentioned, of some Muslim leaders in Michigan towards Donald Trump only furthers that in terms of making it more difficult for Kamala Harris and the Democrats to win in Michigan. So if I'm a betting man, which I'm not for legal purposes, I would say that Kamala Harris is going to have a harder time than Democrats are used to in Michigan. Usually, Democrats are pretty likely in terms of being successful. 2016 was kind of a weird thing where they went bad in the Rust Belt and they lost the majority of them. But usually, it doesn't require much different of a strategy to win a state like Michigan than it does to win like Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, or what have you.
And just on the third parties we have here, I remember speaking a couple months ago, what impact will, RFK Jr. have? And we all saw how that, pretty quickly ended once they, I guess, kind of accepted that they weren't able to even win theoretically. Jill Stein is, you would say, the most prominent left standing at this point, and whether her votes could be crucial in a state like Michigan, as you say, we'll wait and see. There's some other names on limited ballots, the Libertarian Party, Cornel West.
Yeah.
Again, though, they in a swing state, in a state that, when it comes down to maybe a handful of states, those kind of percentages make differences. We talk about, or political historians talk about, Florida in 2000 with the Green Party there, and did that cost Al Gore against George W. Bush, right? How do we think these remaining lesser known and definitely lesser polling candidates than RFK Jr., how do we think they will, I guess, contribute to the final results?
And it's interesting because you don't hear necessarily a lot about these third-party candidates, but certainly the concern, particularly from the Democrats, is there. I don't necessarily think third parties as big a concern for the Trump campaign or for Republicans, and that's simply because there's not as many options. Like now that RFK is not in the race, right, he was the only kind of person who presented a remote threat in terms of third parties to the Republicans. Now, if you look at the third-party candidates who are still in the race, it's Cornel West, it's Jill Stein. And as we've been talking about, those are the two candidates who are going to be kind of a voice, a vehicle for those disenfranchised Democrats who feel kind of politically homeless, so to speak, over the issue of the war in Israel and Palestine. And so that's one thing. I also think Democrats are recognizing how big of a concern these third parties are, in the sense of they literally have developed a team of some of the best communicators in Democratic politics and politics in general. It's like Liz Smith, who was the architect of Pete Buttigieg's, campaign that came out of nowhere in 2020, and her main goal now on the Harris campaign is dedicated towards trying to take down some of these third-party candidates in terms of how successful they are in the election. And so that is certainly one thing. And then I would just say, like, if we're looking at these candidates right now, Jill Stein, I mean, everyone is trying to paint her as something that she is trying not to be, but she's kind of her own worst enemy. And like what I mean by that is she is being a voice for kind of these politically homeless, as I said, people in terms of geopolitics and what have you. But then, 2 weeks later, she makes a statement about how she stands with Palestine. a photo of her in front of the Kremlin comes out where she's praising Vladimir Putin. And so like there's a lot of kind of miscommunications that she's made and things that she's previously said that are really coming back to harm her. And so the Harris campaign has been trying to use some of those things to their advantage, but it doesn't necessarily seem to be working in the sense of she is still, at least the polls suggest, the third party candidates are still presenting a pretty big challenge towards her.
Now, all right, from pre-recorded Wyatt to live Wyatt Sharp, we're going to go to Wyatt now, who is live in America still. Wyatt, you have been speaking with people at the Harris campaign, I believe. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so as we're awaiting former President Trump, as he is leading in all 7 of these key swing states, to come out and speak any minute to his supporters, I'm just speaking to some sources on the Harris campaign who say that the vice president will not be speaking at Howard University, where her supporters are gathered tonight. Large groups of her supporters are already leaving. Apparently, from people I'm talking to on the ground, have already begun to kind of leave the venue. And to be entirely honest, Austin, we're kind of, I mean, this is giving 2016 vibes, so to speak, like where Hillary Clinton didn't speak. She spoke the next morning, of course, you'll remember that. Trump came out and declared victory. And you know, it very much is kind of a similar mood here. And so it's hard to see kind of a path forward. I mean, if Harris had a path forward to winning at this point, you would think that she would come out and kind of make her supporters there enthusiastic, optimistic, and what have you. Certainly not necessarily the case right now, just in terms of what we're seeing. And then in terms of like the amount of people that have been gathered at Howard University, it's been under what the amount of people we're kind of expecting. And so yeah, there's not kind of a good showing for the Harris campaign all around in terms of numbers and in terms of their gathering that they're having here tonight.
All right, wow, that's very interesting. Thank you for bringing us those details. Obviously, not a good mood at the Harris campaign at the moment, and we are, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, we are expecting to hear from Donald Trump at some point fairly soon, hopefully, and of course we will bring that to you the moment that does happen. I just want to bring you something else that we just have some breaking. Scott Morrison, former Australian Prime Minister, has been speaking on Sky News. He's called it an extraordinary victory for Trump. He's already claiming that Trump is going to be the one who will win the presidency. He said, I know everyone is sort of cautious, standing shy of that final point, but I mean, when you have to read the numbers, they're fairly clear. That's Scott Morrison speaking to Sky News. Morrison says Trump was always going to win, and if the election was fought on the economy, cost of living, and immigration, well, it certainly looks like a very steep hill for Kamala Harris to climb if she wants to win this presidential election. Trump, as we just heard from Wyatt, currently leading in all of those key states. And that's just a live shot at the moment of the Trump campaign, who we will hear from him very soon. And as you can see, the atmosphere there, pretty happy. Crowds cheering. And we will hear from former president, who could be the next president, Donald Trump, in just a short time. I will get to Maggie Perry, though. Maggie, do you think, is there still a way that Kamala Harris can win this election?
I think she has to pull a sort of post-count miracle where she's able to really come in on mail-in votes, on early votes, that sort of thing. You know, it's quite likely the Republicans win Pennsylvania, and once they've won Pennsylvania, they've won it all, basically, because they've certainly won Alaska, they've certainly won Georgia, and they've certainly won Maine's 2nd district and Nebraska's 1st district, and that means it's pretty much, you know, the margin is 19 votes, and Pennsylvania has 19 votes, and so if they can win Pennsylvania, chances are they'll win it all, presuming Alaska votes for Republicans, which is my presumption at this point, obviously. As for the swing states, Wisconsin, Republicans are still ahead by 4% with 83% counted. It's getting harder and harder for Harris to win. In Michigan, Trump is ahead by 6%, 59% of the vote counted. Pennsylvania, 89% counted, and Donald Trump has a 3-point lead. And in Arizona, 53% counted, and Trump has less than a 1-point lead. So obviously, of the swing states, Arizona is the most likely to flip. Go to the Democrats, I mean, sorry. But yeah, the rest of them seem to be going Republican, and we don't have anything in Nevada nor Alaska, and I don't believe anything in Hawaii either, no.
Yeah, okay. And obviously Pennsylvania is the one that we will really be keeping a very close eye on, because it's either do or die for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania by the looks of that. What are the results at the moment, with about 86.3% counted, do show Trump leading on around 3.1 million votes and Harris with 2.9 million votes. Too early to call that one still?
Sorry, for popular vote?
For popular vote.
The popular vote, I haven't really looked at that one for a while, but I think it's quite likely Trump wins that at this point, which is just a shock. I mean, Leo was saying earlier, it would be shocking if Trump won the popular vote, and now it seems like a very likely possibility.
Yeah. Wyatt, your thoughts on that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
No worries. Sorry. In Pennsylvania, Trump getting the popular vote there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as of right now, it's certainly looking like whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win the presidency. If we're talking about Trump specifically, I think it could go either way. You have Dave McCormick right now, who is the Republican candidate for U.S. Senate, who is leading by a greater margin than Trump is leading in Pennsylvania right now. But he's also very popular in Pennsylvania in terms of Dave McCormick, and he's very much kind of a partisan guy, but he's able to put that aside in many cases, something Donald Trump is not really able to do as well. So we're kind of just waiting to see at this point which way things go. But I think it's, one of those states that it could be decided at any time. But, whichever way it goes, I think that person is probably the most likely to win the presidency. I think it's probably more likely, if you're looking for kind of a definitive who's more likely to win, that Donald Trump is probably favored to win at this point.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the key state key states that we will keep an eye on, of course, throughout the next couple of hours. Look, once again, we are waiting to hear from Donald Trump. You can see that in the corner of your screen at the moment, and at his campaign rally, with a lot of supporters there getting ready. Maggie, I'll go to you. Would you say so far in the night we're getting closer and closer? I asked this to Wyatt before. If you were Kamala Harris at this stage, looking back, is there something that could have been done differently in this campaign?
Honestly, this has really taken me by surprise that Trump has won here, because obviously polling's favored Harris, and I don't think there's been any huge misplays from the Harris side that I can think of. But I think what I'm really thinking about is abortion, in that only 14% of voters listed abortion as their top election issue. If that was higher, I think Harris might have been able to pull off a win here. Obviously, she's much more favored on abortion than Trump amongst most Americans, and I just don't think there was enough focus on abortion for Harris to win here, clearly. I think that was a big part of the issue. I mean, in Queensland, when Labor really focused on abortion, they were actually able to pull off at least a bit of a recovery, going from a landslide defeat to a pretty respectable opposition status of around 35 seats. And I think it's very similar in the US. Like, if Harris were to focus on abortion more, she totally could have been able to pull off a lot of voters from Trump. And it's just really surprising to me that obviously there's not been much focus on abortion in exit polls, 14%. And clearly it just it hasn't been strong enough of an issue for Harris to pull off the wins in these crucial swing states.
Yeah, and as you said, when obviously it was just, and we spoke about it last hour as well, the Queensland election, it's something that political parties can play into, that topic of abortion, and it usually can have a great impact on the results. And unfortunately for Kamala Harris and well done for Donald Trump, is that that hasn't been spoken about as much as it could have been. And there you go. Now it's floating. Now it's floating. We have Trump speaking up in the top corner, but nonetheless, we are just waiting for Donald Trump to speak in just a few moments as well. Don't forget that. And that's his supporters there as well. But as you said, Maggie, obviously, it's been an interesting campaign. It's been a very interesting campaign, and we all know that. And in terms of, we'll go back to Wyatt now. In terms of looking forward, if Kamala Harris was to make a victory somehow, we know that's not looking terribly likely at this stage. Do you think Trump, what would his next moves be? Do you think he'll stick around still?
It's really hard to say. I mean, I don't think so, solely based off of the age factor and based off of the simple fact that he is getting older, but also combined with he is obviously fairly wealthy and he can kind of go off and enjoy the remainder of his life. But I do think that to a certain degree, like if we're thinking about, I think it goes beyond just what does Donald Trump do. I think the real question is what does the Republican Party do? And right now, I think that is something that is unknown in the sense of it'll really be dependent on what happens tonight. If Donald Trump wins this election, then they can kind of continue to be defined on MAGA and on that portion of the Republican Party. Whereas if he loses the election, then they'll have to kind of reevaluate themselves and decide where they actually want to go from here.
Could you see Trump running another term if he is victorious?
I don't think so.
Around?
I don't think so personally, and even just based off of like some of the rhetoric after the 2020 election, obviously it's going his way right now, so that's not like a big concern. But like after the 2020 election, he was like spent so much time on how the results of the election were rigged. I actually think that even if it was going like towards Kamala Harris being successful and the possibility of her winning was higher than it seemingly is right now, I think Trump might actually just accept the results this time. Like I think he's kind of getting a little bit tired himself. So just in terms of how that like kind of influences the scene moving forward, I certainly don't think like MAGA as a whole is done. So I mean, I think it's possible you could see like the Vivek Ramaswamis of the world, or even Ted Cruz again, or Ron DeSantis, like the people who really have been kind of his top supporters and embraced MAGA in such a strong way. I mean, I could definitely see them running again.
Yeah. And just to recap, at the moment we are sitting 248 electoral college votes for Donald Trump and 222 for Kamala Harris. And Maggie, if we do want to up that number at any time, we will cross to you. Of course, at this stage, I don't think we will be changing that. Is that right?
Yep, I don't know. The electoral college votes are about what I expect so far. Still up in the air are Alaska, Hawaii, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Of course, North Carolina and Georgia have been called for the Republicans.
Okay. And just as we spoke to White about just before he spoke to people at the Harris campaign, within the Harris campaign, and the mood there obviously is quite down, and Harris sounds like she won't be speaking tonight. And we're just seeing pictures coming out now. There is quite a somber attitude at the Kamala Harris campaign, and that's in quite stark contrast if we can cut to the Trump campaign events at West Palm Beach, and you can just see it is quite the atmosphere there. There are about 1,000 people, I reckon, there. And we are just standing by to hear from Donald Trump in a few moments. What do you think, Wyatt, he will be saying in this speech? Do you think it will be a victory speech?
I think it'll be similar to what he did in 2020 at this stage, but you'll remember in 2020 it was much later. I think in 2020 it was around 2 a.m. or so. But remember at the time, because it was later, there was because of COVID, obviously, a much higher amount of mail-in ballots than there is even this time around. And so it was kind of like at this point in 2020, he was still in the lead, but within like the 2 hours in the lead up to his speech, Biden took the lead because all the mail-in ballots that were being reported super duper late, they started coming in itself. And so, we're kind of starting to see, and sorry, I'm trying to get Scott Morrison on the line for us to talk to him about this. So maybe it'll happen. We'll see. But
No
I'm
worries.
just, if we're talking about this from the perspective of what's happening here in just a few moments, I think because in 2020 his speech was primarily talking about how they were winning and now they're not, and just going back and forth in that way. Whereas this time he might be a little more gracious than you would expect, just because he's feeling more confident. But I do still think that he will do a little bit of kind of what Donald Trump always does, in the sense of making what's happening about his supporters and about him, and just making them all feel good about themselves, and kind of just portraying a strong message overall.
Well, we'll let you get back to doing what you're doing. We'll talk to you soon. Hopefully we can get him on. White, thank you, White Sharp, there in the United States, our North American correspondent. Fantastic work. Maggie, we'll come back to you now, of course. And for Donald Trump, he's pulled off what a lot of people, I say, 4 years ago, you wouldn't have expected him to do it. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that he has gotten, when we look back, just let's say maybe 4 years ago, 3 years ago, are you surprised that we are here tonight, where Donald Trump is looking like he will become victorious, and as he says, as he's promised to deliver a fresh start?
I think it is sort of surprising. I know there was a lot of discontent within both major parties about Biden and Trump running as the candidates, and Biden pulling out and Harris replacing him. I thought it would favor the Democrats, but clearly Trump has managed to pull off a win anyways. It's just surprising, winning an election while losing a popular vote, losing an election while losing a popular vote, and then now he's gone on to what looks like win both the election and the popular vote. And obviously that's not a prediction, not final. Harris could still pull off a win, but it's just really surprising. I think there's been a lack of Democratic turnout in a lot of places, not enough mobilization. People haven't exactly been enthusiastic to vote for Harris. But that's my take on things.
Yeah, and I just find it very interesting as someone looking from a different country, of course, that Trump, there was a lot of dismay when a lot of chaos that was in America at that time when he did lose the election, be it rigged or not. It's surprising as someone looking out and in that Americans are voting this person back in. So clearly they aren't happy with the state of affairs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have put them under. And how much of an effect do you think Joe Biden had on Kamala Harris's campaign?
I think he really tanked it. Not pulling out until so late was disastrous for the Democrats. It gave them not enough time to campaign for the new presidential nominee. While the Republicans were able to stick with their one, but they were fairly confident about the many months. Harris only had, 3 months to campaign, and it was it's clearly put her at some sort of disadvantage. She's just, the Republicans are seeing huge swings towards them in so many areas, and it's just chaotic for the Democrats. I was saying Iowa, it looks like was swinging to the Democrats earlier, and now I think almost every single county is strongly favoring the Republicans in terms of its swings. Like Minnesota is only 2% margin. I'm still confident that will go Democrat, but it's just shocking. The Democrats have just fumbled this.
Yeah, and obviously Joe Biden, he's just had the debate performance must have really rocked the Democratic campaign and just completely would have ruined it. I mean, you would have thought as the people in the Democratic Party would have wanted him gone earlier, because surely they would have known by the time that debate happened that, Biden wasn't up to debate like that.
Yeah, but that's just why I'm so surprised by Biden not pulling out until, what was it, July or June?
I think it was, July, yeah.
it was just always going to be a failed bid. He was never, realistically, he was never going to win it. He would, I'm not sure how old he would be at the end of his term. Was it 82, 86? If he were to win the election, I just don't see why people would want to vote him in for a second term. And I don't see why he ran for a second term when it was very evident that he wouldn't be able to win it, especially when he was trailing polls consistently.
Well, being
and,
81 at the
Harris,
moment, it's quite surprising that he didn't drop out earlier. And obviously, it's almost surprising that it's honestly surprising that he won the election to some extent in 2020. And given that now, obviously, he ran on that campaign of Trump being, this war person, I guess you could say. There's one descriptor might put it, but and it's interesting that now Trump's looks like he's going to come back.
Yeah, and he's cleared the floor against Kamala. In many states, including North Carolina and Georgia, especially with black voters, it looks like he's just decimated Harris. There's still votes to come in like certain areas of Pennsylvania that are important, but namely suburban areas in Philadelphia. But it looks like that one will probably go to the Republicans. Michigan will probably go Republican. Wisconsin will probably go to Republican. Arizona is a toss-up right now, I feel like, but consistent issue for Kamala across the board in just about every state, except it looks like Utah, of all places. So really, I think she has to figure out what's going on there.
Yeah, it will be interesting to fall out of all this, of course. And also, we are just standing by, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. We are standing by for Donald Trump, and he will be speaking at Palm Beach in Florida. We should hear from him at some point in time, hopefully sooner rather than later, as it is getting pretty late over there. But we should hopefully hear from Donald Trump soon, and what will be, no doubt, a very interesting speech. It could be, a speech a bit similar to with Stephen Miles in the Queensland election. That wasn't exactly it wasn't a concession, but it was a bit interesting. And who knows how this speech is going to go, because obviously Donald Trump is leading the race at this stage of the night. But no official call yet, no official projection of Trump winning, but he is currently leading in electoral college votes as well, which I believe sit at about 248 for the Republicans and 222 for the Democrats. And once again, we are just standing by to hear from. You can see a bit of action on stage at the moment, and you can see there's thousands of people there ready to hear from Donald Trump, and he's about to address his faithful there sometime soon. And we're also hopeful we might be able to get Scott Morrison, I'm told, the former Australian Prime Minister, on at some point as our fantastic North American correspondent Wyatt Sharp liaises that. We will let him do that, and hopefully we can speak to Scott Morrison, who we did hear from just before, saying that this is a victory for Donald Trump, no matter which way you look at it. Stuart Jeffrey will bring you in now as well. Stuart, what are your thoughts on the race as it stands?
Yeah, I mean, Maggie is completely right. If Pennsylvania goes Republican, then there's no route back into the Democrats. I think any of these states, so Arizona, I'm quite agree to this. Okay, if Arizona does go Democrat, if Trump wins but Arizona doesn't go Democrat, then it is a blow for Trump, because the campaign in Arizona was based a lot on border issues, and if he can't take New Mexico and can't take Arizona, that does raise some questions about confidence in his border policy, because that's why he was running on in those two states. Texas, he's kept that because it's Texas. Arizona and New Mexico were the ones up for contest, and if he loses both of those, then it does raise questions about that. On the other hand,
you're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News. We're back.
If he doesn't like tough questions, or if any guest we have doesn't like the tough questions we pose, then I think that's on them. That's their problem. You don't think Australians are interested in whether their leader tells the truth or not? Because I mean, surely
you're not going to get many people outside of Gen Z voting for you.
I don't really want anyone outside Gen Z voting.
Live on 6 News. This is America Decides, Election 2024. And you are back with 6 News. We are covering the live as the United States decides in who will lead them, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. We are getting ready to hear from Donald Trump. He'll be speaking very shortly in Palm Beach, Florida, and we will bring that to you right here on 6 News. But at this stage, it is Donald Trump currently leading, and it'll be very interesting to see his speech. We'll hear from him very soon. 248 college votes for the Republicans and 222 for the Democrats and Kamala Harris. Well, there's plenty else happening in the world right now, and for that, we're going to cross to Darby Travis in the 6 Newsroom. Here he is, Darby Travis.
Thank you very much. We will get back to our special live coverage of the US presidential election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news this hour, and Stephen Miles has been returned as Queensland Labor leader unopposed as the party looks forward to 2028. Miles led Labor to a loss late last month with Liberal National leader David Crisafulli, now officially the new premier. No challenges within Labor emerged to Miles, and he has remained in the party's top job, with Cameron Dick also being re-elected unopposed as deputy leader. Miles will now lead the party, which has around 34 seats as counting continues to the next state election in 2028. The LNP, meanwhile, has a majority with 51 seats. He took over as leader and premier from Anastasia Palaszczuk after she resigned in December 2023. The Reserve Bank has kept interest rates on hold at 4.35% for the 8th time in a row. Yesterday afternoon, Governor Michelle Bullock announced the move, telling reporters she thinks the current settings are correct. The RBA says that while inflation has fallen substantially since 2022, underlying inflation remained too high. The latest forecast suggests that it will be some time before inflation is sustainably in the target range, adding that the board is not ruling anything in or out. It is the 8th straight meeting in a row where rates have been left on hold. The final meeting for the year is in December, but the ABC reports that economists do not expect a rate cut before 2025. The ABC has apologised after an independent review found the national broadcaster added extra gunshot sounds to footage of an Australian commandos firing from a helicopter. The review found that in an online video, a total of 5 additional gunshot sounds were inaccurately introduced into footage, and additional shots were also inaccurately included in the story broadcast on air. Interim findings have cleared the ABC of having deliberately doctored, manipulated or distorted information in order to mislead audiences. In a statement, the ABC said it sincerely apologises for the editing errors and the videos have been removed. The review also found that the editing of an interview with former US Drug Enforcement Administration leader Brett Hamilton was potentially misleading, and that his final comment that alleged war crimes should be investigated was not proper context. The ABC added they regret if any audience members were misled and said editors' notes have been attached to the stories. Further findings will be included in a final report, which will be released at a later date. To sport news now, when Knight's Choice has pulled off a famous victory in the 164th running of the Melbourne Cup. Irish jockey Robbie Dolan claimed the $4.4 million prize in a photo finish, with Warp Speed taking out second position. In the betting odds, Knight's Choice was an $81 long shot, with the win being seen as a major upset. It was the first appearance from Dolan in the race that stops the nation. He moved to Australia 8 years ago and is currently based in Queensland. A record 4 female jockeys had rides in this year's Melbourne Cup, along with a total of 6 female trainers. Alright, let's now check in with your local weather forecast around the nation for your Thursday. Starting in Brisbane, partly cloudy and 32. Rain on the way for Sydney and Canberra, getting to highs of 27 and 21 respectively. Melbourne is heading for a top of 21, 19 degrees in Hobart. Adelaide, rain and 19. Perth is heading for a top of 20. And over in Darwin, a sunny top of 33. And that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading to our website or by following us on social media at SIXNewsAU. News is on the hour every hour here on 6 News. For now though, let's head back to 6 News' continuing live coverage of the US presidential election.
You're watching America Decides Election 2024 on 6 News. Darby, thank you very much for that update. And just for an update for you from 6 News election headquarters here, Donald Trump will be speaking very shortly in Palm Beach, Florida. And at the moment, the New York Times are currently saying that Trump is likely to win this election, and he is currently leading it, of course, in college votes at the moment. And the Spectator Index, they are saying there is no path to victory for Kamala Harris. I want to bring in Stuart Jeffrey now. That is Spectator Index. I will say that is not the official 6 News call, but let's bring in Stuart Jeffrey now. And Stuart, I asked this to Wyatt before. I'll ask it to you as well. What are we expecting to hear from Donald Trump? What is the sort of rhetoric when he speaks very shortly? We know how he talks. What do you think this speech will be like?
I mean, I think it will very much be like his speech in 2016. You know, it's pretty, and I know Mike doesn't want to call it yet, but it's pretty clear that he's managed to flip a fair few blue states here. He has made a lot of promises to do that. So that will definitely be something that people will be looking for in the coming months. If he's going to keep those promises, but I think generally speaking, he's going to feel vindicated again. What I've been saying since the start of this is that Trump built this image of himself as a victim who is seeking revenge or seeking justice, and so he's going to have that vindicated. That's his image he's been pushing. He's been saying, you know, I was shut down. You know, they tried to kill me. You know, to court, and I won in court, and they did a blunted case against me. In Georgia, he's making this argument, you know, this is justice for him. And I think that's the argument we'll see coming from him in the next few days. And in this speech, that he will be vindicated, and that'll be a big, that means he will be talking about himself even more than he usually does. But it will be a jubilant speech. It want to be a vindication and victory. Again, he would be only the second president in US history to run and hold non-consecutive terms of office. So it is definitely a milestone. And I believe the last guy was also a Republican as well. So 2 Republicans who have been president in 2 non-consecutive terms. It's definitely pretty big. He'll be in the history books for that. He'll be in the history books for being Trump. And I don't expect him to vary from that in his speech tonight. Although we've still got a few states to call, you know, he has pretty much won.
Just firstly, 2020 results analyst. We love that name, Super. And we'll never live that down, because we all know what happened. For our regular 6 News election viewers, we all know what Stuart's like. We'll make sure he's counting the right ones tonight, though. Don't worry. But
I mean, it's still in my Twitter bio, so
well, of course. Well, that is your official title, I'm told. Law and government editor. What? No. Stuart, we'll come back to you a bit later, Stuart. Thank you very much. We'll now go to Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent. Wyatt, what can you tell us?
Yeah, basically more of what I told you earlier, kind of confirming that just now officially. Before it was from a source, now I've just confirmed it directly, that the vice president and her team have called a lid, which basically means we're not going to see the vice president until at the very earliest tomorrow morning. And that was the one serious piece of news I had. And the other one is I have received sign of life from Mr. Leonardo Puglisi that he is done with his business management exam, so he should be joining us maybe soon. Who knows?
That's good. That's good. Leo is alive. That is very good breaking news. Major breaking news here on 6 News. We know you'll all love this. Yeah. Leo Puglisi is alive. He's made it through his exam, and hopefully he joins us in a short. Oh, he's sending me messages now. No, he hasn't seen the super though. I hope he's watching. He will be watching, and he will be joining us to bring us up to speed. Of course, we'll bring
10 minutes from home. He says, everybody, 10 minutes.
10 minutes from home. Well, there you go. We will speak to Leo very shortly, and we will check in, of course, on the big breaking news of the day on how he did go in that business exam, which is, I think, the lead tweet on 6 News at the moment. So, but
hang on, how do you know and we don't know that? Why did he text you that, but not texting us that?
It's on the group chat.
What do
It's on the
you
group
think?
chat, Stuart. It's on the group chat. It's on the group chat, Stuart. I hope you're on the group chat, Stuart. But it's quite interesting. Why we'll come back to later. But obviously the second major story of the day is, of course, this U.S. election.
Right.
And it's quite interesting that Kamala Harris won't be talking. Is that a sign that she really doesn't think that she can get up anymore?
I would definitely say so. I mean, I would also just say that I think the fact that they've called this lid as early as they have is an indication of that, because like usually the results are close and you know you might wait to call a lid, because if you call a lid, that's basically giving the indication to everyone, campaign staff, reporters who are covering you, that it's okay, you know, you're kind of safe to go home, nothing's going to be happening. And so what this means is, like, if all of a sudden some of these states were to start going in her favor and there was all of a sudden a chance that like it was looking like she could win, it'd be very hard for her to all of a sudden come out and give a speech because everyone has went home. So I think it really is, and you can't really overstate the importance of it.
Yeah, 100%. And someone who is speaking, though, is Donald Trump, and we will, if we can, go to his campaign footage that we are getting in live from Palm Beach in Florida, and you can just see there that there are thousands of people there gathered to see former President Trump, who could be the next president. We haven't made the official call yet, but he will be speaking there very shortly. And just repeating, we are hearing New York Times are saying Trump is very likely to win, and the Spectator Index at this stage saying that there is no path to victory for Harris, but no official call, no official projection quite at this stage. Maggie, we'll come to you. Do we have any results in terms of the Electoral College vote that we can put up now?
Electoral College, I don't have an update. However, I do have some more information about Nevada. We've actually gotten a huge amount of a vote in. 68% counted in Nevada. Currently, Trump leads with 51% against Democrats 47%. So that's a 4-point margin. And in Clark County, which homes Clark, Las Vegas, about 3/4 of the Nevada population, Harris leads by just 2 points against Trump with 71% of the vote in. I think it's still realistic for her to win Nevada, but it'll be quite hard as well. Nevada looks like Nevada and Arizona are the two states where she's most likely to retain out of all the swing states. And in Wisconsin, in Michigan, it looks like we have the same as usual. And in Pennsylvania, the New York Times has the state as very likely with 93% counted. Trump is ahead by 3 points against Harris. That's about 200,000 votes. Very likely, I agree, very likely that Trump ends up winning Pennsylvania, but I think it's still somewhat possible for it to go to Democrats, so I won't be calling it. Hence, I won't be calling the election, because pretty much this election right now, it's most likely that it'll be called once we call Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Trump is leading there at the moment as we just wait for him to come and talk. We'll grab an update. How are we going? Do we have any luck with getting former Prime Minister Scott Morrison on the chance?
I'm trying. I'm thinking a nice geopolitical perspective would be good. So if not him, someone of his caliber. So hopefully by the end of our show here, we'll have someone.
Speaking of geopolitical, how much ramification will Trump, if he does become president, how much ramification will this have on the entire world and governments across the world?
Oh, huge, because I think in North America in particular, our shift towards kind of conservative right-wing ideology is becoming bigger. And so even in Canada, for example, where I'm from, despite how much I talk about US politics, we are increasingly moving towards Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Canadian Conservative Party, who is likely to become the next prime minister. And so, you have basically a Canadian version of Donald Trump and Donald Trump himself, who are able to govern all of North America. And then you have, people like the Prime Minister of Italy. I mean, all of these people who are conservative leaders, and obviously there's many other examples as well around the world, just people who are, share very similar ideologies. And then when they come together, for NATO conferences or G7 conferences, I mean, they're just all going to share similar viewpoints. So almost like kind of what we see right now, because a lot of the kind of world leaders are left leaning in terms of their ideology, and it'll almost just kind of be like the reverse.
And Trump, he will leave a mark on American politics and American history, no doubt, after this term and after just the campaign. We saw his former assassination. And how much of a mark do you think he will leave? Obviously not too much policy-wise, but just American history in total.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it has already happened in terms of what took place over this campaign, but imagine just like basically 4 more years of this, because he hasn't even started governing yet. And once he starts governing and actually acting on some of these policy decisions, these policy kind of proposals that he had put forth over the course of the election campaign, that's kind of when the division will actually kick in, because people will start to feel the effects of some of these policies themselves. And so I think that from a historical context, and then additionally, you can think about, we were talking about it earlier with Brittany Martinez, and the fact that it would kind of almost give permission if he were to be elected for people like Clarence Thomas to step down. He's getting older, and there's a couple other examples as well. He'd be able to kind of pack the course with his choices, and then obviously the bench of a court essentially, and who's on that bench can be there in some cases for decades, if you look at people like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and then help kind of shape the future of the country for many decades. And so that is, I guess, probably the long-term example. And I would say even from Trump's first term, one of his most impactful things that he did was probably the amount of Supreme Court nominees and kind of some changes to the courts that he made.
And just want to I'm just going to describe to you some footage. Unfortunately, we won't be able to play it, but as Wyatt mentioned just before, they have put a lid on Kamala Harris speaking tonight, and she won't be speaking tonight, and we'll likely hear from her tomorrow by the sounds. But there are crowds, thousands are departing Howard University from where she was going to speak originally, but obviously won't be speaking there tonight. And as we have been speaking about, doesn't mean very good signs for Kamala Harris at all. Maggie, do we have any news from Nebraska at this stage in terms of the electoral college votes?
Nebraska, no updates, because I've actually called all the districts. At large, the first district and third district all went Republican, and the second one is going to go to the Democrats. What's really interesting is that Nebraska looks like one of the very few states that might swing towards Kamala Harris. It looks like last election she won, Biden won 39% of the vote, and now Harris is on 41%. She's seen a swing towards her in Nebraska's first district, which it looks like she will only very narrowly lose. A swing of about 4%, and in the second district, she's also seen about increase of a margin of about 1%. As for in the actual House of Nebraska, the second district looks extremely close, and it looks like the Democrats might actually make gains in the House, at least in some seats. I'm sure Republicans will gain more, but at the very least, the Democrats have gained 1 seat so far, and that's the 19th district in New York, while I don't believe the Republicans have yet gained any seats from the Democrats.
Okay. All right, Maggie, thank you. We will come back to you soon as we get some more results in. We will go to, if we can. Oh, well, our Lord and Savior, Leo Puglisi, is now on the call. He's come back from his... Something's going wrong with those boxes. We'll sort that out for you while we won't fix that, of course. But there we go. That's all right. The boxes are gone now. But the man who you've all wanted to see, you all want to know, the big breaking story of the day, of course, and Darby Travis should have covered it at the top of the hour, is Leo Puglisi's been at a business exam, and he's back now, and he's getting ready. He's putting his mic on.
Hold on.
Here he is.
We back?
And Leo, firstly, how did the exam go?
Terribly. Probably. I kind of just watching the clock and seeing if I could get out pretty fast. Evidently that's happened. So it's all good. All good
stuff. Look, at the moment we'll catch you up, of course, but at the moment Trump is looking very likely to win this presidential race, and Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. That is what we are hearing from Whiteshop and what we have heard on the ground as well. But so far, Trump looking very likely to win it. We're not making an official projection yet. Your thoughts on that?
At this point. And if we're talking about them potentially losing the popular vote, that hasn't happened in ages, right? You remember Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016, for instance. If Donald Trump wins the popular vote, then he's got a pretty clear mandate then. You can't exactly blame it entirely on an electoral college there. If Trump has the most amount of votes, now we'll see if it's an actual majority over 50% or just shy of that. I would expect just shy. It'd be extraordinary if it was more than 50%. But something is obviously failed significantly here. And look, I'm sure in the next, when I catch my breath, I'll have a look at some of the numbers, and we'll see in certain areas where it's been affected. Maybe it's the Arab American vote in certain places, maybe not. But yeah, just stunning. And I think this goes to show, lesson to myself as well, I reckon, don't underestimate Trump. And I had a gut feeling, maybe predict him, and then that Iowa poll threw me, and now look where we are, right? It is just extraordinary.
Well, just been in the last few days, you would have, as we spoke to Whiteshop about earlier, just on the ground as well, there would have been a bit more of a lean towards Kamala Harris possibly getting up, and now we are seeing these results come through that Trump, and he's gained a lot of support. We saw from Muslim voters in Michigan because of his stance, promising peace in Gaza, and it's areas like that and target demographics like that where he is managing to get up. We'll let you catch up on some of those results, and we'll come back to you when you are ready. Leo Puglisi, he's back, so make sure you're tuning in. We'll be coming back to him very, very soon. We'll get to who we got. We'll get to Wyatt Sharp now. Wyatt, do you think when we hear from Kamala Harris tomorrow, depending on where the results sit, how will she be feeling and speaking when she does speak tomorrow?
Yeah, I think certainly she's going to have to portray kind of similar to what Hillary Clinton did in 2016, no matter how kind of annoyed or apathetic she is feeling. I will say Fox News is calling Pennsylvania, Leo, should
a second, but they're projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania, and I think it's 19 electoral college votes are up for grabs there, which is the biggest of those 7 swing states that we've been following. I don't know that. I mean, look, it doesn't get him over 270 on that count. But I mean, you can almost pretty much call it here, right? If there's other states that have been called by other networks, I'm looking at some of these results that are coming in. If Pennsylvania's been called there, I think Alaska was called by some networks before, and you really, I don't see how the Harris can win from here, right? It is. I mean, it pretty much looks over at this point. I think most people might have accepted that some time ago, but again, it looks like Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania per those news outlets, including Fox, including Decision Desk, HQ,
Hang on,
and Wyatt. Stuart, you want to jump in or?
What states haven't we called? What states haven't we called?
We haven't called the state of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, Hawaii, and Alaska. Alaska and Hawaii are mainly because we have a lack of votes.
If the media calls Pennsylvania, then that's 270. Alaska and
yes,
Pennsylvania.
if Alaska goes
270.
Maggie, it's your end whether we want to call this or not entirely. It's your call here.
Look, the one issue I would call the election, but Alaska, I can't actually find out where the votes that I've reported are actually coming from, like on a county basis, census district basis. Otherwise,
there.
But I don't know if that's in maybe it's Fairbanks or like suburban Anchorage, like that's coming in. I can't know actually.
Alaska's that large, I think.
Current results.
Isn't Alaska
What-
large?
It'd surely be. Yeah, Fox,
Alaska
Fox
has
Work
some
hasn't
counties.
called Alaska, I should say. Fox has not
Yeah.
formally called Alaska. But I am standing by and ready to make any call that we need to. I'm just looking at these Alaska numbers. You're right; they're still early. We don't know exactly where they're coming in because there would be more Republican areas. Although you know,
I'm sorry, I just don't have the
what
results in
world is
Alaska.
Alaska going Democrat? I mean, look, I know it's preferential voting, but
Last election, Alaska had a 10-point margin. That's not exactly huge. I mean,
no, and you're right. I do think there were some polls that had Harris gaining. Like,
it's also a
few
it's
months
also a
ago,
state that has
but
significantly been trending to the left. I highly doubt Harris would win Alaska, but I just want to be confident about it. I don't want to make any misplays here.
No, fair enough. We'll
And
be
like
nice
I
and
mean,
careful.
Alaska elected its Democrat at large at the House elections in 2022. Both of them, there were two, for the first time in I think decades. So clearly, the Democrats are making inroads in Alaska. Obviously I don't think it will go to the Democrats, but I just want to be for sure about where
Play it
these votes
safe.
coming from.
Play it safe. Play it safe.
Especially because the New York Times has Alaska as more likely to go Democrat than Pennsylvania. Yes, it does. But probably a big part of that is probably because Alaska only has 28% counted.
Still, if they're not calling that yet, I mean, it almost seems pretty clear. But I'll wait for you to give me the final call before I say anything.
If you can find any results by county or census area, then we could totally just call Alaska. I think at this point, I think we can also call Pennsylvania. We just can't call Alaska. We can call Pennsylvania.
As soon as Alaska's called, that's game. Alaska will be called, mind you.
So currently, the Republicans are on 267 electoral votes.
Right. Yep, and Alaska's 3 votes, so someone else do the math for me.
Yes, that would put them over the line. Any state being
Washington
won by
Post,
Republicans.
I'm not seeing anything.
NBC has them by county, but they don't have any figures yet.
Oh, yeah, I saw that as well.
Because the figures are brand new.
And the New York Times is paywall, so that's not helpful. And 270 to win is considered likely Republican with a toss-up House. It seems really obvious, but I mean,
It's also, I did want to point out that the House is really fascinating to me. It looks like the Democrats are actually doing quite well in the House. They're leading in every single seat they're expected to lead in, as well as a Republican seat, and they're leading in more than half of the quote-unquote competitive districts, according to the New York Times, including flipping one in New York. Upstate New York is one of the few places I think we've seen. We at one point of the night there was swings towards the Democrats, not anymore. But it looks like these swings away from the Democrats are only really happening in the presidential race.
Audio still good.
I can hear it fine. It's you.
Yeah, no, I think the only real problem for the Democrats right now is the presidential race. I mean, obviously the Senate's gone Republican, but that's sort of expected. And in the House, it's still very competitive. If they manage to gain the House but lost the presidency, that would be actually really interesting combination, but definitely possible. I'm just looking for more results in Alaska. You can hear me? Cool. Well, I've already said everything I wanted to say.
We'll let Leo
It sounds like Leo's having a
sort
fun
out
time.
his audio issues, and we might come back to him shortly, hopefully. Have we got him back? Doesn't look like it. We got him back now? Have you got us now, Leo? Right. We can go back to Leo now, I think. Hopefully he has us now. I mean, it's just
I think I should have you.
Okay.
Give it 1 second. It's just the computer's funny with Bluetooth. Keep talking amongst
For what it's worth, Kamala Harris's event has now completely emptied out by the looks, and as we know, she won't be speaking tonight. But RFK Jr., by the looks, has just arrived at Donald Trump's election watch party at Palm Beach, where we do have that live shot. I'm not on camera, but that live shot in the top corner, which we can cut to, I think, in just a minute, that we will take. The moment Trump does come out, obviously, going to be a very interesting speech when he does give it. I'll see. Have we got Leo back now by any chance? I can hear you. Yep.
Find me results by county in Alaska. And
what do you think I'm doing? I mean, Alaska's near Canada.
Wyatt, do you have any information?
What? Sorry. On Alaska and where it is in proximity?
I mean, it borders Canada, so it might as well be.
Oh, hold on, let me look.
I'm joking. Don't stress it. If you do find information on Alaska, that would be really appreciated. It's It
So
looks
what's the
like the
question?
lives.
Alaska have specific counties, or is it just at large? Is that the question?
Can you find any results by geographic area in Alaska? Because that's pretty much all we need to call this election, is that just need information on Alaska. In my opinion.
Leo, overrule.
The thing is, I don't trust these results are quite as Republican. Like in the House, Mary Polcola is down 6% to Nick Bajich for the Republicans. I think it should be about 50-50, so that would be about 6 points better for the Democrats in the presidential race, which would be a lot closer. If we could get a call on a different state, then we would be able to call the presidential race.
Coming up, we're going to have more special coverage as we prepare for our result to be called. You can probably guess what it's going to be at this stage. We'll be back. Stay with us here on 6 News, watching live on our YouTube channel as America decides.
On air and online 24/7, 6 News is your only source for independent and unbiased news across Australia and the world.
Join us on the hour every hour to bring you up to speed with all the latest headlines.
Top of the hour
Every hour, these are the top stories.
Whether it's politics, sport, or everything in between, we'll bring you every detail on every story as we set the agenda. Plus, our reporters on the ground are there to deliver you unbiased news coverage.
The biggest names in Australian politics turn to 6 News.
Premier, welcome to 6 News.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News. Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Adam Bandt.
Max Chalametha, welcome back to 6 News.
We go head to head with the key newsmakers, asking the tough questions and getting the answers you need. Best of all, it's completely unedited, with no interruptions, revealing the facts you deserve.
Who doesn't love sport? And on 6 News, we cover it like no one else does. Our sports team brings you the news across all codes and takes a deep dive into sporting history, plus interviews with legends of our dominant codes.
Join us for Spotlight as we bring you key moments you may have missed, exclusive interviews, stories and major headlines. Spotlight brings you new insight into the major stories throughout the week and brings you up to speed with the current affairs.
Law and government coverage like nobody else. Our dedicated 6 News GovCheck team provides an in-depth analysis of law and government issues and current affairs, offering unrivaled knowledge with reporters both at home and abroad.
Your 24/7 source for unbiased news coverage with our dedicated team, bringing you more variety, more content and more updates around the clock. Tune in and stay ahead with 6 News, your go-to destination for news that matters.
On 6 News, we do politics differently.
Welcome to Uncensored.
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Are you confident that you can defeat David Crisfully?
From long-form unedited interviews to taking a deep dive into Australian law and government.
Sure.
I'm not going to be
That's
held-
when you recant the respect for Indigenous Australians. Why axe them?
Well, it's certainly heating up outside here in Brisbane and it will be heating up inside Parliament right now.
6 News understands talks about removing Palaszczuk have been ongoing.
The Health Australia Party has warned they may shut
Do
down.
you stand by that claim you've never lied in public office?
That's why you will always see the facts first on 6 News.
If he doesn't like tough questions, or if any guest we have doesn't like the tough questions we pose, then I think that's on them. That's their problem. You don't think Australians are interested in whether their leader tells the truth or not? Because I mean, surely
You're not going to get many people outside of Gen Z voting for you.
I don't really want anyone outside Gen Z voting for me, to be quite
right.
frank.
Well, I don't know how you're going to win.
Would
Would you be willing to come back on 6 News? Why not just log off? Like, it's not compulsory to post.
The system is broken and is time running out for your government.
It's such a repetitive issue, there simply aren't enough rentals available. Do you have a response to that?
Roman McKinnon and Austin Pollock sit down with the Queensland Premier Stephen Miles.
On loans and programs to support renters, and we want to support people to own their own home too.
Do you have a response to that?
That was a letter written by the Premier.
Uncensored, streaming now on the 6 News YouTube channel.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Of online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News. One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long-time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists in Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
For live, up-to-the-minute, impartial coverage of everything happening in Israel and Gaza, turn to 6 News. Bringing you the latest developments on air and online 24/7.
Though Israel didn't start this war, Israel will finish it.
Solidarity and support on America's behalf.
Pro-Palestine rallies took place.
Special coverage from here at home and overseas on the hour, every hour, right here on 6 News.
We aren't pushing for a political agenda, we simply give you the facts. In Melbourne, and there are so many ways to celebrate. Top of the hour, every hour, these are the top stories we're following. Who doesn't love sport? And on 6 News, we cover it like no one else does. Bonz's fleet have begun leaving the country. Is the first Australian sitting state or territory leader to give a full in-person interview with 6 News. To have a trusted source to bring the exclusives, the analysis, the stories you just don't see on any other platforms.
Chasing stars and holding.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
To be able to have so many people to trust us, to bring them the exclusives, the analysis, the stories you don't see on any other platforms. How can you assure Queenslanders that they can get a roof over their heads? We have some breaking news for you. It was just a few short months until things started to change. Yeah, and that is the good news, that everyone did get off that Japan Airlines flight safe. Nonetheless, there are many key takeaways. Thank you very much for joining us. Pleasure, Austin. We were told to reveal the source for a response from the Premier. We did not do that. To break that down, those on the original plan. Our news, it's our country, and we bring you the facts of our world. I'll be back with you again at the next hour. Do take care.
On 6 News, we bring you the latest headlines and breaking stories live. Our team of journalists are on the ground across the country and around the world, keeping you informed with up-to-the-minute reporting every single day.
Top of the
hour, every hour.
Thanks for joining us.
So in 2024, turn to 6 News, on the hour, every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 366 days of the year.
Anytime and any place, the 6 News YouTube channel is your source to the latest headlines, breaking news, exclusive stories and content you won't find anywhere else.
Welcome to Uncensored.
Top of the hour.
Every hour.
You can catch up on the go or wherever you are, all for free. Plus, watch our live stream with a constant broadcast of 6 News with headlines on the hour, every hour, plus the latest 6 News programs all live. And if you miss something, rewind anytime or watch on demand. The 6 News website is your gateway to GovCheck, FactCheck and other 6 News programs, plus live coverage. It's all part of keeping you informed with the latest headlines where and whenever you want.
...166 days of the year.
Anytime and any place, the 6 News YouTube channel is your source to the latest headlines, breaking news, exclusive stories and content you won't find anywhere else.
Welcome to Uncensored.
Top of the hour.
Every hour.
You can catch up on the go or wherever you are, all for free. Plus, watch our live stream with a constant broadcast of 6 News with headlines on the hour, every hour, plus the latest 6 News programs all live. And if you miss something, rewind anytime or watch on demand. The 6 News website is your gateway to GovCheck, FactCheck and other 6 News programs, plus live coverage. It's all part of keeping you informed with the latest headlines where and whenever you want.
Leo, you might be able to hear yourself. I don't know, just news.
teams.
Live on 6 News, this is America Decides, Election 2024.
Historic night for him, for Republicans, and of course for America and the world here. Never before in really living memory have we seen a former US president successfully come back like Donald Trump has done here. And look, it will, I imagine, maybe not entirely stun the world, not as maybe as stunning as 2016, but we'll see that. Again, want to repeat that breaking news at this hour. 6 News projects Donald Trump elected the 47th president of the United States. We are projecting he will win the state of Alaska, and we are also had projected he will win Pennsylvania. That gets him to exactly 270 electoral college votes. Historic night here. We've got our team with you for all the latest coverage. We're working on it as it goes along. There's a lot that's going on behind the scenes here, and everyone on air is doing a stunning job. Again, though, Donald Trump, that is our projection, elected president of the United States. Wyatt, if we're able to go to you first, you've got Fox on there. I believe they've also just called it themselves. No, we can't actually go to Wyatt. Who can we go to? Stuart, Maggie, one or the other. Or I can just keep going. Historic night. We want to hear your thoughts on this, of course. Let us know on what you make of what is just a stunning victory here. Again, maybe not as surprising as 2016 was, where it was a real stunner, but still, you know, there was plenty of hope within the Kamala Harris campaign, as you would expect with a presidential campaign, but there was certainly an expectation she could win it, and certainly this was seen as a toss-up. It's been seen as a toss-up. It's been seen as 50-50, really right about since Joe Biden actually left the race. And again, just historic. Of course, you have to kind of, you know, remember the circumstances here. It was Joe Biden, who was the other president who left the race, and then their, you know, successor lost. You know, Lyndon B. Johnson, I think, yeah, he lost 68. So, well, no, he didn't lose. The Democrats lost that. But you see my point. In just this is just so historic. And look, I think a lot of people, maybe not as surprised, as I said, since 2016, people have seen this before. But for the Republicans, you know, if they manage to get the popular vote over 50%, or even if they don't, even if they just manage to get more than Kamala Harris in the end here, that is giving them a pretty significant mandate. Looks like we can bring in a couple members of the 6 News team now, Stuart Jeffrey and Maggie Perry. Maggie, I know you're going in a couple of minutes, but I'll just let with you your thoughts here, and especially just on the popular vote element here. Trump getting the most votes, a Republican getting the most votes is extraordinary.
Yeah, the popular vote has been such a, you know, so much stronger for Trump than anyone has really expected, let's be honest here. Currently it's at 47.4% for Kamala Harris and 51.2% for Trump. It's just such a groundbreaking result that I don't think anyone really expected it would be this strong, like anyone realistically. Especially analysts. I know the person behind the 13 keys is going to be very annoyed at that prediction. But overall, it's just been a great night for Trump, and he's currently leading in every single swing state. So that's Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Those last two he's officially won. Well, those last three, Pennsylvania has also been won by Trump. Sorry. It's just Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, of which it only looks like Arizona, the Democrats have any sort of realistic chance of overturning the Trump plurality.
But even to get it, not even close at this point. Trump is pretty comfortable in the end results here. And again, just very quickly, Maggie, because you were mentioning this in the break, the Green Party vote in some areas of Michigan with a high Muslim and Arab American population, which people have been talking about, could that be a factor in who wins Michigan? In Dearborn, you mentioned the exact numbers before, but it's looking like really, really significant shift.
Yes, Trump 48% in Dearborn has a very high Muslim population. Jill Stein at 35% and Harris at just 15%. Which is a really horrible result for the Democrats in an area which I presume they won extremely strongly at the 2020 election. Just 15% is horrifying. Jill Stein clearly has done very well in some Muslim areas, but it doesn't seem like it'll be enough to crack 1% of a popular vote at this point. I can't see precise third party results, but currently Stein does have the biggest third party result in Michigan at the very least, which is to be expected.
Yeah, very stunning. Maggie, you've done an outstanding job all morning, all afternoon, and all evening. Thank you very much. And we'll be seeing a lot more of you as we continue the analysis. But again, Maggie Perry, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Maggie Perry does a great job, 6 News election reporter there. Thank you very much to her. It looks like we can bring in Wyatt Sharp. I think we can bring him in now. Wyatt, I know you've got some guests you're trying to get on, but just very quickly, your reaction.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want me to bring in our guests, or you want me to go? What do you want?
If they're waiting, you're welcome to bring him in. I'm not going to make them wait anymore.
Okay, I'll get one of them on the line here shortly.
All right.
Yeah, no, it's obviously been very, in terms of the actual results, just very influential. I want to bring in Fleur Hassan, though, now. She was the deputy mayor of Jerusalem. She's Israel's special envoy for trade. So, Fleur, obviously, I mean, as we're watching some of these results come in, former President Trump has made a commitment to kind of basically put an end to the war in Israel. He's obviously been projected to be the next president. Are you confident that that's going to be able to happen after tonight?
Well, ultimately, in this region, it's all about perception. And if Hamas believe that America is not 100% backing Israel in its war, then that gives them and all the extremists oxygen. And so whatever side of the political map you're in, what's undoubtable is that in the 4 years of the last Trump presidency, there were no wars. In the last 4 years, in the last Trump presidency, there were unprecedented diplomatic gains with the Arab world, between Israel and the Arab world, precisely because he didn't follow State Department conventional wisdom that you needed to solve the Palestinian problem for Israel to make peace with Arab countries. And that was revolutionary. He also had a strategy of maximum pressure on the Islamic Republic of Iran, which then the Democratic administration got rid of and sent billions of dollars to the Islamic Republic of Iran. So if we even take his last presidency as an indication, then I'm hopeful that it'll be easier to end the war, but to end the war with a decisive victory for Israel and for the free world.
And can I ask you too, I think, like, for example, Donald Trump is kind of, it seems at least, trying to play both sides on the issue of the war in Israel, in the sense of he has many members of his party who are pro-Israel. But then just recently, for example, in Michigan, he was happy to receive the endorsement of the largest Muslim organization who is very much pro-Palestinian and pro-Gaza. What do you make of that?
Well, look, ultimately he's a politician, and I think Kamala Harris tried to do the same. And that's what politicians do. They're trying to drum up electoral support. But I can tell you that the extremists are not happy tonight. I can tell you that one of the plots to kill Trump was from the Islamic Republic of Iran or Iranian Iranian agents. So I think that tells you all you need to know where the extremists are. I'm very happy that the Muslim community of Michigan endorsed Trump, because maybe they understand something that the progressive left wokes don't. And that is that we all want a stable Middle East. And for a stable Middle East, you have to have a strong America.
All right, we will leave it there. Fleur Hassan, thanks so much for giving us your insight tonight.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you very
Leo.
much for that, Wyatt. Thank you very much. And look, we'll have plenty of analysis, I'm sure, on how the war in Gaza has impacted this vote, specifically in a place like Michigan. And Maggie was just mentioning the Dearborn results before. Stuart, I'll get your thoughts, Stuart Jeffrey, who's been standing by for us, on just very quickly, before we get to anything specific in Michigan, just your overall thoughts on this election.
It's telling that the quite ironic is that the last of the 3 elections we've had for Trump has been the closest by the Electoral College, but is the best win to him in popular vote. You know, he's somehow done the reverse. He won in 2016 with a landslide and lost the popular vote. Then he lost in 2020, both popular vote and the Electoral College, and now he's both. So probably the biggest success for Trump yet. If it's not the landslide that we had in 2016, but it is definitely a better result for him in terms of the public vote and also the Electoral College, which is something that the Republicans haven't done since Bush 2004. That was the last time that the GOP won the popular vote and the presidency. And since then, it's been so 20 years, in fact, since the last time that the GOP won the popular vote. So that's definitely very big for them. Again, another historical moment for Trump's new presidency. First Republican to hold 2 separate presidencies. First Republican in 20 years to win the Electoral College and the popular vote. So it is definitely a landmark. This is also the second. First Hillary Clinton was beaten by Trump, and now Kamala Harris has been beaten by Trump, and I'm sure that's going to come into play in the coming weeks. We knew going into this there was going to be protests no matter which side won, and that's going to we saw protests when Trump won in 2016, and we saw bigger protests when Trump lost in 2020. January 6th was not a protest; it was much bigger than a protest. But we've public outcry at both times when either side has won. So this is definitely, there's going to be fighting. There's going to be calls for investigations. I'm sure Trump is still going to be upset about something happening whether he doesn't get enough votes. I'm just speculating here, but there's going to be backlash for both sides for this. But a good win for Trump, definitely. And Ted Cruz, you were saying Ted Cruz could be out. He's still in. So Ted Cruz is still in the Senate. GOP probably loses the House of Reps, but they keep the Senate, the presidency, or they gain the presidency, and that means that Trump can't be removed from office for any criminal proceedings.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just want to make a point because a lot of people are asking, what is this call being based off? Well, Maggie Perry, for one, who we just had just before, but also I know people are talking about, well, yes, the Associated Press, but look, Pennsylvania seems to have been called enough here. Georgia's obviously already been called. Alaska looks like it's going Trump's way as well, and then B&O News is also saying Wisconsin actually tips him over the edge to 270, the magic number. Again, I struggle to see where Harris could possibly win, and I know people have made other calls. Yeah, Decision Desk HQ has called it for Wisconsin. A number of US networks just called it in Pennsylvania. And Decision Desk HQ, we're not basing our thing off entirely from them, but I just want to, give you a bit of a sense of what they're saying as to why they're making this call. which includes that Trump was overperforming his 2020 results. Despite matching his margin, Harris's percentages were insufficient to overcome Trump's gains elsewhere. 93% of the vote was in when they made the call. That includes mail-in data. So it just, you don't see another victory there yet. But I don't see where else a win could possibly happen from there. And Stuart, I'm sure you greatly agree with the rest of us here, because I mean, where could she possibly win from here? It looks like we're going to get back. Sorry, I was just going to say, we look like we can get back to Wyatt Sharp. I think he's waiting just very quickly. Sorry, Stuart, I'll get back to you. Wyatt, take it away.
Yeah, no, I just want to bring in Kelly Meyer, who is going to be with us. And Kelly she was at Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters tonight. Okay, we don't have her. Hold on one second. Bear with me. Kelly.
And sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Yep, Kelly is with us now. Kelly, can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you.
Amazing. So you were at Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters tonight. A lot of people are curious, obviously, as we're waiting for Donald Trump. We didn't hear from Kamala Harris tonight. What are you kind of expecting, and when is kind of the earliest we could hear from her?
Yeah, so we are expecting to hear from her Wednesday, which is now today. It feels like tomorrow. But we are still at her headquarters now at Howard University in Washington, D.C., where she was set to speak potentially tonight. Or Tuesday night, but now her campaign co-chair coming out, Cedric Richmond, and saying that she will be here on Wednesday to speak to her supporters as well as address the nation. And didn't give more on what she will say. The last we heard from the Harris campaign was a memo they put out to all their staff that votes were still being counted. But in the meantime, News Nation and Decision Desk HQ have called the race for former President Donald Trump.
And just before I let you go, is there kind of a rough sense as to what we can expect from Kamala Harris, and perhaps how similar might that be to what we saw from Hillary Clinton in 2016 in her concession speech?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we don't know exactly what might be said or, when exactly she may talk to him, if, she's waiting till the morning to call. I was here in 2016 and covered that election and Hillary Clinton coming out and conceding that on the morning after election night. It's similar in some ways and different in some ways, the way it all kind of played out. So, it's unclear exactly how she's going to say it, but maybe just, trying to keep that positive message that she's been keeping or trying to keep throughout her campaign, maybe continue that into her message as she departs the race tomorrow.
All right, we'll leave it there. Kelly Meyer, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Leo, that's Kelly Meyer from News Nation. And so, I'll just say, obviously, I'll throw it back to you. I'm going to head out now, but obviously, a lot of technical things throughout the night, but it's been nice to kind of hear from some of these people. And Kelly was at Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters, who says apparently we will hear from her sometime today. Will be middle of the night for you guys, but
I'll still be awake. We do have Donald Trump who will be coming up soonish. The Trump Instagram account's now streaming feed, so I would expect him to come up shortly. Wyatt, I will let you go because I know it's going to get it is very early for you, but just any final thoughts on how this race was won?
Yeah, I think it's really just comes down to the fact that the former president was better in terms of his ground game, in terms of his get out the vote efforts. Democrats are not, generally speaking, as good at that in terms of actually mobilizing their supporters. And then additionally, I think it's just complemented by the fact that people were unhappy with the record of the Biden-Harris administration, and obviously that includes the vice president. And so they were looking for an alternative, and they want to go back to what they had of 2017 to 2021, and that's Donald Trump.
All right, Wyatt, you have done, and I'll check more of what you did when I was gone, but mate, you have done a fantastic job, our North American correspondent. I think you can look back at the first time you were reporting on this campaign and we're like, oh, are Americans ready for another rematch? Who's going to win the Republican primaries? It feels like we've lived a few lifetimes since then, but mate, you've done a fantastic job throughout the evening. We'll be coming back to you throughout until the inauguration, I'm sure. Wyatt Sharp, our North American correspondent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now there were two, Stuart Jeffrey and me, who's left while we wait for Donald Trump to speak. Stuart, well, I'll let you pick up from where you were so rudely interrupted on some of the states we were looking at, if you want to pick up.
It's well, we've got me hosting and you and I being here at the end, getting spin check vibes. And then my wedding.
This is just a weird episode of Between Parks Place and Capitol Hill, I reckon.
This is yeah. Speaking of, we've got two of those coming up. We've got one talking about the NACC and alleged bias by a judge turned administrator there, and we've also got an upcoming episode between myself, Maggie, and Aidan on how upper houses would turn out in the two territory and Queensland elections if they had upper houses, talking about that. So we've got those two coming up, just a bit of a self-plug there. But yeah, I guess looking at the figures we've got coming in now, it's taken a long time to get the figures in. I don't think it was as long as it was in 2016, though. And it definitely is a solid victory. If they called in Wisconsin, I presume they're going to call Michigan. They're called Pennsylvania. I just want to get the latest figures for that. So we know they haven't called. We know that Minnesota's out of the picture. I know we had seen talk of it, but that's clearly out of the picture now. Getting off the figures that we do have, but regardless, it is a solid victory for Trump and for the Republicans. They've kept the upper house, lost to the lower house. Yeah, Trump's in for another 4 years.
And it is extraordinary. I know we keep going back to it, but for a former president to be elected to a non-consecutive term, I mean, you just never see that happen. You're looking at a live shot, by the way. This is Trump's.
No, you do, but we haven't.
Yeah, well, I don't think any of us remember Grover Cleveland. This is a shot of Trump's campaign headquarters. I think you just saw there was that Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm not sure who else he was with. Maybe it was Doug Bergen. I'm not sure. Top Trump supporter in recent times. And certainly, I mean,
back then.
True. I mean, he was definitely less critical of Trump during those.
No, you're right. Nevada hasn't been called, I don't think.
Right, because the point is he's ahead by 5 points in some of the results I'm seeing being called. I know people are like, look, people are saying, no call, you're going in too early. Look, it's on Maggie. Well, no, actually, no, it's on me. If you can tell me where Harris can win from here mathematically and also realistically, would love to know. But
no, they have to come back and win Arizona, come back and win Nevada, come back and win Wisconsin, come back and win Michigan, and then keep Maine. And I think it's all four of Maine's seats.
For what it's worth, I just saw that, and the site's taking a while to load, understandably, but
it's now been uncalled.
Okay, so that's interesting. For what it's worth, so that doesn't affect the Trump numbers here. All it does is affect the Harris numbers here. I'm saying the kind of obvious.
It's still likely to go Kamala Harris, but it shows you just how poorly they've been performing when Minnesota is at.
For what it's worth, Mike Johnson, sorry to interrupt. Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, just called it. Well, by called, I mean he's declaring victory. Quote, "We have saved America. The American people have spoken, and President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance are going to the White House. We are ready to get to work for the American people." That is sorry to our producer. I'll try to stay in the same spot. That is the call that is being made by Mike Johnson.
So, less likely state.
Right. Okay. Hey, can you just keep talking while I yell at something?
Somewhat
in the background?
marginable.
Yeah, Stuart. Do you want to just? The Australian just called it, by the way. So there's a local call for you, Stuart. Can you just talk for like 1 minute while I yell at something in the background? On anything?
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, again, the question is, can they come back? No, they can't come back. I'm going to run the figures through 538, and I don't think I can see any way for them to come back. Yeah, if we assume that Pennsylvania is called, They uncall Arizona. Yeah, they can't. Even if
I'm back now, all
Pennsylvania
good.
carries it.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. I mean,
they
that
have-
was the largest of all these EC votes, right? In terms of the number 19, and really, it seems like I think the argument people were saying all along was whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the presidency, right?
They need to come back and win Nevada. They need to come back and take Arizona. They need to come back in and take they need to come back and take Michigan. They need to come back and take Pennsylvania. There's no chance. I don't see a path for them. Like they've got to come back and take Wisconsin as well. Even if they take Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, that's 268.
And for what it's worth, another local called Channel 9 just projected Donald Trump has won the election. I'm not sure how much authority they have versus the Associated Press, but we're calling it. The Australians calling it. Channel 9's calling it. You would expect.
Has Channel 6 called it?
A while ago. After much deliberation. But again, guys, if you can let me know, I'm more than happy to be wrong here. Actually, no, I actually wouldn't be very happy. I just mathematically don't see it. Like, why would Alaska with Trump ahead by like 20 at this point? Switch 20 points at this point with its remaining votes. Or why would Pennsylvania suddenly split?
We're getting the argument, and this is going to happen either way, that no matter which side wins, the other side will claim electoral fraud. The other side
to be fair, we haven't seen fraud claims, or you can say yet. I mean, it was interesting that
as bad.
No, but it was interesting, Stuart. Donald Trump was claiming he didn't. I don't want to say he explicitly claimed fraud, but he did say there was like fraudulent activity in Pennsylvania, or I think he might have said Philadelphia specifically. Evidently, that's not the case. Hey, it looks like we're getting some action.
Ooh, okay.
Here we go. Let's listen in.
Along with friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be. And I'm proud to be an American.
And you just want to keep listening in at this point. You're seeing Donald Trump is coming out there now. There he is with his son, Barron. Jeez, Barron Trump is tall. His wife, Melania. Looks like you've got Don Jr. there. You'd imagine other members of his family. You've also got JD Vance there with his family. But, let's listen in. Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States. We'll wait for him. He loves this song, doesn't he? We'll let this play out, and then we will listen in to him. We'll give it a sec.
Trump doing Trump things.
You can sing it. It won't be copyrighted. No, I'm not going to make you sing it.
So
don't try.
Can I say 3 words to you?
Please.
Nothing ever changes.
True. Nothing ever changes.
Am I right?
And I mean, to be fair, it is pretty historic, but also a former president returning is a bit of a nothing ever happens moment at some level, you could say. We're running out of things to talk about. You can tell we're a bit glad he's coming out now. There's Eric Trump. There's Melania again. Looks like Trump is definitely getting ready to speak, and
the problem is
that song does go on for a while, and we'll let it play out, and it's still playing. But Donald Trump, we'll just repeat what we said. There's Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. Donald Trump elected the 47th President of the United States. And look, unlike what he said on election night 2020, Stuart, there's not going to be a real dispute here when he said, frankly, we did win this election. It's pretty clear. There's JD Vance. I think this result, it's pretty clear. In the end, it's decisive. The fact we've been able to call it on election night after talk of it going on for ages. Yeah, I think if we can, let's listen in. Donald Trump, President-elect of the United States, the 47th President of the US. Let's listen in right now.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Allan. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Allan could do this. It must be an Allan. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. It was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Allan. I said, Allan, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Allan. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina. They were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. It came from Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. The most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important. Because our country, that's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you go. That was the president-elect of the United States, Donald Trump. We are projecting he will become the 47th president of the United States there. Declaring victory, I guess a bit less controversially than he did in 2020. There's the motto, Trump is back, and you can faintly hear him. We'll turn it off so we don't get in trouble, but you can faintly hear he's playing YMCA as well. He loves that song, doesn't he? But look, in the end, again, I know people are continuing to ask us, why have we made this? Stuart, just very quickly, I know you've mentioned it before, but just one more time before we get your final thoughts, just explain why we've called this based on the numbers we're seeing in a couple of key states, Pennsylvania included.
Absolutely. I think this has all come through in the last couple of hours. We have very close races in all the key seats today that have slowly come in over time. First to be called were Georgia and North Carolina. We're looking at one point at the Democrats taking North Carolina and the GOP taking Virginia. That didn't happen. Republicans were able to retain North Carolina, but they did get close in Virginia. That could come into play at the next election. Georgia, they picked that up. Florida, they picked that pretty quickly. There was some suggestion that it might not go their way fully. That's been pretty quickly resolved. Then we went to Iowa, which Leo said might flip, and Leo was wrong there. Wisconsin, Michigan.
Mike's a strong word.
Then we had Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and they've recalled Minnesota, by the way, Leo. And actually, I said that the Republicans would get either Pennsylvania or Michigan. They can't get both. They might get both. It's been called for Pennsylvania and pulled for Wisconsin. Michigan's still up in the air. Probably get a Republican. Arizona's up in the air. Nevada's up in the air, but they'll probably also both go Republican, especially Nevada. We've had no blue pickups. All the states have gone Republican. There have been no gains by the Democrats. This isn't as big as the 2016 election was, but it is still big, especially because looking at the current figures, Trump's ahead of the popular vote by around 4,500, which is the first time Republicans have had the lead in the popular vote since 2004, George Bush after
Do you reckon he'll hold that by the end of all this counting? Do you reckon he can hold that national popular vote?
It depends on how strongly California goes. I think that's the only question.
Of course, yeah.
Because New York's been called pretty much. The only other strongholds population-wise would be California. Washington is mostly called. Oregon's mostly called. You're looking at California being the last one. The question is, can you get enough people there? And I think
you'd envision Alaska, despite its insanely small population compared to California, that should pretty comfortably give him the boost. And I imagine that's what a lot of networks are holding out for as well. I don't see how Kamala Harris can possibly win Alaska, but for what it's worth, any of those networks on 267 are waiting for Alaska and its 3 electoral votes. Sorry to cut you off.
I mean, we're still waiting on Hawaii as well, I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, the decisive swing state of Hawaii.
Back before we started this morning, I was talking with Leo and Maggie behind the scenes, and I said, "Have you seen the results in Guam?" Which doesn't have any representation in the electoral college. It is a territory though, and it's actually ahead of us in terms of time. I think it's plus 15 UTC. Around New Zealand time, and Guam had 46% Republican, 49% Harris, 3% JFK Jr. No, RFK Jr. RFK Jr.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
I mean, I said JFK Jr., RFK Jr., and I said
JFK Jr. is a whole litany of conspiracies about him.
It looks like RFK Jr. might foil the vote for the Republicans and give Harris the win. But I was wrong, and so was Guam. It looks like Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the USA.
Right, we're still, I know a lot of networks have not made calls yet, but if we're wrong on this, I don't know why I'm making myself nervous over this. Like, for goodness sake, it seems pretty over. Anyway, we're going to wrap up there. It's just approaching 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, and again, 6 News projecting Donald Trump elected the 47th President of the United States. Our coverage continues right throughout the evening and overnight, and of course tomorrow, and for the next few days, as we wait. Of course, Kamala Harris will be speaking eventually, but we'll continue all those coverage as we wait for other networks to be tuning in. On behalf of myself, Roman McKinnon, Wyatt Sharp, Stuart Jeffrey, Maggie Perry, Austin Pollock, and everyone else who's been working behind the scenes incredibly hard, thank you very much for watching. This has been a 6 News election production. Have a good night.
This has been a 6 News special presentation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.